Thank you for the roses and other gifts.
Oh wow, hold on. Hate speech?
What?
It said your content was removed on uh on YouTube um due to hate speech.
Hello, ladies.
What's
Hey,
up? Hold on.
Nina.
I got violated on YouTube for hate speech. Like what the fuck?
What video?
I don't know. I gotta check. I just hold on. Streaming hate speech.
Hate
What?
speech.
Yeah, some motherfucker. It doesn't even say what video. Like it, I think it took my whole fucking thing out. Hold
Hate.
on, here, hold on.
In the day. This word, this letter right here, B, is the on or the in. Sometimes it can mean because or or yeah. But if we go back, like it's missing that. Like it doesn't have the B, doesn't have the key, doesn't have an et. So scholars don't know what this means. And the fact that this word literally means bed, right? That it literally means bed.
It's
And
the
the singular
it's the
is the
video
bed
of me
that she
explaining
is.
that mishkov
Plural,
mishkavi does not mean man shall not lie with
it's in the
man.
plural, like the woman's beds, multiple beds. Okay, so right. What do you think the sentence reads in Hebrew? Can you read it and give a better translation if you don't think this one's correct? Well, I just read it. I did.
I'm getting violated for saying that mishkov mishkavi Isha doesn't mean man shall not lie with man.
That's
That's what I got
wild.
violated for. Huh?
I said that's wild.
That's not hate speech.
Oh, trust me, I know, but to a Christian it is.
Oh wow. Did you appeal it?
I don't even. I'm finna to like. I'm gonna have to do it when this is done. Like when I'm done with this, because I don't even know. This is my first time getting violated on YouTube, and I don't I don't know their. At least they send a clip for the violation. Hate speech policy.
Mm-mm.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
I
But
guess
they took
freedom.
me out of the program. So let me see. Are y'all able to see? Am I live? Yeah, I'm live. I don't care. I don't care about the monetization, but I'm live. That's all that matters right now. It's fucking stupid. Okay. Um, it's all good. Are we at? Okay, can we get to 100 shares? Uh, it's my fault. I started late. I fell asleep. Wasn't expected to, but we here now. Um, at least we're rested. If you are a believer, I am taking believers, non-believers, as well, and people who are deconstructing. So if you're a believer, if you are an atheist, if you are deconstructing, the guest box is open. Keep in mind, we have a lot of dragons now. Here are the rules for dragons. Dragons are allowed to come on stage and question a guest, one dragon at a time, one guest per night. You can, as a dragon, one time a night, not multiple times a night, but as a dragon, you can come on stage, you can shoot the shit, um, you can pop up, tell Oso to take his ass to bed if you want to, and then pop back down. But there is a limit to it so that we're not interrupting the show. Um, so it's one time a night, right, that you can use your stage presence with your dragon benefits, okay? But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Lala, Nelly, anything y'all want to say before we bring up a guest?
No, I'm good.
Let's get these likes up, and Thinker has a get go of the big shout out. Don't forget the heart knees and the arrows.
All right. Willard? Willard, are you there? Like, this is maybe the second day you've been in the request. I've brought you up and you've not said anything. Are you there? Willard? Okay. They'll be in the request again tonight. I think I've talked to that account before. That is a Christian. Gamer Goth.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
That's good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Well, I'm an atheist, ma'am. I used to be a Catholic, but I've turned away from the church and the faith as a whole.
How old are you?
I'm 24 years old.
Okay. And what did you come up to discuss?
I absolutely agree. I would argue that religion itself is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, not just Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about religion. Like I mean, you could be right, but I'm talking about Jesus itself. The idea of
Oh,
Jesus, um, and what that idea has done and still does to society. I think
well,
a
yeah,
lot of people
absolutely.
mix Jesus. Whenever we talk about Jesus, a lot of people want to point to religion or say, "Oh, it's religion," but religion has its issues too. But I'm talking about the idea of Jesus, or Jesus as the Abrahamic God. Just Jesus, period. I think is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he wasn't a miracle worker, number one. There's no scientific explanation for any of the miracles that he performed. It's mostly just mythologizing a mortal man. Which, I mean, that's pretty dumb when you look at it in hindsight. I mean, what makes him so special? Why is he so great? And even if he was the so-called son of God, I mean, what purpose does he serve?
I mean, I think that would be a question for a believer. Um, like that's what we ask believers. Like when they come in here, I'm still trying to figure out what purpose Jesus serves outside of the feel good feelings, right? I saw
Fair
a
enough.
video. Yeah, I saw a video today on the FYP, um, where a lady was basically talking about how the Ishmaelites were not the children of the promise, and it was a black lady on the FYP, and I was thinking to myself, like, for to have her at this point using the Ishmael story to teach people that she is now one of the children of the promise, without even taking into consideration that at one point in history she would have been considered a child of the Ishmaelite, because what that really just means is people who are not Israelites, right? People not born of elite status or chosen status. And the only reason why people today who are believers of this Christ see themselves as grafted in or a part of the elite status or chosen status is in this feeling only. Because Jesus doesn't really make a person elite. It makes them feel like they are a part of the elite and that they will have what the elite have or has after death, right, on this new earth. So they look the other way, while those who are really in power, who are using this Jesus and who are really in power, do fucked up shit on the earth in the name of this Jesus. So you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like using a adopted brother or sister to co-sign your bullshit, and you really don't think that they really your brother or sister, but you just making them think, oh, you really, you know what I'm saying? It's like
Mm.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. Uh, I sit back and I'll be I'll be listening to, you know, scrolling through TikTok, and I hear, uh, Christians talking about, um, Jesus, and Jesus is coming soon, and then of course then I listen to even the Israelites. I listen to them talk, and I mean, I don't know, for some reason they just think they so goddamn special. Like, even when you listen to them talk, they sound, they basically tell you that I'm better than you. You know?
That it's like a made up elite, what is it, elitism or something, like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's like
Elitism.
they think they, first off, let me say this. um I think the guy left because I said fucking African American. um like, if you're scared of the talking about a person's race, you got a lot more deconstructing to do than just fucking not believing in Jesus.
No.
Second, because he fucking left before he could even understand the fucking point. And if you come in here, right, don't come, first off, I tell you, if you're an atheist, don't come in here to just uh have me saying yeah, because I am just going to just fucking sit there, okay? Or I'm going to take what you said and I'm going to take it to a whole nother level. and
Right.
and even atheists might fucking feel uncomfortable in here, because it's not just about deconstructing from the idea of the God. It's about deconstructing from every fucking thing that this God uh, represents, and that includes racism. But back to the what we were talking about. It's a perceived elitism where they actually believe that they are a part of the Israelites. And so I was thinking today about how it also does mimic the ones that were once oppressed, the ones that were once on the outside, now using the same uh, language that was used against them. They're now using it against others. And 9 times out of 10, it's not just, not racism, but people who don't believe in Jesus, or people who are Muslim, or people who are Jewish, or people who are like that kid yesterday. He couldn't stop being anti-Semitic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah, and it's like the language that you're willing to use today for your Jesus. These are the same justifications that people went through in their minds to justify why you belonged on the outside, and why you would not have been labeled as a child of Jacob, but a child of the slave woman, or a child of Israel. And so as I'm watching this lady's video, and I'm thinking like, damn, this is fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how don't they see the parallel?
I agree with you. Shit, I'm 100% on that one. I don't know how they can't see that shit. you, I mean, you literally have to just be delusional, pretty much. I, I've had you know, the, the, the race card pulled on me, before, but, uh, I tell them, it's not about race, but it is about race. And they be like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, I said, far back as I can remember and throughout history, this religion was forced on us. It was forced on my people. And we had to adopt it. Not only did we have to adopt this religion, we had to adopt a European concept of this religion. And I said, and to this day, we suffer more behind this religion because we actually believe it. I'm just being honest.
We're
We,
stuck. It's like we're stuck in the cycle. Like
yeah,
we're stuck in it. And I was thinking about that guy yesterday that came on the stage and he was screaming at the top of his lungs, "The Most High, you disrespect the Most High!" Like the black guy. You remember him?
I vaguely remember him screaming. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and he's not the first that's ever done that.
Mm-mm.
And to see how angry they get when they see black people say they don't believe in this God, like they get angry. Like it's like betrayal type. It's Judas type angry. Yes, the abomination guy, the one that kept saying it, the
We
one that
were
had the kid
abomination.
sleep, huh?
The one that kept asking if I was married.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like Judas betrayal type shit. Is how they see it. Like we are Judas. Like we're betraying them by saying we don't believe in this God. Like how dare you betray our people, our ancestors? Our ancestors believe in this God, and it's like you're saying that, but you're not paying attention to the fact that they were given the God by the same people who was killing them, who
Slave
was
me up.
beating them, who was enslaving them. Like you're like our ancestors loved their oppressor. Our ancestor latched on to the oppressor, and how dare you get out of the oppressor's grasp? That's what I hear when I see that shit, and it's like
Yeah.
man, I don't, and then when I hear them say the things that they say about people of other belief systems or people who just don't share their belief system, a belief system, period. The language and how it mimics white supremacy or just any supremacy culture, period, and they don't hear it. It's almost as if they go into this like trance and they can't even hear themselves when they speak. But then if they experience racism in life, they recognize it. They recognize that language is bad, right? The to say those words about them is bad.
I do when I first started, I think I told my story. I met a man named by the name of Dr. Ray Hagan, and but he used to say, and he got. As a matter of fact, I say the same thing now. But the first time I heard him say it, I didn't. It didn't really register with me because I was still under this belief system. But he said that this belief system has caused us to lose touch with what's real, what's factual, what's historical, and what's spiritual. He said because it was forced upon us. And it didn't care. I didn't, like I said, it took me years to even understand what he was saying. But he had a serious point. We don't know what's real. We damn sure don't know what's historical. That's for sure. I
Yeah, yeah.
mean, we don't know, because our minds are so far gone in this religion. We can't even think for ourselves. We can't even defend for ourselves because we're depending on this God to defend us. And it just not, when I look back on it and I go back and I watch old footage and and uh, and see the. Can you say Negro?
I don't see why not.
Okay, well, the old Negro spirituals, and and go back because I watch a lot of old footage of us, in church and this, that, and the other, and how we was praying so hard, crying and just begging this God to free us, begging this God to help us, begging. And it just broke my heart to see that. I was like, our minds are really gone. And that's the scary part about it. That's why I always say we the most devout people to this religion.
Now I know why my ass fucking fell asleep. Because
What?
I was scrolling through the FYP and I come across this stupid ass video of this guy. He was a black guy. He was uh giving some speech about how uh God's God, are you ready for God's obedience for success? Like basically, you have to be obedient in order to get success in God. And I had toned him out, but I started reading the comments, and it was black people all in his comments, um, saying, "Now I know what I need to do in life, to get what I need from God." Like those type of comments, and I remember the thought that I said, I told myself, I remember I have to bring this up during the live, is that black people feel like Jesus is a motivational speech. Like that's all it is. Like people, black pastors, black evangelists, black Christian influencers are basically using Jesus as a motivational speech for black Christians because y'all are all saying the same shit. Y'all get on this platform, y'all hype them up, the believers up, the black believers up, and specifically I'm talking about black Christians right now. Y'all hype them up and make them get that dopamine effect, but you ain't saying shit.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
You're motivational speakers. That's all y'all fucking are.
I don't know if you notice, especially when it comes to Baptist, Pentecostal, stuff like that, those preachers right there, they copy each other. They each other down. They put on a show. But I notice how they speak. They all speak the same. When they get motivated and they up there talking to the congregation, they all speak the same language. They all, and God said, and God, and they just go to acting a fool. All of them do it. I wonder, do they listen to each other and say, I think I can do that better. I'm going to say it this way, a little stronger at this part. I mean,
Sometimes they probably do study each other.
that's, they have to, because it's like a carbon copy to
Because
me.
and I think I remember the moment that I fell asleep now because the last thought I had was how many different ways do they have to hear the same thing, right? Because I read that comment that said, "Now I know what I need to do," and it irritated me so bad because I was like, "What the fuck
Mm-mm.
you mean? Now you know what you need to do? You've been knowing what your ass need to do, and all you're getting right now is a fucking dopamine effect. And next week when you go to church on Sunday, you gonna say the same shit." All right, now, Pastor, I got a word today. Now I know what I need to do, and you're not gonna do shit for 7 days. That's what y'all doing,
Yep.
and I think that's the moment I fell asleep. That's the last thought I remember. Like, goddamn.
It's, like I said, I turned down, I was invited to a church in Louisville, Texas. They wanted me to come up there. I turned it down though. I think I'm getting to the point now. I'm tired of talking to people. I really am, because you're gonna get the same defense. I mean, when you've been doing this so long and talking to Christians so long, you notice they all say the same thing. You already know what they're gonna say, you know. And it's like, I don't know. I'm getting tired of repeating myself. I'm really almost to that point now, and I didn't think I would ever get to that point because I felt like this was, you know, what I'm supposed to do. This is what I need to do to try to uplift and wake my people up. But I'm to the point now, man. I'm getting tired. I really am. I'm really getting tired now. You know.
I haven't gotten. You don't have to ask if you can come up, Micah. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. You don't have to ask, but I appreciate you for being polite, but you don't have to ask. Just make sure that when you do come up, if you're not a dragon, that you stick to the topic that we are discussing on the post. Yeah, I haven't gotten tired yet. I haven't gotten tired yet, and that's why I think I try to, move the conversations on to, you know, deeper thought, because it's way too much that needs to be deconstructed than just the idea of the God. And like a lot of people like to stay very surface level with it.
Right.
And I think I might dig deep. I think I might dig a little bit, too deep for most people's comfortability, but I haven't gotten tired yet.
Yeah, I'm more, you know, I'm more interested in learning more about the historical fact behind it. The belief part of it, I just I'm to the point to where I'm tired of the belief part of it. I mean, because people gonna believe what they want to believe, and facts don't matter. Historical evidence don't matter. None of that matters. But it matters to me. So matter of fact, I'm in the process of still reading through the what. God damn it! My mind. What did we call it? The Discord. I'm still in there reading now, mainly on the Akhenaten thing because that right there is really interesting to me. That has got me so curious, and I think it could be. I think the Akhenaten story can actually. I think it goes a lot deeper too. You know, uh, so I've been reading on that what you got in there, and doing a little research on that too as well. That's kind of where I'm at now. these uh, these Christians come up and I mean, we know what they gonna say. That gets boring to me when I know what the hell you getting ready to say. It's like I'm asking the question for nothing. Like that's what do they call that when they say insanity when you keep doing the same thing and expecting different results? I ain't getting no different results. I'm getting the same thing, same answers. But anyway,
Micah, hi, how are you?
Good and you?
I'm doing good. What you got?
Uh, am I supposed to say my age and stuff like that?
No, I know who you are. We've talked to you
Okay.
several times.
Okay. Um, yeah, I do agree with the prompt. Hell, yes, I do.
You want to share more about why you agree with it, or?
Yes, I do. Because here's why. Um, I'm glad that I brought this to your attention. I just found out that in the Bible, it said God don't like people with special needs. um in
Mm-hmm.
the I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a bother.
No, you're not. You're not a bother. It doesn't say he doesn't like them. So I want to correct it. It just says it does give the impression, right, that he's saying he doesn't like them. He's saying that they can't go into the holies of holies. Um, so, but I get what you're saying. So
And
continue.
it, I'm sorry. That verse bothers me because I have a disability. Um, I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. You got it. We're good. We know who you are. So take your time.
It's okay. Thank you. Yeah, that it bothered me so much because it's just like I'm finding out that God don't. God, I mean, I'm not trying to put words into his mouth, but it's almost kind of like it's almost kind of like it just. I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, 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 no. I know what you're saying. You have every right to, feel what you're feeling, and I agree that when you read that, the first thought that comes to your mind is, man, this guy don't like people
Cause,
with
cause here,
special needs.
cause here I am thinking about. I used to like. I'm sorry. I used to believe that God like everybody. He created everybody, and it's just like, how can you create people, but they're not welcomed in your church, in your temple? That's just like a mind fuck to me.
I I agree. And so what I want to do is, because somebody who is a believer that's listening to this will say that, oh, she was saying that Jesus or God didn't like people with special needs.
No, that's
And
not
no,
what I'm saying.
no, no, no.
That's not.
They won't say you said it. They'll say I did that. So
No,
what
you
I
you didn't you didn't do
no,
anything
no,
at
no,
all.
no, Micah, I am agreeing with you. I listen. You and I are eye to eye. But
Yeah.
what I want to do though is I want to talk about the factual thing of it, and then we can talk about how we feel about it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what Micah is referring to is the scripture in the Old Testament. I'm gonna pull it up here in just a second. Where the Yahweh is basically saying that anyone with a disability, crushed testicles, whether they're blind, they have a humpback,
Or crippled.
crippled, things like that, cannot go and take the food into the temple, into the holies of holies, where the priests go. Only the priest of Aaron were allowed to go in there, and only those who were considered perfect, right? Like they had no defects, no mental defects.
And
Um,
I'm what you would be considered a crippled. I hate using that word, crippled. I have a disability. I was born with cerebral palsy, where I have to be like in a wheelchair for like I can't walk at all, so I have to use a wheelchair, and I have to have a wheelchair by my side every single day. So
and like that doesn't make you any less valuable than any human,
no, no,
right?
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm.
I'm
Think,
saying according to what I'm saying, like Yahweh giving this list, right? The God giving this list in society and history, people went by that, right? People who were disabled were not even allowed to go be seen out in public. They actually went by this list, and they ostracized people with disabilities. All right. And even today, ableism is a issue um, in society because of this. And what I'm saying is, like, I'm just reaffirming to you, right, that you are just as valuable as someone who does not have to use uh, a wheelchair daily, and that
yeah.
we all bring something interesting to this existence, right? And it's really more about like what uh what people call the soul, that I just say is our personality, right?
Yes.
and who we are, right? And what we contribute to, this world, and the time period that we live in it. That's really what assigns our value, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I just want to make sure that I say factually what the text says.
I hope I wasn't putting that out of facts and out of context.
No,
I
you're
was
not. You're
I
not
was
putting it out of
just
context.
so when I heard that, I was just so angry because it's just like eh, here it is. We sit up here. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be angry. I don't mean to sound like I'm angry or anything like that. I'm just passionate. I'm sorry. It I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You don't have to keep apologizing. And again, you have every right to feel what you're feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have every right to feel what you're feeling. Share what it is that you want to say because you're not wrong. Sam, no, we're not taking up donations for you today. You're not wrong. When Leviticus says no one of your offspring through generations who has a physical defect can come into the Holy of Holies, that's very explicit, right?
Yeah.
You're not wrong for feeling what you're feeling. But the way believers have interpreted and re-imaged Jesus loves everybody and love your neighbor as you love yourself. Some believer will listen to this and they'll say, "Oh, she didn't tell her that Jesus loves everybody," and I'm about being factual, right? And
Yes.
facts, putting facts where they belong and feelings where they belong. And factually, yes, Yahweh did say that the children of the Levites who had a defect could not go into the Holy of Holies. What it does not say is that Yahweh doesn't love them. So that's the problem, right? We can deduce that for this God to say some stupid shit like that, because what's the purpose, right? Like why wouldn't they be able to take the food in there? And
And
they say,
he,
oh, because God is perfect. Well, then
yeah.
that means that he's saying that he thinks that those that he created, that they're not perfect. So
And I'm
deduction,
sorry.
logically, to deduce that the logical thought would be that he's saying that he, isn't, that he doesn't love those that he created. That's a logical deduction.
That he
But
doesn't. I'm sorry that he doesn't love people.
yeah. And so that's why I'm saying you're not wrong for feeling and seeing it the way that you see it, right? You're not wrong for that. But Christians, in the Christian message and the Christian doctrine, is that Jesus does love everybody,
But
right?
yeah, but here's my thing though. But if he does love people, why would he leave out certain details of not loving? Like,
I agree. I agree.
and I'm
And I think this is one thing that Jesus doesn't really he doesn't really address, other than saying to blessed are the poor in spirit, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. He doesn't really address how his followers should approach and take care of those, with disabilities. Because what I would even argue that what Jesus kind of, the precedent that Jesus kind of sets is what we see today, where people think that Jesus can actually heal these
yeah, and
disabilities.
that's and
Yeah.
that and that's what I was about to bring up. Did you hear the story that Jesus healed a blind man? Like, why would you heal? Here's my thing. If God create people with disabilities, so you mean to tell me your son could have healed what you fucked up? What you Excuse my French, I didn't mean to cuss.
Oh,
But
you're fine.
you mean to tell me that your son could have fixed something that you messed up? What was the point of you creating people with disabilities when your son could have fixed it? When you yourself could have fixed it? but you had to wait until your son fixed it.
I agree. I agree. And that is the message that Jesus presents with this, right?
Wow.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and I'm sorry, but I got so passionate about that verse. And what's that verse called? I'm sorry.
Leviticus Leviticus 21, is that you're asking? Verse 16 through 23.
Yes,
Yeah.
Leviticus verse chapter through 21 through 16.
Leviticus 21, verses 16 through 23.
16 to through 23.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, yeah, but that whole verse, it really pissed me off because it's just like, here it is, like, you know, so it's just like, I have a disability, and it's not just me that have a disability. My brother has one as well.
Hey, you suck.
He's visually impaired.
So why didn't you? Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm
No, no,
sorry.
it's okay.
You suck.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, so you
I'm
suck.
sorry, but certain things in the Bible just really like it. You find everything once you're deconstructing.
Yeah.
Like you find a whole lot of stuff once you find out once you're deconstructing from Christianity, because I never heard of that verse until now. Like, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just angry. I'm not. I'm. Yes, I am angry, but at the same time, though, it's just it bothers me because how can you know what I'm saying? It's. I'm
Hmm.
sorry. I'm
Yeah, you
sorry.
don't have to keep apologizing. Your feelings are valid. You have every right. Everything that you are experiencing right now and feeling right now and thinking right now, it's valid, right? You looking at that and or hearing that, I don't know, where you heard it, but when you heard it and you
But
thought to yourself,
I'm
wait,
sorry. I should have told you where I got it from. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. You don't have to tell me where you got it from. Well, because you're right, right? It's there. You're not quoting something incorrectly. What I'm saying is what you feel is valid. Like it's correct. It's right. I understand why you would be angry and you have every right to be angry about that.
Yeah. Yes. And here's the thing, though. But I'm sorry. But like, I would like to see a believer justify that verse. How can you justify that verse?
I don't know. Is there a believer in the comments that want to come up and justify that verse for her?
If you want me to leave, then I
No, you're
can.
fine. No, no, you don't. I just want to see if there is a believer in the comments that want to come up and try to help you understand that verse if they can. I don't.
And
Is there a believer here in the comments?
and that's the reason why I don't think that I am a child. You know how they say God, I'm God's. We are all God's children.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that because here's my whole thing. I'm sorry, I had to go back to that verse. I'm sorry. But if I was really God's child and he didn't want me serving food at his temple, right?
Mm-hmm.
However that verse says, I don't want to take anything out of context or nothing like that.
No, you haven't taken anything out of context. There are believers that watch this live that will say that I took something out of context. So I just needed to make sure that we're talking about it in context so that they can't go and
And
um
twist your
yeah,
words.
well, twist yours, because that's what they're going to try to do. They're
Oh,
going to try to twist your words and then try to say that we were in here telling people that God doesn't love people with disabilities. That like that's what they do. So just trying to make sure that what you are trying to say,
I'm
right,
sorry.
is heard. No,
I
you don't have
should
to
have.
apologize. No, no, you didn't do anything wrong.
I
I,
should
I
have.
wanna I wanna make sure that what you need to say is heard, right? And that it's not polluted.
Okay.
So that's why I did what I did. Because what you're saying right now, Micah, is important. And it is a
Yeah.
part of the deconstruction, because I don't think that this belief system actually even pays attention to or have even had enough conversations with people with disabilities and how they feel and about this God saying the things that it says in the book about it, about the miracles that Jesus does, as if the Jesus can take away their disability, or making them feel like the disability makes them less than, and how they show up in society. It's a very important conversation, and I did not want believers to be able to pollute that, right? Or
Yeah.
create noise around that. So I needed to stomp that noise out first so your voice can be centered and heard. Does that make
I'm sorry.
sense?
The way that I came in here saying that you kind of knew what I was going with when I said that at the
Mm-hmm.
beginning of when I came here, saying, "Did you know that God don't like people with disabilities?" You knew what I was trying to say from right off the bat, from the jump, and I should have specified it a little bit more. I'm so
You
sorry.
didn't do anything wrong, Micah. You did nothing wrong.
It's
It's
just I'm so pissed by that verse.
yeah.
I'm
You
sorry.
did I'm gonna say this again. You didn't do anything wrong, okay?
Okay.
You did nothing wrong. You did everything that you were supposed to do. I so in my attempt to try to protect what your message, right? That
Yes.
what I did, it was me trying to protect your message and make sure that what you needed to say stayed front and center. So you didn't do anything wrong.
Because here I am thinking throughout my 26 years, I'll be 27 next month. You know, I've always thought throughout my 27 years of living, why am I so different? And some people be like, that's just the way how God made you. And when and after reading that verse, it after hearing that verse, yep, I'm like, nope, nope, that's not the man. I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring the mood
You haven't
down.
brought the mood down, because this needs to be talked about, Micah. It needs to be talked about. And then, like, there are believers here listening to you, right? We've
Yeah.
invited them on stage. They're not going to come up here and talk to you. That they're because it is something, right, that
Yes.
they don't have an answer for, because they do make the claim that their God can heal these things, because the he does it in the book.
And if he did heal, why hasn't he healed everybody else? Why did he heal that one visually impaired person? There was other people with disabilities, not just him.
Yeah.
And I keep saying this. I am so sorry for being passionate, and I'm just angry. Like I'm really just baffled. Sorry.
I'm angry with you. So we'll be angry together, Micah. So you don't have to keep apologizing because I'm just as mad as you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm gonna invite a believer up again. Like, is there a
You
believer
are?
here? Well, I'm offering right now. If there is a believer watching the live, that wants to come up and talk with Micah, you can come up and talk with Micah about this topic because Micah has questions about it.
And I might try to debunk you, but just I might try to debunk and push back as much as I can, but I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. There were two in the guest request box. They hopped out. Uh, yeah,
Y'all
is
really see here's my whole thing with believers. If you are going to try to negate or say something that's going to make me feel good, then do that. But if you don't, just say you don't know. It's okay to say I don't know.
no.
Maybe
I'm not talking about two Maddie. There was a Christ lover in there, and another. It was two believers in the request, and they hopped out. But if there is a believer that wants to come up and talk with Micah, you can. Just one believer can come up and talk to Micah. Let me know. Go ahead, Nelly.
no, I was going to tell Micah, I understand your anger and why this would uh, upset you, especially as a believer. But think about it this way: you're going through deconstruction.
Yeah, because here's my whole thing. I used to believe in this stuff that saying God loves everybody and everybody, like everybody says God loves you. God made you like this. God made you like that. And I used to believe in that as a believer, but it's just like,
Well, I want you to look at it this way, Micah. This is where I would like you to try to understand it this way. It's not so much that the God it's the writers who wrote this about the God.
Yeah.
This is
What do
how
you?
they
Yeah.
this is
Gibby.
I'm
how they
sorry.
felt.
Yeah, I'm sorry about all them backgrounds and everything. That's my brother. I'm sorry.
You don't
Don't.
Yeah.
have to apologize.
No, yeah. No,
He has special needs as well too, and he's visually impaired,
Hey,
and
what are you
he
doing?
would say stuff like he would
Yes.
he just do stuff like
Gibby, what
that.
are you
But he's
doing?
but he's very sweet,
Oh my goodness.
very sweet,
Oh my god.
and
it's okay. It's all right. But I just kind of wanted you to maybe look at it in a different sense because, you
Oh
know,
my.
this is a human being writing this. And this is how humans, the human who wrote this is how he felt.
but you see, what's your name? I'm sorry, Nate,
Who, me?
Nelly, Nelly,
Nelly.
yes,
Yeah, Nelly.
Nelly. But you see, here's my whole thing. When you say stuff like that, it's a writer behind that. It makes you sound like you it's like a play or a movie. This is not a play or a movie. This is real life. This is my life. Like it's not a game or anything.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
sorry.
I understand. Because I understand what you're saying because um, of the category of the disability. I understand that. But this is what I was saying was um, this is how that human felt about uh, disabilities when he wrote this. And they, of course, they always pointed toward the God. So this is how God feels, and this, that, and
Yeah.
the third.
Well, he's a very sick individual for thinking that, bro.
Yeah, you're right. All of them are, if you ask me. Every last one of the writers in this book is sick. I agree.
One second, Matt. You are a Christian.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't normally do this. Okay, I am allowing a
Okay.
Christian on stage with another guest. Micah is she does have a disability. She has a brother who also has a disability. And Micah has come across Leviticus 21, verses 16 through 23, that says, "No one of your offspring throughout their generation who has a physical defect shall come near to offer the food of his God." So those who were disqualified from going into the holies of holies. Um, and Micah is
No.
sharing with us about how that made her feel. So what I want you to do, Matt,
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to hear Micah out, and then
Right.
you and Micah can converse about that. I am here. I'm going to be the only one that's going to intervene if I need to.
Well,
Give me just a second, okay? Micah may cut you off, and it's not because she's trying to be rude. Just understand that, okay?
I got it.
Okay, so I'm gonna let Micah start first, and then you can
Okay.
respond to her. Okay, okay, go ahead, Micah.
Hi, I'm Micah. If you can already say, okay. Well, I have a disability, and my brother has a disability as well.
Okay.
Could you explain that verse to me a little bit more? Can you?
All right. Um, I'm uncertain what verse was read, but I
Luke,
do
Leviticus
have my
21.
Bible.
Leviticus 21. I can pull it up
Okay.
on the screen.
please.
Yeah, I'll do that for you, Micah. Uh,
That's
all right.
oh, I'm looking.
Here you go, right here. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron and say, no one of your offspring throughout their generations who has a blemish may approach to offer the food of his God. Indeed, no one who has a blemish shall draw near, one who is blind or lame, or one who is mutilated or deformed, or one who has a broken foot or a broken hand, or a hunchback, or a dwarf, or a man with a defect in his eyes, or an itching disease, or scabs, or crushed testicles. No descendant of Aaron the priest who has a blemish shall come near to offer the Lord's offering by fire. Since he has a blemish, he shall not come near to offer the food of his God. He may eat the food of his God of the most holy, as well as of the holy, but he shall not come near the curtain or approach the altar because he has a blemish, that he may not profane my sanctuaries, for I am the Lord. I sanctify them. Thus Moses spoke to Aaron and to his sons and to all the Israelites. Um, Go ahead, Micah.
Okay. Are we in Zechariah?
I'm
I.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I.
What?
No, it's Leviticus.
Oh, okay.
Leviticus 21. Are you okay? Are you good?
Well, yeah. I misunderstood. So it's Leviticus 21. 1 second. Okay. I am at Leviticus 21 and
Leviticus 16. I mean Leviticus
oh,
21 started verse 16.
Levitic, Leviticus 21:16.
Yeah, Matt, are you okay? Like I want to make sure that you are good for this
Yeah.
because Micah is
Oh, yeah. No. I have my nighttime medicine because I have heart problems and I don't sleep well. But
so you might not be the best to have a conversation with Micah about this then.
well, I give me a chance. Okay.
I will, but I'm just gonna let you know that if I don't see it going in a productive way, I am gonna take you down. Okay. because what Micah is asking is a very important question.
No,
Okay.
I get that. There, yeah. So Leviticus 21, what?
Yeah, the fact that you're asking me that again, I'm gonna go ahead and take you down. Okay.
All right.
All right.
I'm
Have a good
sorry.
night. No,
No,
you
it's
did.
okay.
Yeah,
It's
it's
all
okay.
right.
All right. Have a good night, Matt. Okay.
Oh, God bless y'all.
Have a good night. I'm sorry
I'm.
about that, Mike. I'm
It's
sorry
okay.
about that.
It's okay.
Let's see.
But can I tell you something? Can I share a little bit more with you guys about how this verse
Yes.
makes me feel?
Yeah, I'll give you just 1 second. Mikey Tyler, I see you in the guest request box. Can you let me know if you are a Christian who's coming up to talk with Micah? If there is a believer of the Christian God in the comments that wants to come up and talk to Micah about Leviticus 21 verse 16, please let me know. Okay, thank you. All right, Micah, we have someone else. You can go ahead and say what you want to say, and then Mikey is here to talk with you. Mikey, I don't know if you heard the rules that I gave to Matt. Micah may interject, and she's not doing that to be rude. And then also, the only person on the stage that may interrupt the conversation is going to be me, because I'm just going to make sure that it's going in a productive way, a productive manner. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Micah.
But forgive me, I may get a little angry and passionate about this, but
Just passion.
and please don't take my feelings the wrong way. You know what I mean?
I got you.
But that verse made me feel angry because here it is. You mean to tell me that like I was born with a disability, cerebral bereavable palsy. If you haven't heard about that, it's a disability where you can't walk or use your arms, and I have spasms, and so I might hit people or hit things. I don't mean to. You know what I'm saying? That's just
Yeah.
me. You know, but here it is. I'm sorry, I don't mean to go into details about my life.
You're good. You're good. Just say what
You
you
good.
what you want to say.
I was born with I was born like this, right? And you know, but I'm sorry, but I came out. My birthday was supposed to be in October, but I was a preemie. You know, I was born prematurely with a hole in my heart, so I had to get open heart surgery. So yeah, my mother had me at you know how women have babies have supposed to carry a baby for 9 months.
Yes.
So instead of her carrying me for 9 months, she carried me for 4 months. I was born on originally it was supposed to be like a baby shower. My birthday, it was a baby shower, you know. And my my mother went into labor early, and she lost a lot of blood when she lost a lot of. I'm not supposed to say the word blood, but BL.
You can say blood. You're good.
There's nothing
Okay.
wrong with that.
Okay, she lost a lot of blood when she had me. So I was in the hospital for since let's see. My birthday is in June. My birthday is June, July, August, wait a minute. June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. I didn't come home until Halloween of October. So I couldn't, Here's my whole thing. I was wondering why, for the rest of my life, for my 26 years of living, I'll be 27 next month.
You're around my age.
You really?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Oh, cool. Well, um, yeah, I'll be 27. My birthday's June 28th. I had my mom had me at her baby shower. It was my baby shower, so
I feel you. What were you wondering though? What was your question?
but it's just like I'm sorry. Here it is. I was wondering why I couldn't walk like the rest of the kids, why I couldn't do things like the other kids, and
I understand. I have an answer for you.
I couldn't. I'm not done. I'm not
Let her
done.
finish. Yeah, let her
I'm sorry.
finish. Yeah.
But I've always wondered why couldn't I walk? Why couldn't I do stuff like the other kids? Like, here it is. I couldn't, like, here it is. Like, I'm sorry. Sorry. Here it is. Like, I couldn't walk like the other kids. And how come I couldn't walk like the other kids? And nobody couldn't seem to find the answer for that, bro. And it's just like, here it is. I'm supposed to be, like, I've always wondered why couldn't I do stuff like the other kids? And why I didn't walk or drive or get married or have kids or live on my own. you know See, I feel like God just took that away. He took that away from me, and it's just like, and that verse really set me off, because here it is, I'm deconstructing from Christianity. And here it is, once you are deconstructing, you find a whole lot of stuff. Once you're deconstructing, you know how they say God loves everybody?
Yeah.
I have a feeling that he doesn't.
Mm.
That verse, Leviticus, and how can he love people, but he don't want people with disabilities to serve his food in his temple? You mean to tell me I can't serve God food because I'm crippled? And I hate that word, crippled.
Hey, now,
And it's just like, I can't. Here it is. It's just like, I couldn't. You know how when you turn 16, you're supposed to get your driver's license?
Yeah.
I can't do that because I can't use my legs and stuff, and I would be considered.
yeah.
I hate using that term, crippled, but it's just like, I can't drive, I can't get married. Ugh, who will ever, like, love me? Like, who would ever, like, it bothers me because God took that away from me. And my brother, and my brother,
Oh,
I'm sorry. He was born with he was born vigilant. He was born he could see. He could actually see at one
hey,
point.
what are you doing?
But
Oh my
up
goodness.
until he had like a
Yeah.
huge seizure. And my dad, he was doing CPR. He couldn't one day he was taking my brother, he was taking a nap, and then he he wasn't waking up. And then after he had that seizure, he kept on
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
sorry, he kept on he gave him CPR on. He was on the phone with 911, and he was giving him CPR until the ambulance came, and they just took it from there. And while he was giving him CPR, he was they the ambulance had finally came, and they just took it from there. And my parents, they had to go to the hospital, and my mother, she said, why isn't my son's eyes were clicking together? And he said, and the doctors told her, due to the big seizure that he had, it took his eyesight.
Wow.
It took his eyesight.
Mike, we're gonna let Mikey respond to you right quick, and so just so
I'm
that
sorry.
no, you don't have to apologize. I just want to make sure that he does get an opportunity to respond. I do see people in the comments asking questions. So the person that you hear in the background is Micah's younger brother. Okay.
Yeah.
So Mikey, just to clarify, she's asking about Leviticus chapter 21, verse 16 through 23, and then everything else she said, right? All what her feelings.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like pop my gums a little bit.
No,
I'm
you did it. You did it. You don't have to apologize. Trust
angry
me.
and frustrated. And here's my thing. Like, God, he took everything from me. Like, I'm supposed to be driving a car, living on my own, and finding a boyfriend, having a life, and getting married and having children. And it's like I know what some believers gonna be like. So Micah, you're able to like talk. He gave you a voice. No, not really. Not, I really don't think so. I'm sorry.
And
I'm sorry. But it's just like my mother even I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She even wonders sometimes about she loves me, don't get me wrong. She loves me the way that I am. But there's some days where she wonders about what my life could have been, what both of me and my brother's lives could have been. And now they have to like take care of me. I live with my parents and my sibling. We live with our parents and our siblings that loves us to pieces. They love us down, and they would do any and everything for us. So, but it's just like they have to spend the rest of their lives taking care of me, all because of what you. I'm not gonna call him God, but your God did. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, you good. I was just wondering if I could elaborate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mikey, can you do me a favor? Can you go on mute for a second? Okay, go ahead, Mikey.
Okay. So, basically, I do read the Bible a lot and stuff like that. I feel as the reason why God does that to certain people, and I know it might not seem very pleasant, but I feel it's more of like Him preserving you so you don't fall into worldly temptations like the other people, that you probably envy after, or, you probably want a life
Hold
like.
on. Hold on. Please don't answer something like that you cannot answer. Right? You don't have an answer for that. Like you saying that this is so that you don't sin, that's not helping. That's worse. Okay? That is worse. And what on top of that is you cannot prove that. So that's not the type of answer that she's looking for. Okay? She's asking you to explain Leviticus 16. Leviticus
Okay.
21. Yeah, you can't answer stuff like that.
All right, my bad. I got you. I could explain Leviticus though. Blemish is not necessarily referring to like people with disabilities or certain imperfections. That's
Let me read.
actually
I'm gonna
going.
read it. I'm gonna read it. Okay, because it. I'm gonna read it.
Go ahead.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron and say, no one of your offspring throughout your generations who has a blemish may approach to offer the food of his God. Indeed, no one who has a blemish shall draw near, one who is blind, or lame, or one who is mutilated, or deformed, or one who has a broken foot, or a broken hand, or a hunchback, or a dwarf, or a man with a defect in his eyes, or an itching disease, or scabs, or crushed testicles. No descendant of Aaron, the priest who has a blemish, shall come near to offer the Lord's offering by fire. Since he has a blemish, he shall not come near to offer the food of his God. He may eat the food of his God of the most holy, as well as of the holy, but he shall not come near the curtain or approach the altar, because he has a blemish, that he may not profane my sanctuaries, for I am the Lord. I sanctify them. Thus Moses spoke to Aaron and to his sons and all the Israelites. So before you say blemish does not mean a deformity, it lists the deformities.
I feel you.
Okay?
I understand.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Did it also say the priest? That it was talking about the priest?
It's a priest human.
Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't matter. They were humans with defects that your God said could not. And that's what has her upset, because she has
Oh,
cerebral
I
palsy.
understand. I
Okay.
get it. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to say after that.
No, you was. I'm sorry. You don't know how to. You don't know.
Well, but yeah, I honestly don't know what to say after that. After that scripture, I don't know what to say. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, I think you're the first honest Christian to ever say that to me.
Yeah. I don't know why God would do that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know what to say. I'm kind of baffled right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Of course.
But I hope all is well with you. I hope you have good mental health and health overall.
Is that the first time you ever heard that verse?
Um, I believe I've heard it before, but I haven't I've actually read. Wait, where's this at?
Leviticus 21:16.
Oh yeah, see, I actually read the entire Leviticus, but that specific part when it was getting like into detail, I did not. I don't recall reading that. What version is that?
It doesn't
It,
matter. King James, you can pick one. It's gonna say so.
Uh,
yeah,
I
but
was just wondering.
this is the NRSVUE. But it says the same thing in the King James. King James, like the only, not the only. Let me not say only, because that's not true. Um, King James, in my opinion, and most scholars' opinion, is one of the worst translations of the Hebrew scriptures. The NRSVUE is one of the closest word to word translations of the Hebrew scriptures, but it literally, one of the biggest differences is that it speaks in Middle English, right? Um, so that when y'all go from like the King James to the NRSVUE, there are some slight variations in the message and what the text is saying, but not that much. The biggest difference is the dialect, but it still says the same thing here, right? It says, for whatsoever man he be that hath a blemish, he shall not approach a blind man or lame, or he that hath a flat nose, or anything this is the fucking word I hate. Fuck this word. Fuck it.
Superfluous.
Superfluous. Superfluous. Fuck
Superfluous.
this stupid ass word. I hate this goddamn word. Superfluous. Or a man that is broken footed or broken handed, or a crookback, or a
It's
dwarf.
crazy.
Oh my
Or crippled.
God. I hate the King James.
Damn.
Or that hath a blemish in his eye, or be scurvy, or scabbed, or hath his stones broken. They called the gall stones. The stones is referring to the man's balls. Have his stones
Man.
broken. Yeah. But like I don't know why y'all stuck on this. Like honestly, do yourself a favor, please. Do all of us a favor and just start reading the NRSVUE. Please. Don't make us speak King James when we don't have to. Okay? Cuz they say the same thing.
Well, yeah, that's
So
yeah,
you don't
honestly,
know why your God robbed me and my brother of a life?
honestly, I have no idea.
Okay, so you
What do you say to Jesus healing these types of things in the New Testament?
Mm.
And Micah saying today, why couldn't Jesus heal me and my brother? Why isn't Jesus healing these things today if he did it in the book?
why isn't he healing not just me and my brother? Why isn't he healing anybody with a disability?
You have no idea. Um, I would guess that it would probably just all be about faith.
Faith. What does faith have to do with faith? Cannot make up for the 26, almost 27 years, 25 years, 26 years for me and my brother and everybody. That's not good enough.
Somebody help me.
And I'm so
But what do you mean it helped you, Mikey?
No,
What do
no,
you
I'm
mean?
saying somebody help me. Like I need help.
What, don't you have Jesus for that?
but
Yeah. No, I'm talking about with this specific topic.
Yeah,
don't
that's
don't
ain't
God
that what the
speak to
Holy
you?
Spirit for?
Won't God speak to you? Since since
Yeah.
since you since since, since
I
you
mean,
put
honestly, I have an
no wait,
answer,
wait a minute.
but I
Since you say that God loves everyone, since you saying God loves me, then why can't he speak to you and you come up with an answer for him?
well, my answer that I originally had didn't seem to be a very good one.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't a because it wasn't good. But that's not why I asked you not to say it. You're speaking for a God, right? You're saying because God doesn't want you to sin, that's why He created you with disabilities.
You
And
better.
the crazy thing about it is that your God called disability sin.
Go ahead.
So for you to say you were created with disabilities so God could protect you from sinning, when disabilities was literally considered a sin, your like your Jesus in the New Testament is healing people with disabilities by
Right.
saying be forgiven of your sins. He literally in Mark chapter 2 heals a man with cerebral palsy
Hmm.
and says, take up your bed and walk, your sins be forgiven you.
And not only that, he healed a blind, a visually impaired man. So you mean to tell me I've sinned? What sins did I do?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that having a disability is sin. The sin was,
But your God said that. Your God said it.
well, the sin was a person having a disability and bringing the offering. That was sin. But having the disability itself is not a sin. Sin is transgression of the law.
Let's go to Mark chapter 2, and I want you to tell me, when did this person in Mark chapter 2 bring the offering into the holy of holies?
You do realize sin
Go
doesn't
ahead.
exist, right? You do realize that, right?
You said it doesn't what?
Exist. It does not exist.
I would say it does.
Okay. I'm sorry if I'm snapping. I'm sorry. I'm just angry.
Nah, you
Sorry.
good.
Let me read this right quick. So this is Mark chapter 2. When he returned to Capernaum after some days, it was reported that he was at home. So many gathered around that there was no longer room for them, not even the front door. And he was speaking the word to them. Then some people came bringing to him a paralyzed man carried by four of them. And when they could not bring him to Jesus because of the crowd, they removed the roof above him, and after having dug through it, they let down the mat on which the paralytic lay. When Jesus saw their faith, he said to the paralytic, "Child, your sins are forgiven." Now some of the scribes were sitting there questioning in their hearts, "Why does this fellow speak in this way? It is blasphemy. Who can forgive sins but God alone?" At once Jesus perceived in his spirit that they were discussing these questions among themselves, and he said to them, "Why do you raise such questions in your hearts? Which is easier, to say to the paralytic, 'Your sins are forgiven,' or to say, 'Stand up and take your mat and walk'? But so that you may know that the Son of Man has authority to forgive sins," he said to the paralytic, "I say to you, stand up, take your mat, and go to your home." And he stood up and immediately took the mat and went out before all of them, so that they were all amazed and glorified God, saying, "We have never seen anything like this." I think one thing in here is that the faith that Jesus saw was the man's friend's faith, not the man's faith. So in this, when Jesus is healing this paralytic man, it's not because the man had faith that Jesus could do it. His friends had faith that Jesus could do it. And Jesus is calling it, Jesus is saying, "Your sins be forgiven you. Now you should be able to get up and walk. Now you should be healed." Because in ancient Israel, when someone had a deformity, it was believed that either they sinned or their parents sinned.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Right. So Jesus is calling this sin. Where did this child or this man take the food into the holies of holies? You said it's not the disability that is the sin, but them
This,
taking the food into the holy of holies.
right. Well, basically, what I was getting into, even still in that situation, it's not the disability is not a sin because sin is transgression of the law.
No,
But
they're saying it's a punishment for sin.
right, that's what I was gonna say, and I was gonna say that from the jump, but I didn't think it was appropriate.
Well, that's what she's asking you.
Yeah, I know, but
What sin did she do for her to be punished? That's what she's asking you.
well, honestly, you just said it. It's not necessarily
And what
something
sins
that,
did my parents do?
yeah.
Since we want to, because my parents didn't do anything.
Well,
They never.
sin is the breaking of God's laws, so that could just go into
What
various
law
things.
did my parents break? What laws did they break?
It could be eating
Hold on, let
unclean
me let me
food.
let me let me add on to Micah's question. What law did Micah's parents break that your parents did not? Like, your parents obviously was sin free, since you were not born with cerebral palsy.
Right. Well, that doesn't necessarily.
Exactly. So you see how that doesn't make sense? You would literally have to be asserting that your parents were born, where your parents were perfect and blameless in the law, and hers were not.
Well, that doesn't always mean because
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, sir.
go
My
ahead.
parents, they were like you, religious. My father's Christian, and my mother's Christian. But my mother's father, grandfather, which is my grandfather, he God rest his. I can't even say. He's gone. He was Catholic, so He followed every commandments. He went to church. He went to mass. He did not eat meat. Every single time when me and my siblings go over to um my grandmother's house, they would, you know how we get hot dogs, right?
Right.
Right?
Hmm.
They have pork and non-pork. They would always get non-pork, so they could not eat meat. They did not eat meat. They did not
Right.
eat pork. I'm sorry. Yeah, my mother. She clarified that for me. So if you hear a woman in the background, that's my mother. Sorry.
Hmm.
So my grandfather followed every rules in the book. So what sin did they break?
Well,
Let me
I,
say something right quick, Mo. Like I don't know if you just got here, right? And y'all claim that y'all have a spirit of discernment, but that motherfucker is broke. Your spirit of discernment ain't working, sis. Plug that bitch in. Plug it in. We've already explained that Micah might interrupt, right? It Micah has already explained that that is a part of her who she is, okay? God damn. Go ahead, Mikey.
yeah. About what you're saying I was just gonna say, I don't know why God pick and choose, but it could, because I have imperfections as well. You know,
And what is that exactly?
my teeth are fucked up, but
So
I'm grateful to have the teeth that
let
I
me
have.
get this straight. You're compacturing your teeth to my disability. You can get your teeth fixed, so I can't. I can't get my body fixed.
Yeah, my eyes aren't the straightest.
What did you? There's glasses for that, bro. There's stuff that you can do just to fix it. I can't fix my. Me and my brother, we can't fix our disabilities.
Well, yeah. Great. Fine.
Uh, um,
Anybody that's out there that has a disability can't fix their disabilities.
yeah, I feel you.
So the fact is that you're
Well, I'm not
comparing
necessarily.
teeth.
No, I'm not necessarily comparing.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
no, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
basically
You
what.
just did.
No, no. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm just trying to let you know that I don't have perfections as well. Like I have imperfections as well. Not to compare mine to yours,
Oh,
because obviously it's nowhere near like yours. But I was just, basically trying to explain that I have imperfections as well. That I wish the
yeah,
Lord would have
yeah,
made
but
better.
you can fix that. I we can't. Me and my brother, we can't do that. Anybody that's out there that has a disability cannot fix it.
All I do is I study the law of God and I try and keep it to
Oh
the
my
best of my ability.
fucking this. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
okay,
sorry.
Micah. I don't think he has um any anything of value to add to it. Like and you are able to ask your questions. I think there are other believers who do want to talk to you. So we're gonna bring up somebody else, okay? No, you
Okay.
stay right there, Micah. Mikey, thank you so much, okay?
But I don't have a
Yeah,
dragon. I'm sorry.
No, Micah, no, you I'm giving you permission to stay right there, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't mean to take up any of your
Oh
time.
my
Micah,
goodness.
this is an important conversation. You're good, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, Mikey, thank you so much for coming up, okay?
yeah.
All right.
And this is, and I'm sorry if I'm taking my anger and my frustrations out on you. I don't mean to, but it's just I'm
Yeah,
just
I understand where you're coming from.
All right. Have a good night, Mikey.
All right.
If you are a believer that is in the request box and you're coming up to talk with Micah, can you please comment? I think this person right here did comment.
Yeah, I
Uh,
played.
Blue Key.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Hey, Micah. I was listening, and like, I know it's overwhelming what you're going through. I can't really give you a whole understanding of what you feel to because I'm not in your shoes. But I'm ready to talk. I'm ready. But I want to come and say like I love you, and if you ever want to talk, you can just follow me, and we can talk or whatever. Right?
Micah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. So you in you're Leviticus, right?
Yes.
What chapter are you in?
Goodness.
Leviticus 21, start at verse 16 through 23.
So okay. So the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron, saying, no one of your offspring." Okay, so basically, in that verse, if you go back to chapter 10 of Leviticus, supposedly Aaron's sons brought a wrong offering to wrong offering to God, and Moses went to Aaron and told him that, hey, please do not do certain things because if you continue to do these things, right, you continue to offend God. And also, I'm reading from the complete Jewish Bible, so you can go to Leviticus 10, so it can give you like a little more of an understanding. But the thing is, like, they didn't do that, and that's the reason it said the offsprings of Aaron. So it's not speaking of everybody that has a disability.
Wait, it okay. So what verse in Leviticus 10 are you reading?
Here's the first one. Start at first, verse 1.
Verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's
That's
see.
Leviticus 9. Yeah, right here.
Okay.
Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right. All
Go
right.
down. If you see it's the sons of Noah, so they offended God.
Oh,
And
I thought you wanted to read it in Hebrew.
oh, you can go ahead.
No, I thought you said that you're reading it in Hebrew.
Now I'm reading the complete Jewish Bible. That's where I go and get my stuff from.
Oh, okay. And the difference is,
I don't know if there's really a difference. I just prefer the Jewish because it gives you because it gives you more of like the proper names of God and in their
what proper name does it give?
because like for example if you
It,
go it'll
well,
call
it just it uses this. It uses the tetragrammaton in the Jewish. It just says Adonai.
the one Adonai. It's like
Yeah.
Adonai because like and if you read the King James they'll say God, but here
This just says my Lord, right? Adonai. Like this doesn't mean Adonai. Like they they pronounce it Adonai because they don't want to say the name.
I know. Yeah, so they use
Yeah.
basically Adonai means like the creator, because like if you
My Lord. That's how that means.
okay, that's
Yeah,
it.
but we're trying to get to the verses about the not going into the Holy of Holies.
Yeah, I know.
Where in Leviticus 10 is that? Where
You
they
got to
where
start. Go to the top.
uh-huh
Okay, you got to read from there. Go down. Right here. It said, "Now Aaron's sons know heaven. Each took his fire pan, put fire in it, and lit incense in it, and they offered before Adonai. Alien fire. Alien fire means is unknown, which had not been enjoyed upon them." Continue. Right. And the fire came forth from Adonai and consumed them. Thus they die at the instant. Yeah. God, but what is this? Continue. And the Moses said to Aaron, "This is what Adonai meant by saying, to those near to me, I show myself holy and gain glory before all the people." And Aaron was silent. And Moses called Mashal and Man, as a fun sons of user uncle. Wait, why am I reading this? Go ahead.
I'm wondering the same thing. Like, why are we reading this?
Yeah, no, because like, okay, so the thing is like, for well, ours is a bit different because like the
Wait,
complete.
what's happening?
I don't know, Michael. I'm trying to find out too. What does this have to do
So
with
basically,
this?
what I'm
Because
trying,
like, hold on, because y'all keep coming up here saying this doesn't have to do with disabilities when he lists the disabilities:
I
blind,
know you know.
lame, mutilated or deformed,
So,
broken foot,
mhm.
broken hand,
Well,
hunchback, dwarf, defect in his eyes, crushed scab. I'm just gonna say stones for now on, or
Okay.
crushed stones. Like literally, it lists defects of the body.
I know,
Like, why are you saying it doesn't have anything
but
to do
that's the
with that?
thing though. If you read right here, is like it said, no one of your offsprings through their
Right,
generation.
humans.
No, 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 not humans. Speaks of
Oh,
it
I'm sorry. What is
speaks to
offsprings?
Aaron.
Like little drops of water that like jumps off of a spring.
No,
Like, what is
man.
offspring if they're not humans?
They are humans, but a specific kind of humans. Like for example, my offspring will be my son, right?
I'm sorry. Are there any different types of humans?
No, it speaks about the offspring of Aaron because it says like,
Exactly.
yeah,
Listen, exactly. They are humans with defects that your God said cannot come into the Holy of Holies to bring him his food.
I
That's
understand.
what has Micah pissed.
No, okay, Micah, I understand. Okay, you guys are going to humans, right? But God's being specific to a certain part of
It,
humans.
I, and the certain part of humans
Certain
are
humans.
humans with defects of the
No.
Levitical priesthood.
Okay.
It does not matter that they are Levitical priests. They are humans who have defects that your God said can't bring me my food because they have defects.
Yeah, the reason why it is speaking about Aaron and his descendant. The reason why he said, "Do not bring me food from any," because of what Aaron's sons done in the past.
It's not because of what Aaron's sons done,
Yes,
because Aaron's sons were the priest. It the ones
yes, and
who
they
had
brought
defects
him. They brought
could
him.
not come.
Exactly. No, they brought him something that's unclean. So he said to the offsprings of Aaron, if you have such and such and such and such based on your sins, based on your past sins or your family sin, basically the sins of Aaron, right? Those who have defect cannot bring him nothing. Cause it said it's like cause like God does it's not saying like everybody with a disability. He's saying speak to Aaron and say basically I'm speaking if for example if I come to you and say, hey, your offsprings cannot bring me no food. So I'm basically only speaking to you and your offspring, only you and your DNA. No other people, and I do understand like Micah saying like, oh, because of that verse, right? But that verse is only speaking to a specific part of human, which is Aaron's DNA, Aaron's family,
Who were
Aaron's
the high
bloodline.
priests? Other Levites, who were the high priests?
We're not talking about high priest right now. We're speaking about Aaron.
They were the ones who went into the Holy of Holies. God
I
damn it!
understand
Like,
that, but as
okay,
you,
stop, stop,
yes,
stop,
ma'am, yes, ma'am,
stop.
yes, ma'am,
Who could go into the Holy of Holies?
yes, priest,
What kind of priest?
holy priest, the
The
holy,
high priest. The high priest.
yep.
Okay. Who were the high priests?
The sons of Aaron are
The
also
sons.
Aaron.
Okay, stop. The sons of Aaron in the
Mm-hmm.
beginning
Mm-hmm.
were the high priest.
Facts.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The high priest could
Mm-hmm.
go into the Holy of Holies.
So,
Okay.
mm-hmm.
Now, does it matter for any other Levite who's not a high priest, who's not a son of Aaron, for your God to be saying any of this to them?
It's not sent to any
Hold
other.
on. Does it matter? Would it matter
Mm-hmm.
for your God to be
Mm-hmm.
saying any of this
Mm-hmm.
to the other Levitical priests if they are not the ones going into the Holy of Holies?
So, repeat your question.
Would it matter
Mm-hmm.
for your God to
Mm-hmm.
say these things
Mm-hmm.
to any of the Levitical priests who are not the sons of Aaron, who are not qualified to be high priests and not qualified to go into the Holy of Holies?
It wouldn't matter to any other that's not holy high priest.
I'm just gonna make this easy because, like,
Yeah.
I swear, like, the critical thinking is. I try to
No,
like walk y'all there.
no, like
The
English is
reason,
my
hold on,
second
stop,
language.
stop,
So,
stop, stop.
all right.
The reason your God is giving this criteria,
Yeah.
right, is because the sons of Aaron were the ones who
Yes.
were going into the Holy of Holies, because it was the sons of Aaron who were high priests
True.
in the
Yes.
beginning.
Yes.
So he was setting the criteria out of the sons of Aaron for who were allowed to go into the Holy of Holies. And out of the sons of Aaron, anyone with a defect was not allowed to go into the Holy of Holies and take your God their food.
Yeah. Out of people from the Aaron's bloodline. Yes.
That does not negate the fact that your God disqualified humans
He did
of
not
the sons of
disqualify him.
Aaron based on
Yes, be
their
realistic.
deformities.
Come on, be realistic. It's written right there.
Oh my, how can y'all be this fucking dumb?
It's
No,
not dumb. It says speak to Aaron. And it didn't say speak to
okay.
the Israelite. It didn't say speak to the Levite. It said speak to Aaron.
Okay, let hold on. Let's run with that. Let's run with what you just said.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay? So starting at 16,
All right.
he
Go
says
ahead.
spake to Moses saying, speak unto Aaron, just like you said, right? Then it says, whoever be of thy seed in the generations that hath any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his God, right?
Yeah.
Now, what does verse 18 say? Verse 18 says, for whatsoever man.
It doesn't say forever, man.
Oh, it don't.
It said indeed no one has blemish.
No, it says verse 18. Verse 18 says,
Indeed.
for whatsoever man he be.
I'm reading
That has
You're
a
reading the
blemish.
King James and we're reading the NRSV, Nelly.
Right.
Hold on, let me go to the King James. It'll be a lot better because I have a thing here. Give me a second, brother.
Damn. First, I thought the Jewish Bible was better. Now you're saying the King James is a
No,
lot better.
like since it's written from the King James, I'm trying to go to where he is. Trying to be level in the same playing field.
Well, let me see what it says in the other one. I got other Bibles here. I'm gonna whip to those too. But it changes.
What Bible do you have? Yes, because like I said, I like to read the
King James. I'm gonna see what the NIV may say.
Oh, okay. You can go NIV.
Let's see what the NIV says.
And this is chapter what? If you don't mind me asking.
It's 20.
20.
And we're looking at 18 this time.
Got you. Give me a second.
And 18 says here, it
said 21 or 20.
It says
if a man has sexual relationship with a woman during the monthly period. You sure it's 20?
no, it's
verse
21.
21, chapter 21.
21.
Wait, what's happening?
we're 20.
He's reading chapter 21 Leviticus. We're trying to bring him up to speed, Micah, and then we'll bring you in.
Okay. I'll just go back on mute.
18 says, let's see, 17, 18. No man, that's what it says here. It says, no man who has any defect may come. Now, he's not just talking about Aaron now. He's talking about no man.
But that's the thing, though. Is okay. So one thing I've known from the Bible, right? Whenever, for example, whenever I speak of Aaron's descendant, right? Within his descendant, they're all women and men. And at the time, only men, right, will be able to go into the tent to give food to the Lord.
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about, though.
I know what you're talking about, and I'm getting to that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if right here, he's still speaking about Aaron's descendant.
It's not. No, it's not.
Okay.
It's a difference.
All right. Okay, because like
Now, if
okay,
he said, okay, no, wait a minute. Let's just use
It's
common
not
sense.
because in Hebrew it says ki kal ish, and that means nobody,
okay,
anybody. Kal means everybody.
all
It
right,
Exactly.
says ki kal ish. That's everybody.
all right, cool.
Exactly.
We'll go from there. Okay, I give you guys that. Cool.
You can't give it to us. That's what it is.
But okay, I read the Bible, so but you know we can agree to disagree because
Okay, so let me say it this way. Let's just take the Bible biblical out of it.
okay,
Let's say I'm talking to you and I say, hey man, none of your kids
mm-hmm,
can come to my picnic.
all right,
I don't want your kids at my picnic. Matter of fact, I don't want no kids at my picnic. What did I just say? Did that include every child or just yours?
and now you're saying no, like that means no kids, yeah,
Okay, so if you go back to the verse and he goes back to say, no man, what does that mean? Does that mean Aaron's men or does that mean no man?
I will give you to it. Like I said, we can
You
agree.
can't give it to me. It's what it says, man. I just need you to stop being disingenuous and say, hey, man, that's what it say.
I'm not being disunity from what I'm reading, right? It goes to generation of Aaron, right?
Okay.
I'm just going by what I read.
It makes your God look bad and you don't want to see that. I understand.
I
I
know.
understand.
I mean, that I'm not going to disagree. There's some things that God has done that I'm not proud of, like but I don't know his reasons to why he did those things, and like I'm not gonna come and saying it's like my God, everything he's done for my eyes is perfect, because I don't understand these things that he does. Or
One thing about this verse, this chapter 21 in Leviticus, it plainly breaks everything down to a 6-year-old understanding. Just breaks it down.
okay,
So there's no mistake when he goes talking about Aaron,
uh-huh.
and when he gets to 18, he lets you know for whatsoever man,
Okay, give me a
any
second.
man
All right.
with a blemish
So who is
can't do it.
Y'all, let's not forget that this conversation is about Micah. So we
Right.
need to get you up to speed, Blue, so that you can talk to Micah.
There
Okay.
you go. So now,
That's not Yiddish, black man. This is biblical Hebrew. Like y'all just be saying shit. Yiddish and biblical Hebrew are not the same.
You said what?
I'm not talking to you.
wow.
You said no descent of
So
Aaron.
can you answer Micah's question?
Yeah, what's your question, Michael? What's up?
So in the Leviticus, that said that
Yeah.
I people with disabilities can't allow to serve food, are not allowed to serve him his food at his temple.
Mm-hmm.
So you mean to tell me I can't serve God's food in his temple because I have a disability?
No.
And Jesus healed a visually impaired man with using dirt and his spit. So God made so if God fucked up people with disabilities, and if his son could fix people with disabilities,
Mm-hmm.
then why hasn't he cured me or my brother or anybody with his or anybody that has a disability? And keep in mind too, God didn't I don't think that God cured the visually impaired man, but and I think that it was not just him that had a disability at that time.
Yeah.
So why can't he cure me, not just me and my brother, but anybody out there that has a disability? Why can't he do it?
What's your disability, if you don't mind me asking?
cerebral palsy. I'm in a wheelchair. I can't walk.
Okay.
I would be considered. I hate using this term, but crippled. I would be crippled.
Okay.
And my brother has a disability. He's blind, but I like to say visually impaired.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, yeah. First of all, I want to say I'm sorry for what you went through. Right? But if you're using scientifically term, isn't disability part of genes? Isn't that something in your descendants' genes?
Wait a minute. What are you talking
What did
about?
he just say?
He
No,
said it was
isn't
something
no.
about in my genes or something.
Yeah, isn't like defect from genes. For example, I'm gonna use my stepmother. I have a sister named Faith. Faith is my third sibling from my father. But the other two died because they were born prematurely, and um, yeah,
So so let's go with your narrative. So you're saying if it's in my gene, you're saying if it's in my parents' genes,
hmm
you know, genetically skips a generation, right?
yeah, it does.
So I have two brothers and two sisters.
Okay,
So there's five of us.
all right,
So only me and my brother have a disability.
all
The
right,
other three of our siblings don't have a disability.
gotcha.
So I'm not following you. So you're saying that it's in my genes?
Yeah,
That's just like, oh my, I don't believe that.
no, it is because I'm not trying to like saying you deserve what happened to you. I'm not saying that at all. For example, like my sister had asthma and I don't, and the thing that she go through when it comes to the winter, it's really ache to my heart. So I don't fully understand like your feelings, what you're experiencing, but I can understand just a bit. So if you and I know you're gonna ask like why God, but the thing is like I have a question to ask you.
Yes, go ahead.
Would you prefer escape you and got to your brother?
No, why would I want that? Why would I want my brother to suffer? Why would I want like no? I wouldn't want any. I wouldn't want nothing like this to happen to my. I would not wish this on my worst enemy.
I understand. Like I'm not gonna sit here. I know everything that's going on inside people's genetics, right? And I'm not gonna say why God brought stuff into people's genetics, right?
Yeah, but my parents' genetics are fine. There's nothing wrong with in their genes. Like, what
And
do you?
you can never know that because you really have to go down your bloodline, and also
No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry, but there's nothing wrong with my genes. There's nothing wrong. What? What?
uh, no, earlier I heard that like you said you were born prematurely and you had a hole in your heart, right?
Yes.
So I did a little research on that. That's the reason why I'm coming to you with that, because it says like supposedly it comes from genetic, environmental, and one more thing, health issue. So
Nobody. Well, I wouldn't. Oh, well,
If you get uncomfortable, Micah, let me know. Okay.
I'm
yeah,
fine.
please, if
Just
you do get uncomfortable, please. All right, yeah, just say no because like the reason why, because I'm not a person that likes to go into entertain with ignorance. So like to have it's basically called congenital heart defect. right? And like there's there's several factors to contribute to that defect, which include
Yeah,
genetics.
I had to get open heart surgery.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm reading. So it basically said genetics, environmental factors, and mental health conditions. So,
No.
hmm?
You know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I,
I
I
don't.
I understand.
It kind of like at the same time negates your God because you're saying, oh, it's science, it's biological, but at the same time you want to say you want her to believe that your God created her, right? And then you want her to give credit to your God for waking her up every morning, but you want to blame environmental causes for you know the same thing you want her to praise your God for.
No, like you can't blame God for environmental factors because
No. You want her to give your God credit for creating her, but you want to blame environmental factors on her disability.
okay.
But it's almost kind of like you're saying,
Hmm.
don't blame God, blame science. That's what you're saying.
No, I would say I'm not saying don't blame God if it's talking about environmental environment.
That's what you're saying.
I know he
Environmental means science,
no
correct?
no environmental means like the area that you're in, the environment. For example, like can you blame God for human creating
Which
factories?
would be science.
Can
What?
I blame what?
Okay. Can you blame human can you blame God for allowing human to create factories?
Blue King,
I'm
did your
sorry.
God create her? Did your God create her?
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
like
Huh?
Of course, he knew her in her mother's womb before she was.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Fuck the environmental factors. If he knew her in her mother's womb, he
Mhm.
knew of the environmental factors. He
Mhm.
knew that humans created factories, yet he still did it and didn't fix it. He did not course correct. Like you
That,
can't ask her to give credit to a
that's
God for creating her and then not expect anything from that God in that creation.
so
That's a fucking cop out.
why would you want him to jump into free will? Because like every reaction like well I think if you, oh well let me start using science. Right, every effect like we all know that every choice that you make comes with has a consequence, a good one and a bad one. Correct? We all know that, right?
You just free will creation. Did you just say everybody has free will? And when we are
That is free
talking
will.
about the moment that your God knew her in her mother's womb,
Facts,
like,
but
are you saying that she chose this?
I did not say she chose this.
Okay, so what the fuck are you talking about, Blue King?
I'm talking about okay. Yo. For example, I'm gonna use the analogy of
okay. Can you explain how did God knew me in my mother's womb?
well, it says that. It says you know you before your mother.
I can disagree with that because here's my thing,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So you're saying that God, I'm sorry, I gotta pause for a moment.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. Yeah.
I don't see the blue line in my box, but anyway, but I'm gonna just keep going.
Go ahead.
So you're telling me that since if God knew me in my since I was in my mother's
Hmm.
Hey, yo.
womb, right?
Yeah.
Then why couldn't he, with the snap of his finger, reverse
Oh my god.
this?
So,
Why
Honestly,
couldn't?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't? Okay.
Like I don't like for example, like me coming into this world without the things that you went through. I don't know why you look up. Like I came to the world like where it was a choice between my mother and me. I don't know why you paused to that. Like, luckily, we both survived. But I didn't ask to be in that put in that situation.
I didn't ask for this neither.
I know.
Neither did my brother. Neither did anybody.
I do understand that. And I can come here and tell you I don't know why you were born this way. I can honestly say that. The only person that can answer that question is him. It's him alone.
Well,
So why did you even attempt to answer it?
yeah. Why did you even attempt to answer that?
You asked me a question, and I didn't reply.
No, 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 no.
But like you attempted to answer it, and now you're saying only he knows.
What do you mean I attempted to answer it?
You attempted to answer why she was born with the disability.
And I said I didn't know what she
No,
did.
you didn't. No, you
Okay,
didn't.
so what did
You
I say?
said it was biological. It was in her genes. It was environmental.
No, okay.
You did. You
No,
attempted
yeah, I
to
did that,
answer
but
it.
she asked me if God knew her in the womb, why did he flip a switch? And I said, I don't know. I'm just going by the her disability. I was speaking scientifically.
You said
Right.
you did you not say you can't blame God for that?
Facts.
If you say that you can't blame God, you can't say, "Oh, I don't know why he didn't do something." Like if you want her to give your God credit for creating her, right? Then you should be able to hold your God accountable and be able to ask those types of questions.
Why should I hold him
You just tried
accountable?
to gaslight
Because
me.
you
No,
want
I'm
her
not
to
gaslighting
give
you.
your God credit for
No,
creating her.
I don't. I
Like
didn't.
you literally say that your God created something that he shouldn't be held accountable for creating.
But that's not. How's that gave me credit for creating her?
Okay,
Uh,
I
When
got
I asked you if this God created her, you said yes. That's giving credit for him creating her. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. But like, if I say,
Obviously
okay,
not.
hey, you okay? So I see your point. You say like giving credit for creating her. All right, go ahead.
I give you a better question. Let's just go here with the question.
All right, I'm listening.
Why would God create her to where she cannot fully serve him?
Okay, so what do you mean by fully serve him?
Because
Because how do we fully
we hold on, because we got to go back to 21, 16 through 23.
Okay, so all right, so you can go there, but also you can go to Matthew, John, and Luke, and even Acts, and it could tell you another way to serve God. It doesn't mean you have, because
He's
like
talking about Leviticus.
I know at the time of
Stay
Leviticus.
there.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the time of Leviticus. At the time of Leviticus, right? How do we bring offering to God for our sins? We had to bring something to the altar. We had to
Okay. All
kill.
right.
We had to kill a lamb and take the fat of the lamb. All right, the cleanest lamb,
The
the pure.
question is, why would he create humans who couldn't fully serve him in the first place?
What do you mean? But that's the thing, though. You don't need those.
If he's saying that these type of people are disqualified from serving me my food, why would he create people that he would later have to disqualify from serving him the food? Like, why do I have to talk to y'all like y'all are five?
But no, you're talking to her like five because you wanted to stay in the Old Testament where we don't do those
That's
things.
what he's asking you about. That's
In that,
Micah's question. Micah read Leviticus 21 and it pissed her off.
I do understand that.
We are talking about Leviticus. That's what you came up here to talk about. That was the topic before you brought your blue king ass on stage.
Please be
That's the
respectful.
topic. Leviticus 21.
All right, Leviticus. So if you want to, so basically you're saying just stay in the Old Testament, do not worry about the New Testament.
Answer the freaking question that was asked of you
Well,
regarding
I
Leviticus.
feel you, but the
And
thing,
answer the question. If you're not, then you need to hop down because we're not about to make this about you. Okay?
you're not
Answer
making
the
it about
question.
me.
Answer the question
Okay,
that was asked of you about Leviticus.
I'm gonna talk to Micah. All right.
Answer the question that was asked about Leviticus.
So what's the
Why would
question?
your God create humans
Mm-hmm.
who were not qualified to serve him anyway?
Because of their sins.
So you saying she sinned?
I did not say she sinned. I said there's
You know,
people.
you're not the last. The last dude that came up here said the exact same thing.
Okay, I did not say Micah sinned. Please do not put words in my mouth. I said the people of Aaron at the time sinned.
What does that have to do with me and my my brother? What does that have to do with this verse? What does that have to do with
So,
anything?
so basically, you want to know why you can't. you can serve God? Is that the main question you're asking? Based on Leviticus?
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah,
You
no, because
off
I'm
some rails with it.
yeah,
Let me
no,
say it this way.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
say it this way. I'm gonna make it a lot easier for you.
thank you.
Okay, the offspring of Aaron,
Yes,
were they before or after Adam?
it will be after Adam.
Okay, so after Adam and Eve so-called sin in the garden, Christians believe that we are born in sin, right?
Yeah, based on that, yes.
Okay, so if we all born in sin, then how can some of us serve God fully and some of us can't?
It's not it's basically what they've done. Like you can't just look okay, like I get everybody's questions, right? And I get you say it's sin. The thing is like if like you go by what they done. What
Hold on, stop right there.
all right.
We didn't say it was sin. Your God said it was sin.
Mm-hmm.
Being having a disability is a sin in
Well,
your God.
the God didn't say that. The Israelites
I'm the
believed
Yeah.
Israelites.
that.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, my bad.
and one thing that I want Blue King
Mm-hmm.
to, because he keeps pointing to this. What scripture do you have that says where your God is saying to the sons of Aaron, you because your offspring has sinned against me, I'm punishing them with disabilities.
You did not say with disability, but based
Where
on
where did he say I'm punishing your offspring because of their sin? What scripture are you referring to?
they died. That's one of the punishment. If you go to basically, if you go to verse like Leviticus 10, it says that they died because of what they done. And since they were part of, they were high priests and they did not, they sinned against God, giving offering. God said, the offspring of Aaron. If you are such and such a son, you cannot be because based on based on your father's sins of those, that's why you had to do that.
Where does it say that the words that you are saying, right? I'm trying to see how you are connecting
Oh, I'm correct.
Leviticus 21 and Leviticus 10 together.
All right, let me go to Leviticus 10, if you don't mind me. From what I read, I don't know about which guys. It says, so Leviticus 10, from what I'm reading, it says, Aaron's sons, Nadab and Abihu, took their ashes, put fire in them, and added incense, and they offered unauthorized fire before the Lord, contrary to his command. So fire came out from the presence of the Lord and consumed them, and they died before the Lord. Moses then said to Aaron, this is what the Lord spoke of when he said, among those who approach me, I will be proved holy. I will be proved holy. In the sight of all the people, I will be honored. Aaron remained silent. Moses summoned Mashal and Alvafan, sons of Aaron's uncle. So everybody right now is Aaron's offspring, right? Generation. It said to them, come here, carry your cousin outside the camp, away front of the sanctuary, so they can carry them. Still, the tunic outside the camp has Moses' order. Then Moses said to Aaron and his sons, Eleazar and Atamar, do not let your hair be cut unkept, and do not tear your clothes, or you will die. And the Lord be angry with the whole community.
Yeah, but that's two of Aaron's sons. Where does it say that Aaron's entire offspring is being punished because of that? And where is it connecting the disabilities? I'm not following, because what it sounds like you're doing is you're taking an isolated event, right?
Isn't that what you're doing also?
How did I do that? Tell me
Aren't
how
you
I did
just
that.
staying just on Leviticus 21:16, and you say you don't want to go into the New Testament?
Are you okay?
No, are
Like
you?
it's hard talking to believers, because I swear, like, y'all's logic is from fucking Mars.
No, I'm
Listen, hold on.
okay.
Me saying Discuss Leviticus 21 because that's what Micah wants to discuss, and answer the question regarding Leviticus 21 is not the same thing as you trying to interpret a scripture and say that Leviticus 10 is the reason for Leviticus 21.
It is
That's
because it
not the
speaks
same
about
thing.
offspring. The thing is like if
Then
offspring.
I am asking you to
Mm-hmm.
show me that logic because two of Aaron's sons here, right,
Yeah.
offered up unusual fire to this god.
Mm-hmm.
They got punished, right? It does not
Mm-hmm.
say because they did this, your entire offspring is punished for now on,
It
and
says,
your God does not say,
it
and
says,
I'm punishing them with disabilities for now on.
it says you
I'm
will,
asking you how you connected that logic. Explain your rhetoric.
because it said you will die and the Lord will be angry with the whole community.
The whole community is the Israelites in whole, not just the sons of Aaron.
No, that's
What
the
does
whole
that have to
thing.
do with this verse?
Because speak about all Israelite. Then he goes into 21, and wait, Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Maybe let me read it. If you guys have another thing tomorrow, I'll come and give all the answer I can have together. Will that be fair?
You know what? I love that last dude when I explained to him, and he just flat out and just said, "I don't know." He honestly said that he genuinely don't know the answer to why your God did this. To why God did this.
Okay, so I have a question to ask, right? I have a question to ask. Okay, so people who have what's that? What's the people that we call retarded? Without,
What?
Excuse you?
Are you fucking
man,
serious?
yo, I
Stop.
said it.
Ah!
Why
The
would you?
fuck? What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Uh-uh. Mm-mm.
You sitting up here saying a a slur to somebody that has a
I
disability?
fucking cannot. I fucking cannot.
Are you serious right now?
Micah, I'm ready to move on from him. Are you done? I'm ready to move.
Yes,
I can't. I
yes,
can't. Yeah,
please,
ain't no fucking way. I'm
please.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
That was
It's
that was
okay.
so disrespectful.
I'm sorry. It's just like, like
Me, I'm not kidding.
I know. Thinker, you're right. These believers, they it sounds like they have a an answer for everything. And I love the way how Mikey came flat out and just said that I don't know. It's okay to say I don't know. But I'm sorry for taking up your time.
No, Micah, you didn't take up my time. Like I said, this is a important conversation, one that I think needs to be elevated in these conversations that we have with deconstruction. Voices like yours need to be heard because it's a real thing, and
And
as we can see, it makes this conversation makes believers uncomfortable because they don't have an answer for it. And then some of them are just outright fucking ableist as hell and
yeah,
unempathetic.
that's what I said yesterday in the comment section. I don't know if you saw that comment that I made about I said that they were ableist. So
I didn't see it yesterday, but you're right. You're right. They're very ableist and privileged.
yeah.
Wow, I couldn't believe he said that.
Yeah, like and the word for is autism. Autism. They're not the R word. It's autism.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No, you
Wow.
don't have to
No. I
apologize.
apologize.
Um, did you have anything else you wanted to say, Mike? I don't think there are any other believers in the in the guest request. I don't know if there. Do you want to talk? Did you get what you needed?
Uh, to be honest with you,
No.
no, I didn't.
We can try one more time. If there is another believer in the comments with some respect
Yeah.
and some common sense, common decency, that would like to come up and talk with Micah about Leviticus 21, please let me know. If you are in the comments, I see there's two people in the guest request, but I think they are non-believers. Empress Pat in all caps, y'all are non-believers, right? But if there is a believer in here that would like to come up and talk with Micah, can you comment in the comments real quick?
Did you see how he just stuck on that one thing at the beginning of 16? He just stuck on that. Aaron's people, Aaron's people, Aaron's people. No,
What does Aaron's people have to do with me? And
nothing. Because verse 18 comes in and clearly says, nobody.
But even if it was just Aaron's people, they are still human. So, like, focusing on that is irrelevant because the God still disqualified humans
Right.
based on their disability. So, like, it doesn't change anything.
Right. Don't matter. Still humans.
And it's hard to try to get them to focus on that or just see that logic, right? I think they're a lot of times they're so focused on this Holy Ghost interpretation that being able to engage in real life and real life situations is difficult for them when it comes to this text. They don't know how to come outside of the book and actually engage with reality
Nope.
with their belief. They don't know how to do the two. They don't know how to compartmentalize the two, I
Because
guess.
reality and belief can't coincide with each other. They just can't.
Yeah. And it's so crazy because they think that that's really what they think they're doing. They think that the belief helps them in their reality, but I think it takes them away from reality.
this is what comes with deconstructing as well. You get
Yeah.
to see the believers, you can see the believers BS. Like, it's all a bunch of smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do recognize that, like, a lot of them, they're here, and I think this might be a tough subject because it puts it in their face, right? Like, they make claims that their God does miracles, right? And they'll get up here and say, well, he does miracles for me. And the miracles that they are talking about most of the time is, oh, he helped me get a job. He helped me get a new car, right? He healed me
Yeah.
from the flu. He healed my back pain. Or he stopped me from getting in a car accident. Or I didn't die when I got in a car accident, right?
Yeah.
Like, things like
Yeah.
that. But when it comes to, asking questions about the other claims in this book that he miraculously heals a blind man, as Micah keeps pointing to, those are tough questions that they and tough realities, right? Things that they would have to literally admit to themselves that that's not something that their God is actually doing. And there are real people in the world with real questions, real desires, real disappointments, and want to know, why isn't this guy showing up for me the way that he does in this book, the way that he tells people that he would, the way that I was taught that he would. And these are people with real feelings.
Yeah, that's
If
the
you
reality they can't deal with.
Miracles can be cancer is a miracle. What?
See, miracle. I'm
Cancer is
sorry.
a miracle though?
What?
Are you quoting a Christian? Are you quoting a Christian, or are you saying that to me as an answer? That miracles can be negative. Cancer is a miracle. Cancer is a miracle. How is cancer a miracle? How is cancer a miracle, Anton? That's weird. You're not going to answer how cancer is a miracle? That's what I was asking. Like, is he saying that's what Christians would say? But he came back with define the word. So I think these are his own thoughts. Why are you saying cancer is outside of universal normality? Cancer is normal. It's a natural process. Cancer is natural. It's like, what do you? It's not. Cancer isn't outside of universal normality. Yeah, I think that was a bad example. But I think what you're trying to say is that miracles can be, you're trying to say that by definition of what a miracle is, a miracle could be something negative. Is that what you're trying to say? Empress Pat, are you in the box on purpose? Okay, I understand what you're trying to say. But yeah, cancer wouldn't be a good example for that.
I didn't mean to spark up conversation. I didn't mean to get everyone going.
You're okay. Marcellus?
Yes, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good tonight.
Can I get your age, please?
I'm 34.
All right. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay. And did you come up to talk with Micah?
Yes, please, yes.
Okay. All right. Micah?
Yes.
Hey, read it.
Hi.
Oh my goodness.
Hi.
So I have a disability. Me and my brother, we have.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. I have a disability, and me and my brother, we have a disability, and this verse, it kind of, it made me upset a little. It made me upset, you know. If you can read the verse on the screen, if you can read it.
You want me to read it for you, Micah?
Yes, please.
Okay. This is Leviticus 21, 16 through 23. Have you been in here when we read this already, Marcellus? Or
Yes, I kind of came in. Yes, I came in and the gentleman was talking. Then I just saw him get kicked. Something happened.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he said a slur.
Yeah, okay.
And so we don't do any type of ableism, homophobia, racism, sexism, none of that in here. And so he got dropped for that. But I'll read it right quick. This is Leviticus chapter 21, verse 16 through 23. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron and say, no one of your offspring throughout your generations who has a blemish may approach to offer the food of his God. Indeed, no one who has a blemish shall draw near one who is blind or lame, or one who is mutilated or deformed, or one who has a broken foot or a broken hand, or a hunchback, or a dwarf, or a man with a defect in his eyes, or an itching disease, or scabs, or crushed testicles. No descendant of Aaron, the priest who has a blemish, shall come near to offer the Lord's offerings by fire. Since he has a blemish, he shall not come near to offer the food of his God. He may eat the food of his God, of the most holy as well as of the holy, but he shall not come near the curtain or approach the altar, because he has a blemish, that he may not profane my sanctuaries, for I am the Lord. I sanctify them. Thus Moses spoke to Aaron and to his sons and to all the Israelites. Before we begin, since you are just coming in, Micah might interrupt you. As she stated, she has cerebral palsy, and so she may she thinks really, really quickly, and so she may interrupt you. Her brother is in the background. He also has a disability, so you may hear him say some things out. So it's not, she's not trying to be disrespectful, okay?
Okay.
And then I may interject to make sure that we stay on topic, but other than that, the conversation will be between you and Micah, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Micah,
Yes,
how are you doing tonight?
I'm wonderful.
Okay. Oh, so my name is Marcellus, and I just wanted to say earlier I heard you talking and some of the situation that you're going through, but I just wanted to say that my answer to you about the healing, why God doesn't heal certain people, I don't have an answer to that, but I can answer your question, the Leviticus question. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So in this passage right here, that is correct. You couldn't have no disability or anything like that. That is correct. That is correct in that passage. The reason why is because the high priest had to be blameless, right? All this was a shadow of the coming of Jesus Christ. This is the reason why. That's the whole reason why. So this passage goes back into Leviticus 16 about the Day of Atonement. So the priest couldn't have no blemish, as Thinker said before. The reason why that is because it pointed to Christ, the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. So the lamb had to be blameless and without default, and that's why the priests were like that in regards to the question regarding Leviticus.
But why couldn't he allow people with disabilities to serve food in his temple? Why didn't he allow that?
It's because of the reason that I said before. They had to be blameless, and this pointed to the atonement that Jesus was going to make for the whole world, the sins of the whole world.
So the sins of a priest. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So essentially, and I'm just kind of translating or interpreting right now, not translating. I'm going to
Okay.
interpret what he's saying to you in layman's terms. He's basically saying that there could be no sin, right, to go into the Holy of Holies. I don't think that he's computing that. He's kind of saying that their disability equals sin by saying they had to be blameless, because a person could be disabled, right, and
Yes.
not be sinful. And
Yes.
so that's
Yes.
what's
Yes.
not connecting for Micah, because Micah is asking, why couldn't a person with a disability be seen as blameless and still go in and take God his food?
I see. Yeah, and that's the main reason why. That's why.
What's why? Like, a person with a disability isn't automatically a sinner, right? Or are you saying that a person with a disability was automatically seen as a sinner to this God?
No, we're all we're all sinners. I'm a sinner. We're all sinners. But the point that I'm making is, they had to be blameless.
You know,
The high priest had to be blameless. That's why.
What
I'm
does that
sorry.
have to do with their
Yes.
disability, though?
Because it's because they had to be blameless in that situation.
But what does them being blameless have to do with their disability? Does the disability make them not blameless?
Yes, in that passage, yes, that is correct.
Okay. So
Yeah.
because they have a disability, that means that they have sinned, is what you're saying?
No, it's not that they have sinned, because we've all sinned. It's just they have to be
What?
perfect.
So
Meaning,
not blameless. You're saying they had to be structurally perfect, not
yes,
blameless.
no defects. It's like
Hold on for a second. They had to be structurally perfect. Like their body had to be perfect. This has nothing to do with whether they've sinned against the law. Your God is saying, you don't look appealing to me, right? So you can't bring me my food.
it's because of the sacrifice that was going to take place because of what Jesus Christ was going to do. It's the same thing like the lamb. The lamb had to be without blemish, right? It couldn't have any blemishes. It's the same thing with the high priest. Yes, that's the reason why.
Right. So that's what she's saying, right? That's
Mhm.
what has her pissed off because
Yes,
your
yes.
God is superficial as fuck, saying that the humans that he created, right, who have these disabilities are not good enough to bring him a plate. And her question, that's her question. And the question is why? And you're saying because of Jesus. So now y'all can pick up. Right now, y'all can pick back up because you weren't understanding her question.
Mhm.
And yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
Micah. Did that make sense? Do you understand his answer now?
Um, no, I'm
He's
sorry.
he's saying that okay, so he's saying that the reason that this God didn't want people who were not perfect structurally to bring the food into the Holy of Holies is because it's following the process of sin atonement, and it's making its way for when Jesus came and died for the sins of the world, because this is the one thing I guess that the God did not detour from, is that the offering couldn't have a blemish, right? It, here's the thing. In Jesus' sacrifice, it wasn't perfect high priest who sacrificed this non-blemish sacrifice. It was a uncircumcised Roman. Jesus Jesus was blemished. He literally had a crown of thorns in his head, whips on his back from being beaten. And he was pierced in the side after he gave up the ghost. So he was not an unblemished sacrifice. But this is what Marcellus is saying is the reason that this God said that people with blemishes couldn't bring in the food of the Holy of Holies, is because the people had to be perfect, like Jesus' sacrifice was perfect, except Jesus' sacrifice wasn't really perfect. Does that make sense, Micah?
Yeah, yeah.
Can I
Okay.
also add something to Micah's? Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Micah,
Yes.
you understand on the cross why Jesus had to die on the cross, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the beginning, when Adam sinned, so sin came into the world, and Paul he explains that in Romans, by one man's sin came into the world. So then by another man, Adam number two, Jesus, by one offering, he made atonement for everybody. So that's what the whole sacrifices was about. The whole main theme too about the
But I
high
don't think
priest.
she's asking about the sacrifice, right?
I didn't ask about no, I didn't ask about the sacrifice. I'm saying what does that have to do with me now in the present 2025 is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Like her question is about her disability, right? And people with disabilities.
Yes.
This God is saying, I don't want people with disabilities to bring me my food in my most holiest place because they're not perfect.
Mhm.
Her question is why? Your answer is, well, because Jesus had to be perfect. Jesus had to be a perfect sacrifice in order to forgive the sins of the world.
Mhm. Yes, that is correct.
Except Jesus wasn't a perfect sacrifice, right? So, and I don't want to go into that. Jesus wasn't a perfect sacrifice, but you do realize that her issue is that your God saw people like her as less than perfect.
Yes, I understand that.
That's her issue. Can you speak to that?
I mean, that's the only way I can speak to it regarding her situation and why God didn't let certain people with disabilities, like defective eyes and stuff like that, go into there because of that situation.
Except your Jesus wasn't a perfect sacrifice. There was no high priest who sacrificed him. It was a uncircumcised Roman centurion. He
Well,
was blemished. He was not an unblemished. Like literally, y'all will say, by his stripes we are healed. He was bruised and crushed for your iniquities. He was not unblemished.
regarding that question, Thinker, Jesus was the great high priest.
He
Jesus was
was
a high
not. He
priest.
was not that. Y'all just throwing the title of high priest on him is laughable to me. He was
No,
not. He was never ordained as a high priest or chosen as a high priest. There was never a ritual done, a ceremonial anointing done to anoint him as a high priest. Y'all are getting that from Hebrews when they say that he was adopted into the order of Melchizedek and became the high priest. Like him being his own high priest, he did not, even if he was a high priest, he did not sacrifice himself. He didn't whip his own ass. He didn't pierce his own side. He was sacrificed by a Roman centurion. And even if he was the high priest, he still wasn't unblemished.
yes. In regards to that, the Bible said that Jesus was sinless. That's the whole main
He
point.
wasn't unblemished. His flesh, as you are telling Micah, that the reason why these people could not go into the Holy of Holies is because their flesh was less than perfect. Their human structure was deformed. It was because Jesus had to be a perfect sacrifice. Jesus could not have blemishes as the sacrifice. It's not true. That's what I'm saying. He had blemishes. He was bruised for your iniquity, crushed, whipped.
Yes, that is correct. He did have blemishes. Yes.
So that answer doesn't fit. And really what she's asking, she feels like your God did not love people like her. That is an unloving thing for a God to do and say, a president to set, the harm that it caused people with disabilities, that still causes to this day. That's what she's asking about.
So I would ask, can I talk to Micah? So are you wondering too in that process and why he allowed? Are you wondering too why God didn't heal you?
Yes.
Yes. I have no answer for that. You're 100% correct. I don't know why God heals some people, and because you have thousands of kids in the hospital that have cancer, correct? And I'm pretty sure people prayed for them and God did not heal them. You're 100% correct in that.
But
There's no answer.
praying does not work 100% of the times, right? You do realize that, right?
I understand what you're saying. God doesn't always say yes. I understand what you're saying. I understand.
No, it's not the fact that he doesn't say yes. It's just the fact that, does he even care? Does he even, is he even listening, or does he even care?
Yes, I believe that he cares for you and he loves you, but I don't have an answer to why you're not healed. I don't have an answer to that. The only answer I have is found in Genesis about how the world became fallen. And because of a result of that, that's why we have so much stuff going on in the world. But I'm not saying sin, meaning you, like you did something that caused that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that. Though what I am saying is I don't know why God doesn't heal you. I don't have an answer for that.
Do you think that it's fair for a company to peddle a product and then that product doesn't do what the company said it's going to do? And then when you call the customer service line and you say, this shit ain't working, and the customer service agent say, I don't know why it don't work. It works for some customers. I don't have no idea why it's not working for you. Do you think that's fair? Like, should that company be selling that product or having people go door to door and convince people that this is the best product in the world and it's what you need? Do you think that's fair for that company to be doing that?
No, I understand what you're saying in regards to healing. That within Christianity, we're saying you come to Jesus and you will get healed. Is that kind of what you're implying? I don't want to miss.
Yes.
Okay, but that's not the main thing. Why we come to Jesus? It's
It
a
literally it is. It is. It is. Your Jesus went from town to town healing people, forgiving them of their sins, and miraculously healing them. And then he told your disciples to go out and do the same thing. Paul was literally healing people with his shadow. It is.
yes. Healing does take place. Healing does take place. In regards to Paul, if I could just mention this, you know about the whole thorn in the flesh, right, thinker? Paul asks
That
for it to get
Paul's
removed.
thorn in his flesh doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
Oh no, I'm just in regards to that. God told him no in regards to that, but what I'm just trying to explain is that's not the main message of Christianity. You don't come to
Do you know what
Christianity.
his thorn in his flesh was?
Some people were saying that it was a demon, and some people said
It
it was
it
a
literally
Gentile.
says it. It
Yeah,
says it's concupiscence. It
yeah.
was lust.
hmm
That's not a defect.
hmm
That's not a disability. It was lust. It was fuck the word. Fuck the word. It was lust. I can't say the fucking word. It literally says it in the book what it was. It's not the same thing.
Okay, yeah. I was just saying that in regards to how asking him to remove, but I understand. Yeah, that's not the same thing regarding her disability and less. But that I just wanted to make that example that God told him no.
No,
That's all I wanted to say.
it's my so I'm neurodivergent too. It's certain words, too many syllables and too many, like, my brain thinks fast and then shit won't come out right. Concupiscence. Yeah, concupiscence. Thank you. I have to see it like that. So that's me. It's not TikTok. But sorry, Marcellus, go ahead.
But yes, I wanted to draw back at what I said earlier because many people do grow up in the church, and the main message sometimes is, you come to Christ and everything will be better for you. You will be healed and you'll get everything you want.
But
That's
I'm sorry, but things hasn't gotten better. We come to him every day and things hasn't gotten better.
yes, that is correct. I was going to finish. I'm sorry.
Things
Yes.
actually have gotten a lot worse.
And that is that. Okay. Yes. Can I explain to you? Yeah. So what I was going to finish that yes, that's the main message, that if you come to Christ, things will get better, you'll get healing, but that's not the main message. If we look out throughout the Bible, a lot of people suffered for coming to Christ, right? They suffered persecution. Some of them got under Roman Emperor Nero and other emperors, they got fed to lions and God did not deliver them. It talks about it in Hebrews about the hall of faith and stuff like that. So my main message is it's about God and man. There was a spiritual separation that happened in the garden, and Jesus Christ came to deal with that. He came into the world
I'm
to
not
save
talking
everybody.
about the garden.
Yes.
What what does that have to do with now? Is what I'm saying.
Oh yes, I was just mentioning that about the whole healing aspect though. But as I was telling you earlier, I don't know why God heals some people. Some people have had what a testimony. You know, you heard some people say, "Hey, God healed me," but then this other person here that has disabilities, you know, and some of them are born with the disabilities. They don't even understand how to believe in Jesus. Correct? How can they get saved? And that's a good question, right? How come God doesn't heal them? If God loves everybody, how can he let somebody come into the world with this disability who doesn't even have the intellectual can even confess him to believe in Jesus, right?
Right.
Right, and we don't have an answer for that. But the main, that's why I was trying to go to you about the whole sin and what Jesus came here for. So there's no answer for that, and that is a great answer, right? How can somebody, it says you got to believe on the Lord Jesus Christ to be saved, but how can somebody believe if they
But
don't even
not
have?
everybody believes in God.
Yes, correct, you're correct. Yes.
So what about those who don't believe? Do they get shunned out and cast out as well? How is that fair?
In regards to people having a disability or people who have the ability that doesn't have a disability. What do you mean by that?
People that does have a disability and for the people that don't have a disability.
So the
Is
people
what?
who, okay, so the people who do have a disability, I don't have an answer for that.
Of course you don't.
There's no answer for that.
You're not you're not the first person that told me that. Actually, two dudes came up here and told me that. The first dude was kind was I'm sorry for stuttering. He was sweet, respectful, but the second dude, he he was he was kind of being he was being disrespectful at the end. So you're not the first guy to tell me that.
Music producer, if you're not a lost soul and you have all the fucking answers, then come on stage and talk to Micah instead of sitting your ass in the comments and pointing the fucking finger. And if you know where Jesus is, then go and bring him here. Because everybody been fucking looking for his ass for 2,500 years.
Yes. So, Micah. So but that's one of the main things I wanted to tell you in regards of healing. Why you're not healed and stuff like that. I don't have the answer to that because as I was trying to tell you before, the same thing. How somebody can say they got healed, but then you're sitting there and you didn't get healed, and those are answers, right? you
Yes.
That makes you very angry, and you have every right to be angry. You have every right to be angry because I even read in Psalms David was angry, but David didn't have no disability, so this is completely different. But I mean, in his prayers to God, though, he cried out to God too when people were after him. When some of Saul's people were after him, he cried out to God, right? Have you abandoned me? And messages like that. And you have every right to cry out to God. You have every right to cry out to God and say, why? What's
But
going on?
I'm not crying out to
Yeah.
God.
Mm.
I'm not. I'm have so much emotions, but crying is not one of them. I would never cry to I would never cry to a man. Just keep that real, okay?
Mm.
I'm just frustrated and angry.
Yes. And that's totally fine to be angry. Yes. 100. I understand what you're angry. I can see it in your
I
voice.
do want to ask you, Marcellus, like when you were telling her to cry out to the God, was
Mhm.
was there like some type of outcome that was supposed to come from that? Like, what's the purpose of her crying to the God about her disability? Like, is there an expectation of him to do something about it?
Yes, in regards to that means we have human emotion. And I mean, I cried out to God a few times and he didn't answer my prayer regarding
No,
certain
no.
stuff.
I'm,
Yes.
you know what her contention is, right? It's this God, one, saying that people who are born with disabilities were not good enough to bring him a plate of chicken. Two, this God created her with a disability, right? And she feels as if the God robbed her of being able to experience certain things in life. You're telling her to cry out to this God, and I'm asking, what for what? Like, is there an expectation for the God to hear her cries and do something about it? Or is she just crying? Like, that's what I'm asking.
I'm just trying to express her emotions.
So what did you expect that I was gonna do? You expect for me to like not get on my I can't get on my knees, but do you expect me to just scream and cry to God? Why me? Why me? Did you expect that?
Oh no, sister, not in that percent. I was just trying to make an example that if you feel a certain way, you don't have to. I'm not saying not that you're hiding it, but you can let God know why you're angry. That's all I was saying in regard to that.
What does crying to God have to do with anything? Where has that gotten anyone?
As I was saying before, it was just about expressing your feelings. Like that's what I was trying to mention in the Psalms of David. That's all I'm saying. That's all I was trying to just trying to give you. I'm not saying for you to drop down right now and do it, but I was just using an example to show that other people cried out to God, and that's all I'm saying. That it like it's okay to be angry. That's the main message I'm trying to say. It's okay to be angry and to be mad about the disability. That's all that I was trying to make it. I'm sorry if I kind of confused you in that. I'm sorry.
It's
Wasn't
fine.
trying to confuse you.
It's fine.
So there is no expectation, right? Like, basically your answer is, hey, and honestly, like, she doesn't need permission or God, to be angry, right? Like, when she first came in here, she knew she was talking to people who don't believe in your God. That's the first thing we let her know, is that her feelings are valid, at least in this space, right? Her voice is important. Her voice matters. Her feelings are valid, right? And there are humans here who are willing to listen to her frustrations, sharing them, because there are people here who also have disabilities, who have also felt the same way she felt, right? And we can talk to her about our frustrations together, right? And comfort one another in our experiences together. What I don't understand is, like, you saying, or believers saying, cry out to God, when there's no expectation for the God to actually do anything. Like, because you're in my perspective, you're just giving her permission to talk to herself. You're saying it's okay to talk to yourself. It's okay to, yeah, to yell in a quiet room and let off some steam, because there's no expectation for the God to do anything, is what I'm hearing.
Yes. So in regards to that, yes, I told her to cry out to God. I mean, God is real. God exists, and He does hear you. He does
But
hear you.
excuse me, but what does that you just pointed out some things. Can you say that again one more time?
Oh, and what Thinker was saying about crying out, I was just using that before out to cry out to God that He does hear you, and I know you prayed before it, and but I was just using that example with David and the Psalms, that it's okay to show that. That's what it was. Just the emotion thing I wanted to get out. That's all. That
Well,
it's okay
here's
to
my
be
thing.
angry. That's all.
Okay.
But were you gonna say something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, facts. Yeah. Um, I do talk to myself a lot. I have. But what does that have to do with God? So you're saying I'm talking to him? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh no, in regards to prayer, when you're praying, that's what I mean.
But how do you know God if God is real? How do you know?
How do I know God is real?
Yes.
For me, creation is proof that there is a God.
But okay, so
Hold on. Did your brother just say yes? Did he just?
what?
Did your brother just say yes? Like I want to know that answer too. Did he just say that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. He's just
No, no, no. You don't have to apologize.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
no, no.
sorry.
You don't have to apologize. I just wanted to make sure I heard that right on time at the same time.
Yeah,
Okay.
he talks whenever he wants to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
He
He's
said, yeah. Answer that question. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but yeah, but go back. But you just said that he how do you know if how do you know if God is real? Like there has to be proof. You know, you have to have evidence, you know.
Uh,
How do you
yes,
know?
yes. How do I know?
Yes.
Paul talks about that in Romans chapter 1, verse 20. He says his invisible attributes are clearly seen, and even his eternal power and Godhead, meaning creation. Creation is proof that there is a creator, right? You can't get something out of nothing. So when you look at the stars and you look at the planets and you look at the earth, right? Somebody had to put this here, right? Everything's just in perfect alignment, right? But that's in regards to know that there's a higher being out there. There's something out there. It's not just us. In
Is it?
regards to that question
But
being
wait. But wait. I'm sorry. I get what you're saying, but you know, science, there has to be scientific proof. I need to have physical evidence.
But also, when you say everything is in perfect, you use that word perfect alignment. When your God is saying that there are beings it created that are less than perfect,
So what are you
like that
trying to say?
doesn't make sense.
What are you trying to say? I'm not perfect? Is that what you're telling me?
no, not at all. I was not saying you're perfect.
You
I mean,
kept
I
No,
was
no.
saying I'm
no, I
sorry.
wasn't. I was implying to creation how God created the earth and stuff like that
But you're
and
saying,
the
but you
moon.
said that this is proof that there is a God because everything is in perfect alignment. That's
Yes.
proof, right? Except you are talking to someone who is saying, I read a scripture today where your God is calling me less than perfect, right? You are also ignoring the fact that this earth literally has 70% of its water undrinkable for the humans that occupy it. The the humans on this earth literally had to be taught not to kill one another. The sun kills humans and makes them sick.
Excuse me, host. Somebody just asked to can I please join?
No, I don't do. I have just you and him. Like I only do one guest
I'm
at a
sorry.
time. Yeah, no,
Sorry.
that's okay. You see what? Do you see the issue with that, Marcellus? With that being the reason that you're giving her for how you know that there is a God, perfect alignment. When her question is, "Why is your God calling me imperfect?"
Oh, yes, I totally understand what you're saying, thinker. I just was saying, how do I know that God exists, right? Meaning, when I mean perfect aligning, I mean like if the sun was closer to us, life on earth wouldn't exist. That's what I mean in regards to that. That's what I mean by
But
that.
it's still killing humans. It's still killing humans. There are hurricanes, tsunamis, floods, tornadoes kill humans every day. It's almost as if the earth don't want us on it and it keeps trying to wipe us off of it.
Yes, that is correct. That's a result of the fall too. That's what I go back to. Why does all that stuff happen?
You do realize that you're saying that your God, who created a perfect world, couldn't fix a little mess up of his that his humans created. And because the humans ate a piece of fruit off of a tree, this perfect world was incapable of being corrected. And so your God has to allow all of this imperfect shit to happen because two humans disobeyed him.
Yes, in regard to that, when Adam ate, sin came into the world, but he did solve it though. He sent Jesus
Did he
Christ to
solve
die.
it? Did he solve it? So the sun no longer kills humans?
No, the Son does harm humans.
So
You're
did your
correct.
Jesus solve it then? Is it solved?
Yes,
What
it
what
will
what
be
Adam
solved.
and Eve, okay, Adam and Eve ate a piece of fruit. And when Adam and Eve ate a piece of fruit, the sun then can give humans cancer because Adam and Eve ate a piece of fruit. Because Adam and Eve ate a piece of fruit, hurricanes then could kill humans because
Yes,
Adam and Eve ate a piece of fruit. Because Adam and Eve ate a piece of fruit, women have to bleed once a month because Adam and Eve ate a piece of fruit. But your Jesus solved all of that. Solving it means that if that was the problem, that problem no longer exists. Do those things exist today?
yes, those
Then
things
Jesus
exist today.
didn't solve it. It ain't solved.
Yes, I'm sorry. I wasn't. I was going to go more about that. Yes, he solved the sin issue, the spiritual separation. Now we have access to God. He solved that issue regarding why the Son and all that. All that's going to get solved at the end of the
So,
new heavens and new earth.
but listen to what you're saying. Your God, as a developer, right? He developed this earth and created two AI and put them on the earth. The AI went rogue and messed up his simulation. In order to fix the simulation, right, he sends his son or his co-developer down to the earth to sprinkle blood on it, and that fixes the fuck up in the simulation. Except it doesn't fix the fuck up. The fuck ups keep happening. The virus still goes in the simulation. But the only real fix to the simulation is to destroy the whole simulation after allowing the simulation to just sit and run for I don't know how many years or millennia, and then create a whole new simulation. And that's solving it.
Yes, so that's the whole message of the Bible.
Is that solve it?
Yes, it
How
will be solved regarding the environment.
will be solved?
Yes,
It's
yes.
not solved.
Oh, right. Yes, in regards to the sun and we can get heat and the tornadoes. No, that's still going on right now. You're correct. Yes, this is still going on
No,
right now.
Jesus didn't solve anything. Jesus solved nothing. Jesus died on that cross didn't stop sin. It didn't stop the things that y'all say that Adam and Eve caused: hurricanes, periods, uh, uh, domestic violence, cancer, disabilities, as you say. It didn't stop anything. It solved nothing.
Yes, in regards to that, as I was saying before, in regards to cancer and all that stuff, that's all going to be with the new heavens and new earth. Every tear will be wiped away. At the end, it will all be good again. It's going to go back to how it was. That's the whole message of
That's the
Christianity.
point. That's my point. Your
Okay.
perfect God. Like how? Let me ask you, how loving is it, right, for your God to only have two humans in the beginning? Let's say two AI in the beginning, right? There's no other AI on the earth, just these two AI. One of them went rogue and infected the other. It would have been more loving for your God, right, to start over right then and there, right? Less harm, less people suffering, less people dying, right? That would have been a merciful God. That would have been a loving God. Instead, your God goes, oh, okay, y'all gonna go rogue. Now my whole simulation is messed up. I'm going to intentionally decide to add even more virus to it. Because you do realize the punishment or the curses that he gave to the AI, he decided what those would be. So he introduced even more chaos to the simulation. You realize that? He turned the chaos up a notch with the curses.
Yes, that's correct.
So it ain't Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve didn't decide that. Your God did. Your God decided the level of chaos. And then he sits there, right? And says, okay, in order to fix this, because I don't know why I didn't think about starting a new earth in the beginning, I'm going to send my co-developer down and have my co-developer introduce the concept of belief. And I'm going to see who can make themselves believe in him and serve him. And then the AI that decides to serve him, those AI I'll take to the new earth. And then the AI that say they don't want to serve him, I'm just going to burn them up. After allowing them, I'm going to put them through a simulation of suffering. I'm going to turn the chaos up, put it through a simulation of suffering. And I'm going to see which ones are going to just blindly follow. And then the ones that don't, I'm going to destroy. That's how your God chose to solve this problem.
So in regards to that, it seems like a free will choice was made between Adam and Eve to choose. I mean, between Adam in regards to
Okay.
that.
Okay, cool. But that's how your God decided to solve the problem.
Yes, the only way that that problem was going to get solved if God was going to have to come down as a human to redeem the whole world.
But your God is going to destroy an entire world. Your God allowed the world to grow with infected AI. When he first started with just two, his decision was, let me keep creating these defected AI and create a world with chaos. Let me see which ones of the AI will allow the chaos and overlook the chaos and blindly follow my developer. And those AI I'll put on a new earth, and then I'll destroy everybody else. I'll destroy the ones who say, no, you can't kill in my name. No, you can't enslave people. That's wrong. No, saying that people with disabilities shouldn't be able to go into the holies of holies of a spiritual of their creator because they're less than perfect is wrong. Those AI we're going to destroy because they have the galls to not follow blindly. After them suffering all this time, I'm going to burn up those AI, and then I'm going to take the AI who don't want to, who won't speak up, who won't obey, because obedience is better than sacrifice. Those AI I'll take to the new earth instead of your God fixing it when it was just two rogue AI. I swear.
Yes. So, Thinker, in regards to all that, that is a good question that you're talking about. Why couldn't Jesus be the next Adam? Correct. Why did he have to let all
No,
this
I
happen?
didn't say anything about Jesus being the next Adam. Your God had two robots on the earth that went rogue. And instead of him correcting it when there were just two, he said, let me turn this shit up a notch. And just kept continually creating rogue robots. And you say, oh, he solved the problem. And his answer for solving the problem to 2 rogue robots is just let people suffer for millennia. Let them cry out to me and I not answer. Let them kill each other. Let them get sick. Let them starve. Let them oppress one another. Let them enslave one another. Let's see which one of them will still follow me when I don't answer them. When I choose one group and I tell one group that they're better than the other, and I tell that group to enslave the other, let's see which ones will let me do that. And the ones that let me do that, those I'll keep. The ones that speak up and say, no, God, that's unethical. No, God, why do some get to eat but the rest get to starve? Why do you heal some but the rest have to die? Those I'm going to burn up. The ones that blindly follow, that blindly obey, those I'll keep. And that's your God's answer to solving the problem to 2 robots going rogue.
Yes, thinker. That's my answer to the problem. He was going to come down and solve it. He was going to send himself to solve it, his son, his only son, to solve it. As it says in the scriptures, God demonstrated his love towards us.
Are you in the room with us?
Yes.
You heard every word that came out of my mouth?
Yes, thinker.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Do you feel like you're going to be one of those robots that's going to be on the new earth?
Wait, hold on 1 second, thinker. Sorry, hold on 1 second. 1 second. All right. Yes.
So you do feel like you'll be one of those. If God said to you as one of those robots, go and enslave the other AI in the city next over. They are not, you are my chosen. Go and enslave them. Would you say, God, that's not moral? Or would you say, okay, God?
In regards to that question, God did command the people
I
there to
asked,
do
what
it.
would you do?
If I was in the Old Testament at that time,
No.
right now, if he
Why do
told me,
y'all do that? Why do y'all do that? Are you in the late Bronze Age, Marcellus?
no.
Okay, so I'm not talking about the Old Testament. If your God, right, you said that you believe that you are one of these AI that will go to the new earth. And so I asked, if your God said to you, Marcellus, go to the next town and enslave the other AI, I have chosen you. Would you say, God, no, that's not moral? Or would you say, okay, God?
Yes, God wouldn't tell me to go enslave anybody right now. No.
Marcellus, would you speak up and say, God, that's not moral? Or would you say, okay, God?
But that question, so think
Marcellus, would you obey the God? Or would you speak up and say, God, that's not moral?
the reason why I'm trying to add on to the question, thinker, is because
Marcellus, don't make me go to the book. And when you say your God wouldn't do a thing, trust me, I can back up what I'm saying. But I'm asking, what would you do, Marcellus?
if God told me right now to go enslave someone, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
He
Would
wouldn't
you
tell me
speak
that.
up? Marcellus, do you know what a hypothetical is?
Yes.
What is a hypothetical?
Hello?
Yeah. What is a hypothetical?
You're comparing something to that's not true for me to describe it. So I wouldn't do that. If he told me that, what you're saying, no.
What is a hypothetical? What's a hypothetical situation? What is that?
It's like you're using a situation that's not true to describe something.
You're using a situation that is based off of imagination,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Or an assumption, right? So if I said, are you an AI, Marcellus, or are you a human?
I'm a human.
So when I said Marcellus, if you were an AI and your God said, Marcellus, I have chosen you, go to the next town and enslave the other AI, would you do it? Why then do you break the hypothetical?
No, I wouldn't go to another town, thinker.
You would speak up to your God and say, no, God, that's not moral.
Yes, I wouldn't go to another town and do that.
You
You're
would
correct.
speak up to your God and say, no, God, that's not moral.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, that is the question that I was asking you. In this simulation, your God does not like that. Adam and Eve were to lean on your God for knowledge. They were not to get their own knowledge. And when these two AI acquired their own knowledge and their own ability to be able to decipher what is good, what is bad, critical analysis, right? Be able to push back against the God's desires and say, nope, I don't want to do that. Should I do that? Is that moral? Is that ethical? To decide for themselves, then they became rogue. One could look at that and say, well, maybe God didn't want man to have the burden of deciding morality, right? Because it can be a burdensome task. As we can see today, we are billions of years into society, and we still fucking argue whether it's ethical or not for a man to grape his own wife. One could say that, hey, the God just didn't want humans to have to decide that. But the God also said that it's ethical for a man to grape his wife. The God also said it's ethical for a group of humans to be seen as chosen or elite and enslave other humans based on the fact that they are not them.
And that's very terrible about the raping of your wife and the enslavement.
And,
Sorry.
and so the issue here is when you have a God that goes unchecked and you have a group of AI who refuse to check him, you end up with a world like what we have now. That's the issue. And the God in this book does not like that. And you saying that Jesus dying on the cross solves that, when what Jesus is looking for is people who would not do as you said that you would do, is speak up and say, no, God, I'm not enslaving other people. It's unethical. It's immoral.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, thinker.
What am I saying?
That it's unethical that they didn't speak out and say something.
What? Who didn't speak out?
Adam, in the what you were talking about.
Nope. Nah. Nope.
Thinker.
That's not what I said. What was Adam and Eve supposed to speak out about? What was I saying that they should have spoke out about?
About the whole situation that God put him in.
No, no. I could have sworn that I put that in like very animated. Did y'all understand what I was saying? Micah, did you understand what I was saying?
Yes, I did. I understood everything.
I understand. Good morning.
Good morning, Selena. I think the bottom line is I think your God wants humans who, in this scenario, I am calling AI, Marcellus, who refuse to think, because it's easier to influence those humans. It's easier to say to those humans, go into towns that are far away from you and force those humans into forced labor. Tell them that you have been chosen by me and that they have to serve you. They have to serve me, and by serving me, they have to serve you. It is easier to get people who do not think to co-sign abuse and call it holy, to co-sign oppression and call it holy. Too many times I get believers on my stage who are willing to call the most heinous shit holy. Go ahead, Micah.
I'm sorry. But yeah, I still didn't quite get the answers that I'm looking for.
Oh yes, Michael. In regards to that, what I was telling you before about the healing, I don't have the answer for that. But the reason why we went into the whole thing is because you asked about how do I know God is real. That's how we got into this whole conversation about that. That's what happened.
Okay, well, I think otherwise about that. But, you know, it kind of disappointed. But, you know, like, 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 I'm just trying to word it without coming off as angry or upset, you know. You know, how they say God is a funny person, individual. Well, I'm not laughing, so
Did you have anything else? Marcellus, did you have anything else? Selena, can you take over? I'll be right back.
No, that was just all in regards to the situation about the disability. That I don't have the answer for why God didn't heal. Right. That's my whole main thing. And I'm sorry if we got sidetracked going into the existence of God and stuff like that. I was just trying to show why certain stuff is in the world, why certain chaos and why this world is how it is, right? Because
see, that's what turns people away from God. It's because of things like that, and the not knowing the answers to. I mean, everything that thinkers said would 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 get anybody to turn away from the religion within itself. But I would say thank you, but I'm just I don't I'm still not haven't found any clarity, so
yes, yes, and I'm sorry you're not finding any clarities in that about, the whole thing about suffering and stuff like that in regards to the disabilities. But That's like, we don't have the answer. I mean, I know other Christians gave you answers, right? They tried saying other stuff to you, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the whole main thing. And from me to you, I mean, this has nothing to do about a disability or anything. But hold on, let me see if I can. Hold on real quick. Let me turn. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me flip it around. Let me say something. Can you see this right here? Can you see it?
No,
We don't have cameras on.
Oh, you don't? Oh.
I don't do that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was gonna show her. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Okay.
What is he trying
Yeah,
to show her? I just got back.
I'm not sure.
Oh.
He just asked her if she could see it.
No.
See what?
What do you want to show her?
Oh, I wanted to show her my son that passed away in regards. I was just trying to give her an
Oh, I'm
example
sorry.
of yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
sorry to
our
hear that.
condolences.
yeah. But so my wife was about was it about 8 months pregnant, and it happened. And yeah, that's why I was trying to flip the camera to show you the ash thing, and they gave us a little his footprint on the thing like that. But so he passed away on April 4th during COVID 2020. So April 4th, the 22nd. So I got a call, my wife from the doctor, because my wife went into the hospital at night and she wasn't feeling the baby moving. So I get there, they bring me into a room, and then they told me that my wife is okay, but my son, he didn't make it. And I fell down and I just cried. I fell down and cried. So then they brought me to my son, and they allowed me. They weren't supposed to do that. They allowed my son and to be in there with my wife for a few hours longer than normal, but they had to take it away. They put him in a pink box, and when they gave me my son at first, I prayed to God that God would bring him back, right? That's what I prayed, because Jesus did it to Lazarus, right? So I prayed that, right? And God didn't answer that. And even before that, my wife was kind of already having complications, and we were already kind of praying about this. But I just using that as an example that God didn't answer my prayer in regards to that. But I didn't give up my faith. And I'm not saying that the disability is the same thing that we're going. These are two different things. But
In actuality, they're not two different things,
Yeah.
Marcellus.
oh, okay, I'm
They're
sorry.
not.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Don't type in all caps. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I just was using that as an example to, I had to deal with something that God had the power to save. God had the power to save my son. He had the power to bring him back, and had the power to not let that situation happen. And I'm a believer, and I believe in Jesus Christ as my savior. But that happened to me.
But I'm
You know?
sorry. I don't mean to be
You're
disrespectful,
okay. Yes, you're
but
okay.
you said that you and your wife you um you and your wife prayed, right? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I prayed for God to bring my son back. Yes.
And you still believed after that?
Yes, I still believe after that.
But I'm sorry. Huh? You said
Oh,
what?
yeah. I was saying the answer is I didn't have the answer to that, right? Because prior to that, she was having complications in her stomach. Prior to that, regarding Josiah, my son.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. But I was just trying to show you that even though I dealt with that, I don't have the answer to why God didn't intervene and did not heal, because he had the power to. If he's God, if he's all powerful, he has the power to do it. But I don't have the answer to the why.
But you
I, 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 here's the thing, right? When we read the story of Lazarus was dead 4 days. There isn't anybody on this planet that has been dead 4 days, let alone 5 hours, that your God has ever brought back outside of that book. And you're not wrong for, asking the God and expecting the God to do what you've been taught the God can do. And this is exactly what we were saying in the beginning when Micah first started asking this question. She's not wrong for asking, why hasn't the God healed her or healed her brother or anybody else with the same disability if the God is doing it in the book and that's what she was taught the God could do,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's not that, you don't know why the God didn't do it. Right? In reality, when people die, that's life. People die.
Mm-hmm.
That's life. We live, we are born, we live, and we die. Those are certain. We can hope that when a loved one pass away, I got news today that one of my close friends from church when growing up was stabbed to death. Young guy, my age. We can hope, right, for people that we care about, that we are not ready to leave this earth, come back, but that's a hope. And these stories give you that hope. But what it also does is give you the disappointment that goes along with it, because that's just not realistic. That's just not our reality. And then saying to someone, I don't know why God didn't bring my son back, or I don't know why God haven't grew your limb back. That's just not realistic. That's the truth of it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, but that kind of would turn anybody away from faith. I mean, like, why would you still be worshiping a God that took away your family member, your son and your baby and your grandma and your grandpa? Why would you still turn around and worship somebody that took away your loved one?
That's a good question, because I realize all the good things he has done for me and his transforming power
Okay.
that happened in my life.
What good has he done for you?
Prior to when I was a Christian, I mean, I was in the world. I was doing bad things. When I put my faith in Jesus Christ, I had a transformation. Just I started being more loving, caring. I had peace. I
Jesus.
had joy. There was something radically different. And I'm not saying that somebody can go somewhere else and get peace, joy, but the main thing is I don't want to sin anymore. It's something I don't want to do. There's something in me pulling me away from that, making me want to do good things for some reason,
You know,
right?
you can do all that without Christianity. You can do all that without religion.
Yes, yes,
Right?
yes, sister. That's what I was applying. Like somebody can get that anywhere, but that's why I believe in Jesus and about the story about Jesus Christ, the whole Christianity message. And I was always taught. I don't want to go off the kind of off the topic, and I don't want to go off the topic, but as a black man, I was always taught that Christianity was a white man's religion. That's what I
But
was taught.
it is. It is. It is a white man's religion. That wasn't naturally brought to us. It was forced upon us. And I'm speaking from, because I'm black as well.
Mhm.
So I can understand.
Yes, yes. But as I read the Bible, I mean, none of these people are
Okay, but
European.
n- none of them were European.
Meaning the Hebrews, right? They were Hebrews, and Jesus was a Hebrew. He was a Jew.
He wasn't African.
No,
Oh
yeah.
no, no, yeah, that's not what I'm saying. But meaning European, like
So you read
etc.
the so you read a book and just by saying, okay, they're not European, they're not.
Hold on for a second, Micah. You do realize that there is a difference between Eastern Christianity and Western Christianity.
Well, I mean,
The
the Bible.
Christianity that you have is Protestant, right? You have a westernized concept of this God, and it's European. And when your ancestors were handed this God, at that time, the chosen were Europeans, not Israelites, not Hebrews. They were Europeans. You are not worshiping the Middle Eastern version of this God.
Yes. When I mean by that, I'm talking about the picture that people assume about, Jesus being white. That's what I was trying to get to, that situation.
I, I'm not even talking about that. When they say that Christianity is a white man's religion, it's literally centered, the westernized Christianity is centered around white supremacy. It's centered around whiteness, the idea of whiteness being superior. And that's how it was handed to your ancestors.
How would you respond to to the abolitionists that were some of them that were Christian? Like, I don't want to get kind of off topic, but
They were
Frederick
enslaved.
Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, some of these people were Christians.
Does that change the fact that this God was handed to you by white men?
You do realize, I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
Micah. Does it change the fact that this God was handed to you by white men with the concept of whiteness being superior and them being the chosen, and that America was New Jerusalem? Does it change any of that? Does it change the fact that the very first black person, Elizabeth Key, was allowed to be Christian because her father had raped her mother and had her and baptized her Christian, and she sued for her freedom on the grounds that she was Christian because Christians could not be lifetime slaves. So that means that when your ancestors were lifetime slaves, they were not Christian. It wasn't
Yes.
until Elizabeth Key sued for her freedom that they started to allow uh, West Africans in North America to convert to Christianity. And then they changed the law and said that Christianity no longer equaled freedom. Prior to that, they were going by the Bible and copying what the Israelites did in ancient Israel, where Israelites could not enslave other Israelites for life, but they could enslave foreigners for life. And so they said, the Bible says Christians cannot enslave Christians for life. Therefore, only Europeans could be indentured servants because only Europeans could be Christian. Does what you're saying that Sojourner Truth and Frederick Douglass, and actually, I don't even think Frederick Douglass was Christian. Frederick Douglass said he didn't even want enslaved people to even read the Bible. But it doesn't change the fact having abolitionists be, some of them be Christian, because not all abolitionists were Christian, but
That's correct.
having some Christians be abolitionists does not change the fact that this God was brought to your ancestors with the idea of whiteness being superior and chosen.
Yes, but my question in regard to that, does the Bible teach that the white person is superior and chosen?
It taught that the Israelites were superior and chosen, and therefore they could enslave everybody else.
Yes, so I see what we have here. So yes, if somebody gets the Bible and use it to twist scripture for their
Hold on,
benefit,
what did they twist? What did they
like you
twist?
said, that since they were chosen, that the Europeans are chosen, correct? The Jews were chosen, so the Europeans, am I correct? Or
Are you an Israelite today?
no, no.
So then this book has not shit to do with you today then, right?
Yes, it has something to do
Hold
with
on.
you.
How does it have something to do with you today if it didn't have anything to do with the Europeans who saw themselves as chosen? Like, why do you get to say that what Jesus was saying to the Israelites in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John relates to you today, but they couldn't look at Leviticus and say that what this God said to the Israelites in Leviticus mattered to them back then? What's the difference?
Yes, in regards to Leviticus and all that, no, that doesn't apply to me because I'm
No,
not. I'm
no,
not.
no, no. What's the difference? Why do you get to look at Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and say that when this Jesus was talking to Israelites, he was talking to Marcellus? But they can't look at Leviticus and say when this God was talking to Israelites, he was talking to Europeans. What's the difference?
The difference is in the New Testament, God gave the disciples a commission to go out into the world and preach the gospel, and you
That
see
doesn't
that.
make you, that doesn't mean he was talking to you. Preaching the
Yes,
gospel is going out and get more slaves. That doesn't mean that you, right, are now an Israelite. That doesn't mean that now you get to do what Jesus, like what Jesus promised to the Israelites, he's promising to you. So
yes.
what's the difference?
The difference is in the Bible, Jesus broke that wall between it was either Jew or Gentile.
Where
If I'm
did
not
Jesus
part,
do that? Where did Jesus do that? Or did Paul say that?
yes, Paul said that in Colossians. Correct.
Paul said that. Where did Jesus do that? Where did Jesus say that?
Paul said he was commissioned by Christ to be an apostle.
That a man said that, right? Where did Jesus say that? You saying that what the Israelites, what the Europeans did, right? First off, let's not forget that Jesus is everything that Jesus did, said, and Paul did is Roman, European. Jesus was in a Roman province doing all of these miracles. Jesus was sacrificed by Roman crucifixion ritualistic laws, right? Paul was a Roman citizen. The Pauline epistles, the apostles, they were all Roman. The early church, Roman, European. So when Jesus switched this new covenant, this old covenant, new covenant, he switched from the Israelites to who? Who became the chosen then? Jesus is focused then. It went from the Israelites in the old covenant. Who were the new covenant? Who were the people? Was it still the Israelites? Or was it now Christians in Rome?
Yes, so in regards to that, Paul was a Jew from the tribe of Benjamin. And yes,
Hey,
he had a Roman
hey,
citizen. You're correct. You're correct.
who did it switch from? The old covenant, it went from the Israelites to who?
The new covenant is established by what Jesus Christ did on
To
the cross.
who?
That's the new
Who were
covenant.
the it went from the Israelites to who?
To the Gentiles, to
And
everybody.
and who were the Gentiles during that time? Who were the ones that your Jesus was talking to of the Gentiles during that time? Who were they?
Anybody who wasn't a Jew.
Who were they though?
Anybody, the Europeans, anybody. Yes, correct.
Be
Anybody.
specific. Be specific. Who wrote? Who's writing here?
And what I just read about Romans,
And the New Testament,
Paul.
Greco-Roman, Greek and Roman. I don't understand how come y'all can't put two and two together. And so if in this old covenant, new covenant, they take right the place of the Israelites, they take the Hebrew scriptures with the New Testament scriptures about this Jesus, make it one big story. How are they wrong for seeing themselves now? How y'all retrofit Jesus into the Old Testament when it's talking about Ahaz? Y'all see Jesus, right? When it's talking about Israel, y'all see Jesus. So how are the Romans, the Europeans wrong when it says Israelites, they now see Gentiles?
Because
How are they wrong?
they're missing the main message. Because in the book of Acts, Paul went into Jewish synagogues preaching that Jesus was the Messiah, though.
How were they wrong for seeing themselves, reading the Old Testament?
Mhm.
Y'all literally will say that y'all are born in sin because of what Adam and Eve did. That story was an Israelite story. That was a Hebrew story. It have shit to do with Gentiles. It have nothing to do with y'all. But y'all see yourself in that story. So how are the Europeans wrong for seeing themselves in Leviticus?
Because they're not Jew. The whole
Neither
situation.
were. Neither are you. Neither
Yes.
are you. Neither are
Yes.
you. But yet you got up here telling her that the reason that she's born with a disability is because Adam and Eve sinned. That story wasn't about you. Story that had nothing to do with you. That was a Hebrew story. That was a story for the Jewish people. Y'all didn't the law. Y'all say Jesus had to come because we couldn't keep the law. Y'all wasn't bound by no Mosaic law. That law wasn't for y'all. Why would a Jesus need to die for some people who were never in covenant with that God under that law? But you made it about you. So how is it that they were wrong for seeing themselves in Leviticus, but you not wrong for seeing yourself in some shit that you ain't got nothing to do with? You were never in covenant with this God for a Jesus to need to die for your sins.
Yes. So in regards to that question, God's work was always the redemption of all mankind, not just Jewish.
Oh, so when this God was talking to the Israelites about the Israelites, it was about all mankind.
Yes. In the book of
So
Acts,
then,
Paul.
so then they're not wrong. So then they're not wrong when this God is talking to the Israelites and the Europeans who say old covenant, new covenant, and we are the people of the new covenant. We are his new chosen. And they're looking back and they're reading the Hebrew scriptures the same way y'all put Jesus in the Hebrew scriptures. They put themselves in the Hebrew scriptures. They're not wrong because y'all are doing the same thing even still today. Y'all did it with Jesus, they did it with themselves, and y'all are doing it with yourselves today. They didn't twist scripture. Your God explicitly gave instructions for how to enslave people based off of their nationality, off their ethnicity. Your God set up the structure for supremacy culture, for discrimination. They didn't twist anything. And then you saying it as if it's okay for the Israelites to enslave other people is that bot mentality that I was talking about. Because you have to be a yes bot to say that it's all right for one group of people to go into another town and enslave other people because they're not chosen. And the fact that you are sitting here justifying that right now and say, oh, they're not the Israelites. When you said you would stand up to the God and say, no, God, that's immoral, I don't believe you now because you just justified it based on the fact that the Israelites were chosen.
Yes. So I said they're chosen because that's the Messiah was going to come through that lineage, right? Through the seed of Abraham, all the nations of the world was going to be blessed. So through them, the 12
That
tribes.
means that they have a right to enslave other humans based off of the fact that they're not chosen. That means they have a right to force other humans into lifetime slavery.
No, no.
Literally, that's what your God said. That's literally the scriptures the Europeans used to enslave your ancestors. And your response was, well, they're not the Israelites. You don't remember saying that?
Oh, yes. In regards to that, yes. So in that time and in that context, yes, slavery, that did take place. When they conquered other nations, they took them as slaves. That is
No,
correct.
no, nope. That's not correct. Your God. told them in Leviticus that they could go to other nations and buy slaves. Your God told them to go to other nations far away from the land that he told them to conquer and offer them terms of peace first. Give them the opportunity first to voluntarily become your forced labor. If they don't, then go to war and force them into it. Deuteronomy chapter 20, verses 10 through 18. No. The nations that your God told them to conquer, he told them to genocide them, to annihilate them, not enslave them. He didn't want any of them left in the land.
Yes, you're correct about that. The reason why he genocide everybody, it was because of the sin. It was because of sin.
What sin?
The abominable practices that some of the nations
What?
were
What
doing.
were they? What were the abominable practices?
Let me go to Leviticus. All right.
Why are you going into Leviticus?
Oh no, to describe the you asked me a
It's
question
in
about.
Deuteronomy. You're looking for the abominable practices of the Canaanites.
Yes, some of the nation, because God promised to nation to Israel, the 12
Yeah,
tribes.
the Canaanites. Yeah. Can you
Yes,
list
yes,
off their
the land.
abominable
Yes,
practices? Yeah,
yes,
what were they?
yes. Let me see. Leviticus.
Yeah, what did they do?
Let me find it. All right, so I think it's Leviticus. Okay, so Leviticus 18.
Are you serious right now? That what Leviticus 18 is the sexual immorality laws. That ain't got shit to do with Canaan.
Yes,
No,
because
it
some,
don't. That is the sexual immorality laws. Are you serious? First
yes,
off, Leviticus is the priestly source. Leviticus is the holiness code, and these are laws for the Levitical priest. This doesn't have anything to do with Canaan. These are laws for who not to fuck in your kinship.
Oh no, if you can just go to Leviticus, start at chapter 18, verse 21, and I'll explain it.
Oh,
You just got
sure.
to read
Let's
three
hold
verses.
on. This is gonna be fun. I
Yeah.
fucking love this. Let's do it. Yeah.
Leviticus 18, start at verse 21 to 25.
Go
Verse
ahead.
21 to 25. Oh, would you like me to read it?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. So I have New Living Translation. Is that okay? Or do you want me to use it? It doesn't matter,
We
right?
can go here.
Okay. I'll read it right there. Do not allow any of your offspring to be offered up to Molech, and do not profane the name of your. Oh, you have to keep scrolling up. I'm reading it from your thing. Yeah, sorry. All right. Do not allow any of your offspring to be offered up to Molech, and do not profane the name of your God. I am. Do not lie with a man as one lies with a woman. It is an abhorrence. All right. Next. Do not have carnal relations with any beast, and defile yourselves thereby likewise. For a woman, she shall not lend herself to a beast to mate with. It is perversion. All right, keep going. Do not defile yourselves in any of those ways, for it It is by such that the nations that I am chasing out before you defiled themselves.
Okay, let's go back for just a second. Do not allow any of your offspring to be offered up to Molech, and do not profane the name of your God. I am Adonai. Who built the altar to Molech in this book? Who was sacrificing their children to Molech?
The Israelites.
The Israelites, not the Canaanites. There is nothing, nowhere in history, nowhere even in this book, where the Canaanites offered up their children to any being named Molech. That was the Israelites doing that. Next, this does not read, do not lie with male as one lies with a woman. It says, Va'et zakar lo mishkav mishkavi isha to avahu. It says, and male, do not lie the lying downs woman, or male in male, do not lie down on the beds of a woman. This is possessive. On the beds belonging to a woman, or the lying downs belonging to a woman. There is no as one or like in this text. This is a forced translation. This is not about the Canaanites. There's nothing in this text that says the Canaanites sacrificed their children. It alludes to them doing abominable practices in the land. But the ones that were sacrificing their children were the Israelites. So if your God is going to genocide people for sacrificing or laying with other people, the Israelites did the same shit. So say, and then literally in Deuteronomy, he tells y'all, I'm not choosing y'all because y'all are righteous. He says it 3 times. You're not righteous. You're stubborn people. I'm keeping my word to your ancestors. But y'all will justify anything on the basis of somebody being superior, on the basis of somebody saying they're chosen. This is the issue with yes bots.
Yeah, so thinker, the reason why
And the fact, hold on for a second. Don't mute that person, right? Don't mute that person yet. Look in the comments, Marcellus. You wanna guess why that person, unmute them please right quick, Joshua, and then you can mute him in a minute. Did it go away?
Yeah,
Oh, it went
goes away
away.
as soon as you mute.
Damn. I needed him to see that. There was a comment, all in words should die. You want to know why that comment came at this very moment, Marcellus?
no, what was the comment again?
All in words should die. Spamming it back to back. I was trying to, because the mods in here are very good. They typically see stuff like that and they get it right then and there. But I was trying to get them to not mute it so that you could see it. But we get shit like that when shit like this happens. Because it is the supremacy. It is y'all being willing to ignore, to justify the supremacy of it all that keeps certain people in power, that keeps certain people in place. And when that shit starts getting rumbled against, it makes motherfuckers mad. You justifying it is exactly what this God wants. And this God is a Western God.
Yes, thinker. So I understand what you're saying. As I said before, the reason why he drove them out is because of some of the practices they were doing. And yes, the Israelites were doing that practice too, right? And if we have in the Bible, we can see an angel of the Lord in a certain passage, I have to get off the top of my head, struck down some Israelites over certain situations, right? Even the whole thing about Exodus, the rebellion of Korah and stuff like that. So God punished his own. And when I mean by chosen people, that's the people he chose that the Messiah was going to come through. And he didn't chose them because they were good. No, it wasn't that.
Your God saying don't sacrifice your children to Molech is not the same as your God saying don't sacrifice your children at all. He's saying don't do it to a different God. You justify bullshit, Marcellus. And you can't see that's the problem? Literally in Exodus 12, your God tells them to offer the firstborn of their womb to him. 8 days it stays with its mother. And then it has to go to him. Just like you do with your cattle, he says.
Yes. In regards to that, to offer your firstborn, correct? What you said? That's not as a sacrifice. God wasn't commanding the Israelites to sacrifice, human sacrifice to
What
him.
was he commanding them to do with an 8-day-old human and saying the same that you would with your cattle? What was he commanding them to do?
It's the same thing with Samuel. They offered the firstborn is always the special one. That's why he's not telling them to
What was he
sacrifice.
offering? What was he telling them to do with it at 8 days? What were they to do with it? It stays with its mother for 8 days. Where was it supposed to go on the 8th day, Marcellus?
Yeah. You're talking about humans, right? Human beings.
Yes, humans stay. It stays with its mother for 8 days. After 8 days, where does it go?
It
What?
goes back. I don't.
Yahweh had a temple full of nannies taking care of all these 8-day-old babies until they came of age.
Yes, thinker. What you're implying, that's not the case in that text.
What is it then? Where did they go? After 8 days, it stays with its mother and then it belongs to Yahweh. It's given to Yahweh. Where did they go? Where did the babies go after 8 days?
They went to the temple.
Who took care of them? That's why I'm asking. Did Yahweh have like a temple full of nannies that took care of all these 8-day-old Israelite babies until they came of age?
No, it was the same thing with the priests. They were to be priests. I think it's because it's with Samuel
Who
too.
took care of? Were they priests at 8 days old?
No, but they were gonna be raised as that
Who
though.
took care of them from 8 days until they came of age? Is my question, Marcellus. If they had to leave their mom at 8 days old,
Whoever was there, I don't know if it says. I have to look at the passage who took care of them.
yeah,
But that,
find that. Can you find that information for me?
yes, I'll look at the passage because I didn't agree because it's not. They're not sacrificing their true. God's not commanding them to sacrifice their humans. I know that's a fact. So, thinker, you said passage again, thinker.
Exodus 12. Give me just a second. Have you heard of the scholar Heath Durrell in his book Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel? Have you heard of that book? That scholar in his book?
Sounds familiar. Did it have to do something with the Gehenna?
No.
With the okay, so
No,
okay,
it's
no.
talking about child sacrifice in ancient Israel.
Okay, no, I
Um,
never, no.
okay. Give me just a second here. I'm gonna read something to you.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll mute when I'm shuffling my page. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
Let me mute while I'm shuffling mine. Hold on. Okay, here we go. This is okay. We're gonna go. I'm gonna pull up Exodus 22, 28, and 29 while I read this. Let me see. There we go. Okay. So first I'm gonna read this. You shall not revile God or curse a leader among your people. You shall not delay to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. You shall do the same with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall remain with its mother. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. Let me turn this light up a little bit so I can see.
I'm sorry. What chapter?
This is Exodus 22 verses 28 through 30.
Okay.
Yeah. I think, and then I'm gonna also pull up Exodus 13 while you looking for that. Hold on. Are you back?
Yes. I'm right here. Yes.
Okay. Exodus 13, the Lord said to Moses, consecrate to me all the firstborn, whatever is the first to open the womb among the Israelites of human beings and animals is mine. Also, let me go, let's do Leviticus 27 right quick. Leviticus 27, I think it's, hold on, I can't remember if it's 28. Yeah, 28. Leviticus 27. Nothing that a person owns that has been devoted to destruction for the Lord, be it human or animal or inherited landholding, may be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. So, devoted to destruction, this term here is harem. King James created this phrase. The translators of the King James text created this phrase, devoted to destruction, but it just means harem. So like any of the humans that were devoted to this god as an offering from like enemy territories, I would say devoted to destruction is mostly like their enemies. So any humans that was devoted to the god as an offering, like a tribute, had to be sacrificed. They had to be put to death. They couldn't be ransomed or redeemed. Okay. So that's one type of sacrifice. And then here, this is the earlier depiction of this God requiring child sacrifice. You later see in the text, when the Levitical priesthood comes in, the Levites kind of take the place of uh, the firstborn being offered up. And so then they're required later, I think in Exodus 12, to redeem their firstborn. And they would redeem them by paying these prices here in Leviticus 27. For a male, they would pay 20 to for a male 20 to 6 years of age, they would pay 50 shekels to redeem them. If it's a woman, it was 30 shekels. From 5 to 25 years of age, they would have to pay 20 shekels for a male. For female, 10 shekels. If they were 1 month to 5 years, they would pay 5 shekels for a male and 3 shekels for a female. If they were 60 years old or older, 15 shekels for a male, 10 shekels for a female. If any cannot afford the price, they shall be brought before the priest, and the priest shall assess them. The priest shall assess them according to what each one making a vow can afford. So once they offered their firstborns up, if we see from 1 month to 5 years old, they didn't have an equivalent. So they couldn't actually redeem them until they were 31 days old. Up until that, they were not really considered humans. They were considered born dead up until 31 days old, right? But these were the redemption prices later on. But before that, they were to offer up their firstborn to Yahweh. The same. There was no redemption prior to that. But hold on, let me read this. Let me make sure this is the right one here. Let's see. It says, turning to the biblical testimony, Mosca argues that Melech rights must be distinguished from firstborn sacrifices in Exodus 22:28. In the English version 22:29, on which, in his view, Israelite firstborn offerings always involved redemption, while the Melech sacrifice involved child sacrifice. Based on his careful examination of the biblical evidence, Mosca concludes that the Israelite child sacrifice was closely connected with the Phoenician Punic rite bearing the same name, and was extant in both Israel and Judah from at least as early as the 8th century BCE, possibly even as early as the 10th. It was repudiated as idolatrous during the Josenic reform and was reinterpreted as being the non-Yahwehistic cult of a pagan deity, Molech, in the centuries after its abolition. So at first, the Molech and the Yahweh sacrifices were one and the same. Later on, it was reinterpreted as a Molech sacrifice. And the writers during the Josiah's reform started trying to separate Yahweh from these child sacrifices. So when Jeremiah says that the Israelites built the Tophet to Molech, it was the Israelites.
Yes, thinker. Yes, that is correct. They built those.
Did you understand anything that I just said?
Yes, you were saying based on the evidence, the guy's name, what you were reading in the book, based on that, you said they practiced that.
He's saying that they are one and the same. They were one and the same prior to the I can't say his name that way. King Josiah reform.
Yeah.
Josianic uh, time period during the Deuteronomistic history. Prior to that, they were one and the same.
So meaning he's saying that Yahweh and Molech at the prior to that time were the same deity.
There is no deity named Molech in history. There's no cult of Molech. There's no one in history. No, nothing. No, nobody's been able to even find anything referencing a god named Molech. What this scholar is saying is that prior to King Josiah reforms, the Molech sacrifices were the Yahweh, were the Israelite sacrifices. And during Josiah's reform, they reinterpreted them to a cult of Molech, to a pagan deity named Molech in the centuries after the abolition of child sacrifices. So during Josiah's reform, they abolished the practice of child sacrifice. But prior to that, it was practiced in ancient Israel, and they were offered up to Yahweh. And as a matter of fact, archaeologists have found the Tophet. They have found funeral urns with children's bones in them, with inscriptions saying that they were sacrifices to Yahweh.
Yes, that's correct. I heard about that.
So when you say that your God commanded to annihilate or genocide other people because of so-called abominable sins, when your God was commanding people to sacrifice children or accepting child sacrifices, you justify bullshit, Marcellus.
That's not necessarily true. Yes, they did that, but the other nations were doing that too. He said that's the reason why they were driving them out in Deuteronomy.
I didn't say that they were doing it. Listen to what you're saying. It's okay for this God to tell his chosen people to genocide a different group of people because they're sacrificing children to a different God. But it's not, but it's also okay that he didn't genocide his own people for sacrificing children to him because they're chosen. It's okay that this God told his chosen people that it's okay to enslave people for not being them, for being different. But it's wrong for the Europeans to see themselves as chosen of this God and enslave my ancestors. It's hypocritical. You justify bullshit. And when you justify this bullshit, you are allowing the other shit to continue. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, Thinker, I understand what you're saying.
Do you, Marcellus? You know how many
Yes.
times you've said that, and then when I say, "What did I say?" You come back and say something completely different.
Yes.
What did I say?
Why did God punish the Israel? Because they were doing it, but he punished the other nations for doing it, correct?
No, no. I'm more focused on you and what you think today. I don't give a fuck about what this God did. I don't. This is a book. I care more about what you think today, what you do today, what you say today, Marcellus.
Yes. The reason why we went in this conversation is we're talking about the why they were chosen, the whole reason why. And I was trying to explain that this is why God used them to drive out the other nations.
You really You excusing it for the Israelites is the problem. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Why is that? Why is it a problem?
Like I said, if God was gonna punish the in which He did in some cases with other situations, He punished them for certain stuff.
No, why is it a problem that you are willing to excuse your God and the Israelites' behavior? Why is that a problem in today's society? Because look, the original topic today before Micah came up was, I think that your Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Why do you think I'm saying that it is a whole ass problem that you justify the abhorrent shit that your God commanded, allowed, and did in this book? Why do you think that I think that it's a problem in today's world for you to be justifying that shit?
Because it's not right.
What does that do today? How does that affect the world today?
But in understanding the reason why that took place,
Understanding the reason why it's justifying it, and that's the problem that we are discussing, Marcellus. The fact that you say that there is a reason why this was allowed to happen, that's justification. That's justifying it.
but yes, that was my main reason about why God chose Israel and why He drove out the other nations. In regards to justifying it, like questioning God that it's wrong to do.
In regard, what you didn't finish that sentence. Do you feel like you said so? You didn't finish that sentence. I got it. What was the point of that? What you just said?
Oh, meaning that since that took place, what you're saying that it was wrong for them to do, and you say by me saying that that is not wrong, I'm justifying what he did.
Therefore,
Therefore, I'm approval of what he did. Right? Correct. I'm approving what he did in that to the people,
and
and I'm justifying it.
and what?
Oh no, that was it. That was all.
Okay. I'm just gonna say this, and then we're gonna move on. The fact that it you are very nice and respectful, Marcellus. You have difficulty completing a idea, right? You stop at God. You stop at Jesus. You would be the equivalent of what I would call a yes bot. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to call you a yes bot. But when I say that this is the ideal mindset of an oppressive system, right? So that system continues to work. You need people who aren't able to see the oppression in the system. You need people to champion it, to apologize for it, to ask for more of it in order for it to continue. And because you're not able to to connect, right? Those ideas. This is why I say that I think Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, because all you see is Jesus. You can't see where the harm is coming from, and you can't see how you play a part in it. You might not be the one out doing the harm, but you are excusing it. I thank you for coming up, Micah. I thank you for coming up as well. I
Oh,
don't know if
thank you.
you're
You're
so
welcome.
welcome. You're welcome.
And I do agree with the prompt 100% Lee, even though I didn't get any clarity. But you know, I'm just glad that you guys could give me, some clarity. I didn't get, even though I didn't get the answers that I needed. But I'm glad that you guys could find some comedic, just to cushion the blow. Glad that you guys could help.
Well, you're very welcome. I want you to know that this is, as a nerd, this is a safe space for you. And I thank you for even being vulnerable, right, to talk about this. This is something that I think needs to be talked about more.
Yeah,
So I appreciate you so much.
thank you. But
You're welcome.
am I allowed to come? Can I come back here sometimes?
Yeah, you're a nerd.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you.
you're welcome.
I
I
do
hope you
agree.
have a good night. Huh?
Huh? You said what?
No, what were you getting ready to say?
I do agree with the prompt 100% Lee. And yeah. So yeah, I do agree. I agree with the prompt 100% Lee. And thank you for having me up here. And
You're so welcome.
thank
Have
you.
a You're welcome. Have a good night. Give your brother a big hug for me too. I swear his
Okay.
voice, like he has such a clear, crisp voice. Like his voice is
I know. I
yes,
know.
like yeah. So give him a big hug for me, and I
All
hope
right.
y'all have a good night. Okay.
You too. Keep your foot
All
on these
right,
believers'
Micah.
necks, okay? Ladies,
Okay.
you do
All
the
right.
same.
Aw.
Let me
All right.
down,
I
please.
gotcha.
She's crazy.
So,
Bye. Marcel, is anything you want to say before we move on?
No, just thank you for inviting me up. Do you have like different topics, different days, like how you do it, or?
Yeah, this one I'm probably going to run into the ground for a little while, and mainly because it's exactly how I feel, and it allows me to address a lot of things. I usually have about 4 topics on the board, and I think the topics that I have might be a little bit intimidating to people. So I think this might be easier. Um, and so if you do want to come back and you want to talk about something, I think it'll fall under this a lot easier than me pinpointing specific things. Does that make sense? So I'm live Sunday, Monday, Tuesday nights until 10 a.m. the next morning. And then this Thursday, I am doing a 24-hour marathon to raise funds for one of our co-hosts. Her son was in a motorcycle accident and she has to be off of work for a while to help him recoup. And so we're raising money for her. And then we're also doing a fundraiser um, event. There's a fundraiser event that we will be promoting to raise money for Congo, for displaced people in the Congo and Central Africa. So we're doing a 24-hour marathon this Thursday where we'll be discussing this all damn day this Thursday. So feel free to come back as well.
Okay, all right. And I take it from, did everybody on the prompt used to be Christian? Everybody, or I don't know.
Yeah, I was a missionary, a PK kid. My family still has the church. So very religious, Kojic. Um, Lala used to be Christian. She's not. Lala is an atheist. Selena, you want to tell them, like, are you atheist, Selena, or are you still
No,
deconstructed? I can't remember.
I'm
Okay.
still. I'm. still in my deconstruction phase, even though I don't worship this God. I'm still a minister, and that's for personal reasons. You know, to be able to marry those who eventually this country will tell Christians they don't have to marry. If you catch my drift. Yeah, I come from a family of ministers, deacons. My mom is a youth pastor in the church, so I too am a PK. Sisters and brothers and brother-in-law are ministers. That's me.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So, think your parents were pastors or pastors?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
Yeah. My
Like,
little brother took over my dad's church when my dad passed away. My dad was killed by a drunk driver in 2006.
oh man.
And so my brother took over. I would like, I was a missionary in the church all the way up until probably 2014. I stopped going to church around 2014, and then I started my deconstruction around 2000, like the end of 2019. So I've been deconstructing for probably 6 years now.
I
What's that?
see.
7 years?
I see.
Yeah.
So this happened over a period, the deconstruction. What's going on?
Yeah. I didn't start out with the concept of deconstruction. I had no idea deconstruction was even a thing. I started out looking for the God because I didn't see evidence of it in our lives and in the world. My brother and I had a conversation one day. He said he didn't think, God loved black people. And I was like, man, what? And we just started talking. And I just started sharing with him all the things that I had already been thinking about. And then I set out to get my questions answered. So I started doing like research, like deep dive research. And I started out looking for the name of the God because I knew God was a title and not a name. And I had been taught growing up that the closer you get to the God, he would reveal his name to you. And so I wanted to know the name because I'm like, first off, who the fuck is it? Like, what is it? And the more I learned, the deconstruction just happened. Like, I wasn't trying to not believe it anymore. It just happened.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Because what I'm seeing a lot is, especially in a lot of African Americans, a lot of them are turning away from Christianity. Is what I'm seeing.
Good. Good. Like, have you ever asked yourself, what has this God actually done for the black community? What has it actually done for the black people in America and black people on the continent as a whole?
I will answer that, but we're gonna go in the whole. And I got work in the morning, so I'm
Oh,
gonna come
okay.
back another time. Yeah, we gonna
But you
we
have
gonna go.
asked yourself that question, though. I just want to know: have you ever asked yourself that question? And nine times out of 10, y'all always say, "Oh, he was with us in slavery, but he put
Uh,
your ass there." But have you ever asked that question? That's all I want to know.
Why he allowed all that to
No,
happen to black
no.
people?
Have you ever asked yourself, what has this God done for the African diaspora as a whole?
No, I never asked myself or thought about that. No,
Okay.
no.
Maybe when ask yourself that question, think about it, and come back when you have time, and we can chat about that.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. But it was good having on here. It was a good conversation. I thank you for inviting me up and everything.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you for being respectful while you're on stage as well. Appreciate you for talking with Micah, and I hope you have a good night.
All right, have a good night, everybody.
All right. To the believers in the chat who are normally in this space crashing out, that's how you be a believer on stage and disagree, right? Even though Marcellus wasn't catching shit, he still did not get belligerent and disrespectful and start condemning people to hell, screaming
yep.
abomination, abomination, abomination.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get these likes up to 250K. Thinker has a gift goal of "You're awesome," the cat.
Apollo 420. Also, don't you bring your ass in here and start no shit. Critical Thinking Club, are you in the box on purpose? If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. There's a couple of people in the request. I don't know if they're still there. I'm trying to bring you up. Oh, okay. Thank you, Critical. Hey, Critical, what's up?
Yeah, hi there. First of all, thank you for everything you do. I just want to take a little bite off my dragon status.
Okay.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, I actually wanted to ask Marcellus just one question, but he's gone now.
Oh,
So
okay.
I
Look,
want, yeah,
next time, say, hey, I'm a, because I might not see that you're a dragon
see,
when you're in
yeah,
the,
no,
yeah, like the request doesn't show me your nerd badge. But if you
yeah,
comment,
all right,
if you comment and say, hey, I'm in the request and I can see you're a dragon, then I can bring you up. So I apologize for
right.
that.
No, no problem at all. I just wanted to ask him just one question. And if he's still there listening, first of all, I have not seen any Christian like him come up in a very long time. So that's very refreshing to me. He's so respectful, and even though he kept saying, "I understand what you're saying," I understand what you're saying, but he's always there. So I want to say thank you to him for that, for being respectful, for being a believing Christian. That's the kind of Christian we need. There's a little bit of dissonance there. That's why the but keeps coming in, even if he says, "I understand what you're saying." So I just wanted to ask him, as calm, as respectful as he is, will he partake in the day of the Lord, the activities of the day of the Lord? That was the question I wanted to ask him.
I wish he was still here. I guarantee you he doesn't know what that is.
He doesn't know that,
Yeah.
right?
A lot of
Yes.
them
So
don't.
that was my question. I was itching to ask him that. I'm like, come on, Tinker, bring me up.
This is why I love the dragons. But like y'all gotta like comment and be like, hey, I'm in the box. I can see your nerd badge and I know to bring you up. Man,
All
that
right,
would
I'll
have been
do
a
that.
good one.
I'll do that next time. Yeah.
Thank
All
you.
right. So yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let me
Oh,
down, let me
Marcellus.
down.
He's here. Marcellus, can you come back up for just 1 second? Can you come back up just 1 second, please? Okay, there you go, Critical.
Yeah, hi, Marcellus.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. First of all, I want to say thank you for being so respectful today. You're one of the first Christians I've seen on this platform in a very, very long time. And I must commend you for that, because that's the type of believers we're looking for. People that can listen and understand what they're saying, even if the dissonance is there a little bit. But that is very commendable. And I want to say thank you for that.
Welcome, brother.
I yeah, I wanted to just ask you just one question. Do you know what the day of the Lord is?
The end times when Jesus comes back, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Would you be able to partake in that activity on that day?
Yes, it talks about in Revelation Jesus coming back on a white horse and the saints coming back with him. Yeah, it
Do you
talks
know the
about,
activity that will go? Yeah, are you conversant with the activity that will happen on that day?
yes, it's a war going to break out. Jesus is coming back to
Good.
destroy.
Very good. So will you be part of the people doing the destroying?
It says Jesus is going to destroy them. It doesn't say nothing about me destroying them.
Okay. Tinka, you want to take it from there? Sorry, I'm walking, so
Yeah.
I'm a bit short of breath. I'm doing my regular walk. It's
Yeah.
about it's just about 11 o'clock here in the morning in Dublin. I'm in Ireland.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. Oh, you're in Ireland? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I live in Dublin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Marcellus, what critical is referring to is the Israelite apocalyptic end times prophecy called the Day of the Lord that Isaiah prophesied in Isaiah 13. Are you familiar with that? Where the original Day of the Lord prophecy came from?
I know about the one in Revelation,
Well,
not
the
Isaiah.
one in Revelation is being quoted from Isaiah. It's being quoted from the Hebrew scriptures, Isaiah, Daniel, Zechariah, right? So that writer is using Jewish apocalyptic literature to describe this second coming, right? This reckoning that God and his son is going to do when they come back. And the day of the Lord is a prophecy that was given to Isaiah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in Isaiah 13. Give me just a second. So I'm going to run through it really, really quickly because I'm going to get to the part that Critical is asking if you're going to participate in. But as we can see here in verse 1, this is a oracle, right, concerning Babylon, because the Israelites, when they wrote, Babylon was who their God was going to destroy for them, because that was who was oppressing the Israelites, the Babylonians, the Medes, and all of that. And Isaiah got the prophecy, and so Yahweh is saying to them, on a bare hill, raise a signal, cry aloud to them, wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalting ones, to execute my anger. And so in this prophecy, Yahweh is commanding his holy ones, his chosen ones, to execute his anger on earth, right? Along with him. So it's not just him doing it, it's the Israelites fighting this war with God, executing his wrath. It says, listen, a tumult on the mountains as of a great multitude. Listen, an uproar of kingdoms of nations gathering together. The Lord of hosts is mustering an army for battle. They come from a distant land, from the ends of the heavens. The Lord and the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole earth. Wail, for the day of the Lord is near. It will come like destruction from the Almighty. Therefore, all hands will be feeble, and every human heart will melt, and they will be terrified. Pains and agony will seize them. They will be in anguish like a woman in labor. They will look aghast at one another. Their faces will be aflame. See, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel, with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy its sinners from it. For the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. I will punish the world for its evil and the wicked for their iniquity. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant and lay low the insolence of tyrants. I will make mortals more rare than fine gold, and humans the gold of Ophir. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place at the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the day of his fierce anger. Like a gazelle on the run, or like sheep with no one to gather them, all will turn back to their own people, and all will flee to their own lands. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses will be plundered, and their wives will be raped. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and who do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb, and their eyes will not pity children. And it just goes on about how the wrath of God at the end of times. But the part that he's asking, are you going to participate in, is this part, verses 15 through this part, 15 through 18.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just looking at it. So the whole part is part of the day of the Lord. If the whole thing, correct, Thinker?
Yeah, this whole thing is the day of the Lord. This is the original prophecy of the day of the Lord. Jesus quotes Isaiah 13:10 as signs of his coming. He says, on that day, the stars in heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark. Jesus quotes this in Matthew 24 as a sign of his coming back, because he's quoting Isaiah's prophecy of the day of the Lord.
Oh yes, got you.
Yeah, Revelations chapter 6. Think. Hold on.
Like in Joel too, right? In
Yeah,
Joel.
like in
Yeah.
Joel.
Okay,
Yeah,
I got you. Okay.
yeah. So he's asking. A lot of times we get believers who say, "There, just because he quotes it doesn't mean he's talking about this specific prophecy." So like we typically have to like go through all of the references and Revelations and Joel and Act to show that this is the end time prophecy that Revelation is referencing. But Revelation 6 verses 12 through 17 references Isaiah 13 as well. And so what Critical is asking is, are you, as a believer, as one who will be going to the new earth and a part of this God's army, are you willing, or are you going to participate in this?
Yeah, the reason why I was asking is this section, the section you have highlighted, even though up above it talks about the day of the Lord, is this section included with that? That's why I'm trying to make sure it's not a break off.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
where do
all.
you see the break off? Can you show me where you would see the break off? Where do you see the break off?
When it talks about destroying, because the reason why I asked that, because I don't see it nowhere else about. Can you go back? Yeah, go back to it real quick. Yeah, sorry. My bad.
Right. I guess let's talk literary analysis right quick before we talk interpretation. I'm trying to understand your thought process here. So when reading a book, right, we're in a chapter of a book. Typically when we read a chapter of a book, that what's in that chapter all relates to what's being said unless there is a new subtitle, right?
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Or unless the narrator introduces a different thought and says, here is something else, like this pertains to something else. What I'm asking is, where do you see that happening here for that to be the case? For verses 15 through 18 to not be about the day of the Lord, but
How?
verses 1 through 14 are.
Yes.
Because, like, as you can see, verse 14 says, like a gale on the run, or like sheep with no one to gather them, all will turn back to their own people, and all will flee to their own lands. Then it says, whoever is found will be thrust through. Like verse 15, like it follows the flow of verse 14. Why would that not be a part of the prophecy? Why would verse 15 not be a part of the prophecy? Like,
Oh, I was just making sure that if it was, that's all. I was just asking the question. That's all.
oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, it's all one prophecy. So Critical is asking, because Yahweh is saying that he has commanded his consecrated ones and he's building his army to execute his anger for him. Because of course, like, he's a omnipotent God. He's not gonna be stabbing people with swords, right? He's not gonna be raping women and dashing heads. He can't do that. He's immalleable, right? He doesn't have hands and feet like that. Jesus, if he comes back, I guess he would have to come back. I don't know if y'all expecting him to come back in the same body like a human when he was here, or is he gonna be one big ass human
Yeah,
standing over the earth?
as
I
a
don't know.
human.
Oh, so he's gonna come back like your size?
Yeah, I don't know about the
So that
quick,
he
but
can't do all this by himself, right? So he summoned his warriors, right, to execute his anger. So he's building an army, right? As he said, right, the Lord of hosts is mustering an army for battle. You see that there? So if Jesus is coming back, he's going to be a human like you. He needs an army to help, bring this wrath on the earth. And so the question is, as one who has, you know, given your life to Jesus and joined his army, are you going to be are, are you willing to do these things that Jesus wants done when he comes back?
yes, I to answer that, I'm not going to be doing no It says, and their wives raped. Yeah, no. I'm just the reason why I'm
What
not.
about the stabbing men and dashing babies?
Yeah, and that too. But what I can say is that's why I kind of allure to, because fully through Isaiah, I just know about the passage in Revelation, and then what I was talking about Joel earlier. So I'm just trying to make sure that the fighting, that when the saints come back, am I going to participate in destroying humankind? Correct.
As the prophecy states, right?
Yeah. So the Bible.
Like you yourself said there's going to be a war. Like who? I don't know.
Well,
Like what did you think? What do you think happens in a war? I'm confused.
as I see it, it's not going to really be a. I mean, I don't think they're going to stand a chance, because the whole thing about the
But
battle.
like who? Right? Who
Yeah.
fight? Like right. So if you're fighting the war, and those non-believers are not going to stand a chance, what is it that you think you're going to be doing to non-believers that they're not going to stand a chance, if it's not going to be stabbing them and all this stuff? Like, I'm confused.
Oh, meaning stand a chance against Jesus, trying to make war against Jesus when he comes back. That's what I
Wait,
mean.
so you think the war is spiritual, not physical?
Oh no, it's physical. No, it's physical.
Okay, all right. What is it that Jesus is human? He's your size, right? Do you think Jesus is gonna be like zapping people with like supernatural power, and then y'all are just like in military gear standing there watching? Like, what is it that you think is gonna happen when Jesus comes back and he's fighting this war against non-believers? Can you give me a picture of that?
The only picture that.
Oh, and your not picture, like imagination. You know it's gonna be a war. Jesus is back. He's a superhuman. Y'all are in military gear as his soldiers. What are y'all doing to non-believers?
Yes, in regards to that, I know we're coming back. The believers and angels, everybody's coming
Yeah,
back.
what are y'all doing to non-believers?
They're going to war.
Doing what? Like when
Well,
someone goes to war, they drop bombs, they shoot guns, they stab people. Like what are y'all going to be doing to non-believers in this war?
oh yes, it's destroying. It's well, I don't say the you know the word, but yes,
What?
yes,
Stabbing people?
it's destroying it as what the text says when we're coming back.
D-
Correct.
Stabbing people? And probably today, like back then, they didn't have Glock 9s. So y'all gonna have like Glock 9s, bombs. Like y'all going to just like bomb people's houses because they don't believe in your God.
Yes. So the whole concept
Okay,
of
and so you're willing to do that is what he's asking. You're willing to like bomb a house because it doesn't believe.
yeah, in the context of Revelation, that's God's tribulation against
It doesn't. Hey,
mankind.
you don't have to say that. We know that you're saying that you are willing to bomb a house because it doesn't believe in your God.
I mean, it's not necessarily like that, but I
What
understand
is
what you're
it then?
saying.
What is this war? If it's not like that, what is it? Can you help me understand? It's not spiritual, it's physical. You already said that. You're in war. Jesus is back with his super angels and his super body. Y'all are in your military holy body gear. Now you got to fight the unbelievers. How do you fight the unbelievers in this physical war? Explain it to me.
I mean, I don't know if we're gonna have swords. Like that's what I'm trying to explain. I just know
You
about
but
this.
you have weapons. It doesn't matter. Like you have
Yeah,
sword.
yeah.
This right here was written in the late Bronze Age. So they had swords and they were going to stab people. They were going to pick up babies and bash their heads against rocks, and they were going to rob their houses and rape their women, right? That's what it says here. But the writer is getting this prophecy with a late Bronze Age mind. Okay. You live in 2025 when there are freaking machine guns, there are tanks, right? Nuclear weapons, right? What are you willing to do for your God in this war against non-believers?
Well, it's as the text said. They said the believers are coming back, and Jesus is coming back, and he's gonna make war against the people that are here. So it's destroying. Correct.
Right. So why can't you say I'm willing to destroy or I'm willing to take non-believers' lives and for Jesus? Why can't you say that? Because that's literally what you're saying you're going to do. But for some reason, you are very uncomfortable saying that. And I think you should literally sit with yourself and be like, okay, my God wants me to like kill people for not believing in him when he comes back. And I can't bring myself to say that I am okay. I'm ready gung ho to do that because obviously that doesn't sit right with you.
No, what I was trying to refer to is that as you know before, but other people don't know about the tribulation period and why that's taking place. The whole
Did I
tribulation period.
ask you for a why? Does the why matter? We're talking about the what though. The why, we know the why. I'm asking you about the what. Like the reason why y'all focus on the why is because y'all constantly have to convince yourself that this horrific shit that your God does has a good reason. That like a battered ass spouse. A battered spouse consistently has to convince themselves that oh, they didn't mean it. They love me. The reason why they did what they did is because of this. Like y'all constantly focus on the why when I'm talking about the what.
Yes. So in regards to his question, I answered it that the saints are going to come back with the angels and everybody for destruction.
And why can't you say, yes, I will blow up a house of non-believers for Jesus?
It's just how you're rephrasing it.
That's
That's all.
what do you do in a war, Marcellus? You act like y'all gonna be like going from door to door say, do you worship Jesus? Will you worship Jesus? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And then just move on to the next house. It literally says that your Jesus's robe is soaked in blood. He calls it human juice. He says, I got their crimson juice, their human juice on me. Like, bro, it's a blood bath. You are participating in a bloodbath. Why can't you say what you're choosing?
The reason why I was just trying to clarify that is because the unbelievers are going to be going against war too. They're going to come against Jesus. So
Listen, let me say
everybody
this. I'm gonna say this, motherfucker. I don't give a damn about what y'all believe, but if you come and you try to harm me in my house, that's me defending myself. That's not war. And y'all need to like really stop calling the shit that believers do in the name of their God war when people are literally just trying to fucking survive and defend themselves against y'all. Your God is the one who's calling this war because people don't want him to rule over them, or people don't believe in him. So you saying that you're willing to drop a bomb on my house because I'm a non-believer, that's not war. That's attack. Yeah, I am angry. I'm glad that you can recognize an emotion. The fuck?
Yes, thinker. So what I wanted you to know is at this time, everybody on
I
the
don't listen. No. The question that I'm asking you and that Critical is asking you is why can't you say, yes, I am willing to drop a bomb on somebody's house for Jesus?
but there's context behind that because
What
everybody on the
context? Are you going to be going to war for
yes, but
Jesus?
there's a reason why.
The reason doesn't matter. What's the reason? Because people don't believe in your God?
No, that's not the reason. The
What's the
reason
reason?
is
Are non-believers killing believers? Are y'all defending yourself because you're being harmed?
no, thinker. The
Okay.
reason
What the reason is because Jesus is coming back and he's getting rid of non-believers, correct?
that's not the whole case. The reason is everybody here on planet Earth that doesn't surrender their life to Jesus will take the mark of the beast and they will worship Satan. That's what I was trying to
Which
get
is
to.
a non-believer, Marcellus, right? Does worshiping Satan mean that you're out here doing harmful shit to humans? If somebody says that they worship Satan, does that mean that they're out here doing harmful shit to humans? That they're out here enslaving humans, oppressing humans, raping humans, killing humans, starving humans? Does that mean that? I don't worship your God. Okay? I don't worship your God. Does that mean that I'm out here doing all this harmful shit to humans, Marcellus?
No.
Does that mean that I deserve to be killed by your God and his crazy followers because I don't worship your God?
The main thing is, thinker, is there's going to be
Answer
this.
my question, Marcellus. Does that mean that I deserve to be harmed by Jesus and his followers because I don't worship him?
The main thing is the
Answer the question, Marcellus. Yes or no?
but I have to finish
Answer
the
yes or no.
response.
Do I deserve to be harmed for not choosing your Jesus, Marcellus?
It's not that you're going to be harmed. You're going to come against God yourself. That's what I was trying to say.
Marcellus, I don't give a fuck about you or your God. I don't. This is about as much as I'm gonna come against your God. I don't give a fuck about your God. I'm not going to hurt anybody, Marcellus. What you're trying to do is put yourself in the position of being a victim so that you can justify that you are willing to drop a bomb on somebody's house for not choosing your God. What you have right now is called the savage complex. It's the shit that oppressors tell themselves so that they can feel okay and sleep at night for genociding whole entire nations, for whole entire populations. It's the shit that your Jesus said about your God said about the Canaanites. They're dogs, they're savages. So it's okay for y'all to go in there, take over their land, and annihilate them. It's okay to go into West Africa, take over their shit because they're savages. They're not human. That's what you're doing right now. You don't feel comfortable with the shit that your God is asking you to do. And so you what you're doing is justifying in your head why you have chosen a freaking tyrant. And you're realizing that that tyrant is going to have you doing some abhorrent shit. And you are willing to do it. And you're embarrassed by it.
Yes, thinker. So, in response to that, as I was trying to make clear, during the tribulation period, people are going to take the mark of the beast and they're going to worship Satan, the beast.
Who
And
gives a damn if they worship Satan if they're not hurting nobody? I'm going to ask you this question again. Do people deserve to have their life taken for worshiping a different God if they're not harming anybody?
no, nobody deserves to have their life taken by worshiping a different God. No, 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 thinker.
And so therefore, Marcellus, would you drop a bomb on somebody's house because they worship Satan?
No, I wouldn't drop a bomb on somebody's house because they worship Satan.
That's what your God is saying that you're going to do. So what this war that you're going to fight, he literally says in Luke 19, those slaves that that did not want me to rule over them, bring them to me and slaughter them in my face. When he gives the parable of the nobleman, and he's referencing himself. Is it Luke 19? Is it Luke 10? No, yeah, it's Luke 19. He literally says, but as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence. For simply not wanting your Jesus to be their master, he says to his people, go get them and stab them in front of me. That's what you signed up for.
So, yes, so in regards to the question he was asking, that's what I was answering. But I wanted to make it clear to everybody because they don't understand that during the tribulation period, there's going to be an antichrist and he's going to want worship and people are going to receive the mark of the beast. And when Jesus comes back, everybody on the earth is going to go to war against the saints. That when Jesus comes back, that's what I was trying to make clear.
Yeah, show me that. Show me when they receive this mark of the beast that makes them go to war against the saints.
So,
Show me that.
yes. Yes, hold on. Revelation 13. 16 and 17, the mark of the beast. Let me see. Yes.
Also, it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be given a brand on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell who does not have the brand, that is, the name of the beast or the number for its name. This calls for wisdom. Let anyone with understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a person. Its number is 666.
Yes. So that's the
Where
mark
does
of the
it
beast.
say that the mark causes them to wage war against the saints?
It is, let me move up. Hold on. Or we have Revelation 19.
19 what?
19. Revelation 19. Starting, I think, verse 11. Let me read Revelation 19, verse 11.
Then I saw heaven opened, and there was a white horse. Its rider is called faithful and true. And his righteousness he judges and wages war. And in righteousness he judges and wages war. His eyes are like a flame of fire, and on his head are many diadems, and he has a name inscribed that no one knows but himself. He is clothed in a robe dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies of heaven, wearing fine linen, white and pure, were following him on white horses. From his mouth comes a sharp sword with which to strike down the nations, and he will rule them with a scepter of iron. He will tread the winepress of the fury of the wrath of God the Almighty. On his robe and on his thigh he has a name inscribed, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. So this says that your God, your Jesus, in his blood-soaked robe, right, comes and wages war, right? Then I saw an angel standing in the sun, and with a loud voice he called to all the birds that fly in mid-heaven, come gather for the great supper of God, to eat the flesh of kings, the flesh of captains, the flesh of the mighty, the flesh of horses and their riders, flesh of all, both free and slave, both small and great. So your God's angels are calling for birds to come and eat on human flesh. These are, I guess, the both small and great, but that small and great means kids and adults, both enslaved and free, both noblemen, common people, right? Kings. So anybody that did not choose him, he's going to kill and destroy. He's going to be soaked in blood. And the birds, he's like, hey, come eat all this dead flesh. Then I saw the beast and the kings of the earth with their armies gathered to wage war against the rider on the horse and against his army. Because who the fuck wouldn't? And the beast was captured, and with it the false prophet who had performed in his presence the signs by which he deceived those who had received the brand of the beast and those who worshipped its image. These two were thrown alive into the lake of fire that burns with sulfur, and the rest were killed by the sword of the rider on the horse. So he comes, he kills the beast, right? And then those that worshipped him, your Jesus kills with the sword that came from his mouth, and all the birds were gorged with their flesh. He made more bird food. Where does this say that those who worship the beast attacked the believers?
Yes, everybody who worships the image. That's why it says verse
Listen,
19.
if your Jesus is coming back and waging war and he's doing all this shit, who the fuck wouldn't fight back, Marcellus?
Yes, the whole reason is what I'm saying is everybody here who doesn't receive it is going to receive the mark of the beast, and that includes you. You will
Right,
take the mark of
right,
the beast. Yeah.
exactly. Because I'm not worshiping your demonic ass God, but right. And so because of that, I deserve to be killed.
Yes, as I was saying before, this is God's wrath against
And
mankind.
because of that, I deserve to be killed.
Yes, it's the whole thing. That's the whole
Okay,
concept of
that's what he
Revelation.
asked. And so therefore, you are willing to. So when your God says in Deuteronomy, this is why I say Jesus is the worst thing that ever fucking happened to humanity. Even somebody as soft spoken as Marcellus would be willing to harm another human for their God. In Deuteronomy, chapter 13, when your God says to the Israelites, if anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or your wife, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be the first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then all Israel shall hear and be afraid, and never again do such wickedness. So your daughter, your son, does not choose your God. You kill them?
Yes, that's the whole main message of Revelation.
And we're the demons. Y'all are a whole ass problem. Y'all are a whole ass problem. It disgusts me.
Thinker.
And then on top of that, no. And then on top of that, your ass ain't never seen a God. You have no idea whether a God told any human to write this shit. Even when your Jesus comes back, he's going to look like you. And you wouldn't even know if you were seeing a God or another motherfucking human. When these motherfuckers went throughout the world during the Crusades and killing people in the name of this God for not believing the same way, it was believers killing other believers for believing differently. And they killed millions in this God's name. And today, now y'all want to say, well, just because they did it in God's name doesn't mean God told them to do it. But you don't fucking know. Just like you don't know whether God told anybody to write this shit. But you call it God. And you are willing to sit here and say that you would harm another human over something you can't prove. Over a belief. You are the problem. No matter how soft-spoken you are complacent and complicit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks, Matalo. I think you've answered the question. I want to leave it at that. Tinker, thank you. Thank you for bringing me up.
Can I ask
And
critical something real quick?
yeah,
When we look at this, as I was explaining before, it's because of the tribulation period. People are going to take the mark of the beast, right? And if you don't believe in Jesus Christ and you take that mark, it's you will be included with going to war against the saints and when Jesus comes back. As I was trying to explain. So it's
Do
going to
you
be
think that I didn't understand what you said or some shit? Like you explaining that again to critical. Do you think that I misunderstood you?
no, I just wanted to make sure critical understood. That's
Well, he
all.
understood.
you've answered the question. There's nothing to understand there. The question was, will you, not people that time that will have taken the mark of the beast? Have we taken the mark of the beast now?
No, sir. No, sir.
Good. So will you now, if that happens, will you take up your sword and strike me critical? That's the question.
Well, yes, in the future it's going to happen.
So
What's going to
will
happen?
you do it? You, Marcellus.
Yes, because believers are going to participate in
Perfect.
that too.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much. You've answered the question. That's perfect. It's just
So
that somebody
raping,
as soft spoken, as nice as you, is
yep,
willing to kill somebody for not believing in your God.
kill, grape,
That's
dash
all.
baby heads, all of it. That's sad.
That's the purpose of asking that question. So it doesn't matter how nice you are now as a believer, when that time comes, you are going to be a savage. That's what it means.
And soaked in blood with human juice on you as your
That's
God
it.
calls it.
That is all there is to that question. I'm sorry we had to drag you back up and drag you through all of this, but you've actually answered the question from the very start. So all these revelations and all of that you're bringing up, it has no bearing on your answer. You've answered the question, and that is to say, you are going to be a savage on that day, period. So thank you very much. Continue to be nice as a believer, but we know where we are. That's all there is.
And then the crazy thing about it is that most non-believers, like, ain't nobody out here fucking with y'all like that. The most somebody is saying sky daddy or sky ghost. Nobody's out here putting hands on y'all for believing in your God. It's y'all. It's y'all. And then y'all have to lie to yourself and victimize yourself to justify the bullshit y'all do to harm other people. And that's fucked up. How y'all have lied to yourselves.
It is really, really sad. And that is what Christianity has done to all of us as humans.
Yeah, yes. Thank you for letting me answer the question. And
You
that's
might
why.
as well just say good night, bitch, because literally the niceties is
This
I'm
is
sorry. You might as well be like good night,
good
bitch.
night, bitch.
That's
Yeah, we
it.
know you're going to be a savage in the end, so that's it.
Yeah, the main thing that I was trying to make the point across is
Hey, I'm not worshiping your God. You might as well go on ahead. Like I said, I'm not worshiping your God. Like if God and the devil were real, your God to me would be the devil. Your God is the devil. Your God created capitalism for the wealthy. Your God uh sanctioned and regulated chattel lifetime slavery on the basis of ethnicity. Your God accepted sacrifices, human sacrifice. Your God champions ignorance and blind loyalty. Your God lies. Your God confuses. There's no fucking way.
So thank you for coming back up to answer my question. I really appreciate it.
Yes, yes. Thank you for asking the question. Thinker, I was going to ask a question real quick before I go. Well, when this stuff does take place in Revelation, I know you don't believe in the God and all that. When this stuff takes place, will you believe then?
You might as well fucking just go ahead and kill me. No, Marcellus. No. And then what? The worst that could happen is my ass die. No.
Okay,
My
yes.
answer is no as well, Marcelo.
Yes, the reason why I say that, if the Bible's not true, then none of this is going to happen, right?
You live today, Marcellus.
Yeah,
That's the fact that you can't see that you justifying this shit today in real life is why this bullshit happens in real life. It's already happening, Marcellus. They have used this book to genocide entire populations. They have used this book to enslave entire groups of people, to subjugate entire groups of people. It's already happening.
yes. When I read the New Testament and the Bible, in the New Testament, when Jesus commissioned to go into the world and preach the gospel to every creature, I was never told to do this in the setting right now. What's going on? I'm not talking about the tribulation period, but we were told to go and preach the good news to around the world, not to
What's the
enslave
good
anybody.
news, Marcellus? What's the good news?
The gospel message,
Which is what?
the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus
Which is
Christ.
what? And what does that do? What's so good about it?
It reconciles humanity back to God.
Which and how? How does it do that?
Because Jesus was the perfect sacrifice,
To
the
do
lamb.
what, Marcellus? Like, why? What is wrong with y'all's brains? Basically, your good news is if you accept Jesus, you won't get killed in the end. If you accept Jesus, we won't come in and rape your wife. If you accept Jesus, we won't enslave you. If you accept Jesus, we won't bomb your house. Listen, that's the good news, Marcellus. Accept Jesus or die. That's the good news, Marcellus. That's it. You
So
still gonna starve. You still gonna get sick. You still gonna die. You still gonna have children born with disabilities. You still not gonna get healed. But guess what? We're not gonna come in and grape your children. We're not gonna come in and plunder your house. We're not gonna enslave you. That's the good news, Marcellus.
yes, I understand what you're saying of the good news and slaughtering and all that. But nowhere did Jesus tell me to go slaughter anybody. He told me to go preach
Yes,
the
he
gospel.
did. Marcellus, yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah, nowhere in the New Testament
That's New Testament. That's Luke. This is Luke.
Oh yeah, was that the one you were reading earlier about the end times, correct? Thinker?
Marcellus, the fact that you don't understand that I am saying that your good news of Jesus is believe or die. That is the sum of it all. Believe or be killed. Because y'all are all just waiting for the day for your Jesus to blow that trumpet and turn on whatever fucked up ass switch he's put in your brain to turning you into genocidal ass maniacs for him. That's the good news. Join us or burn.
Yes. So it's not necessarily like that. The reason why is because, as we know, we're waiting for evil to be punished, right? We're asking, why isn't evil being punished?
Marcellus, what is the criteria for joining Jesus' army? What's the
Oh,
criteria?
believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and you shall be saved.
Believe. Actually, it says call on his name. Call. All who call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. Right? Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Call on his name. So if a man like Jeffrey Dahmer called on your name, your Jesus's name, will he be saved in that
Uh,
day?
yes, if he believed in Jesus
If
Christ,
he believed in Jesus
yes.
after he had killed a lot of people, would you say that murdering people and blending them up for a smoothie is evil?
Yes, that is evil. Yes.
Would you say just not believing in God is evil?
Yes,
Is the
rejecting God.
equivalent of what Jeffrey Dahmer did?
Oh, it's a different. Yes, there will be different levels of
No, no,
punishment.
no. Is it the equivalent? Is me not believing in God the equivalent of Jeffrey Dahmer murdering people, chopping them up for a Thanksgiving dinner?
No, that's not equivalent. No,
Not equivalent.
no.
But your God is coming back to punish the evil on the earth. So I would be killed and Jeffrey Dahmer would be saved. Is essaying children evil, Marcellus?
Yes.
But an essayer that called on Jesus in this day and say, Lord, I believe in you, would they be saved?
Yes, the Bible says that they turn
But
from their sin.
me, who don't believe, I would be killed.
It's because of the sin. That's why.
Does Marcellus, you said your God, your Jesus is coming back to punish the evil on the earth. Now we have identified two evils. And in those two scenarios, that evil got saved.
So what you're saying is that you're not evil?
What have I done that's evil, Marcellus? I asked you. Is my non-belief in your God evil?
Yes, disbelief. But the
It's
whole
evil? How does my non-belief in your God, how does that harm you as a person?
well, it doesn't harm me, but
It
it's
doesn't
it's
harm you.
against
How
God.
does it harm another person? How does it harm humans? Does it stop? Does it take a human's life? Am I killing people?
No, you're not, thinker.
Am I stopping people from eating?
No, no,
No. Am I graping people?
no,
No. Am I causing giving people diseases that they cannot heal?
no.
No. What am I doing that's evil? Like What am I doing?
Well, the Bible says that one sin, if we
What am
sin,
I doing that's evil? What am I doing?
it's not about that. It's meaning it's about sin. That's why God gave us the 10
Where
Commandments to
show me
show us
where it
that we're
says
not good.
non-belief is a sin.
Huh?
Where show me where it says non-belief is a sin.
It's a sin because you
Show
won't be
me in the
forgiven.
book. In the book, please. Where does it say non-belief is a sin?
Jesus said, "Whoever believes shall have everlasting life."
Where does it say non-belief is a sin?
John 3:36.
Okay, where does it says non-belief is a sin?
Not in those words, but it says
No.
whoever
Where
doesn't.
does it say? Where does it say non-belief is a sin? Sins are listed out in the book. Where does it say non-belief is a sin?
Nowhere in the words like that.
Nowhere does it say that. Nowhere does it say non-belief is a sin. So
Not in those words.
you saying that I'm a sinner or my non-belief is a sin? That's your opinion. That's your opinion. But the fact that you are willing, right, to say your God is coming back to punish evil, but the same evil is what gets saved by your God is the problem, Marcellus. Your God is the type of God that is willing to kill a man of integrity, an innocent man, while protecting a liar. Your God will protect a pastor essaying children and kill the person who called them out. I wouldn't worship that God.
Yes, again, thinker. What you're saying is that you're not evil. Do you consider yourself a good person? Because the whole message and the whole thing is we believe that we're just good people. That's the whole thing. But I was trying to explain to you before that lying and stealing, all these things are bad, right? And Jesus even elevated, he said, to look at a woman with lust is to commit adultery in the heart.
At this point, Marcellus, I just want to say shut up. Because like literally you have justified a serial killer being saved by your God and someone just not believing being murdered. Like there's nothing else for you to say. Like your belief system is fucked up. Okay? I don't give a fuck whether you or anybody think I'm good. Right? All that matters is that I know that I'm not out here killing, raping, robbing, enslaving, oppressing. I would not ever agree to be any of those things, justify any of those things for you, for a God, for Jesus. I don't want to go to your fucked up ass hell. I mean, your fucked up ass heaven that's filled with serial killers and child molesters. You can live an eternal bliss with them motherfuckers all you want. I don't desire that shit. And your threat of hell does not scare me. I don't know where the fuck I was before I got here, and I'm pretty sure I won't know where the fuck I'll be when I leave.
Yes. So I wanted to make it clear that I know you don't care, but I do care. I do care where people
No, the fuck
spend
you
their
don't. You
eternity.
would kill your daughter for this God, and you already said you would. You would kill. You already said that if your daughter chose not to worship this God, that you would do what the God said and execute her. Like what's coming out of your mouth right now is just bullshit. It's bullshit. You are a I don't know uh what is that? What they a flimsy? You're a flimsy human. Your beliefs, your morals, all of that is dependent on the God. Your foundation is fucking flimsy as fuck. And then on top of that, your whole entire communication from this God comes from fucked up, flawed ass humans. And you bank on that shit. Everything you know about your God, you got from a fucking human. And it has become your law, and you are willing to harm other humans because some fucked up, flawed ass, limited ass human. You can save that shit.
Thank you, Marcellus, for coming up. Um, Try to go back to this live. I think Tinker is on YouTube, is it?
Yeah.
I just want you to take probably 10, 15 minutes to listen to some of your response and just think about it again at a later time, not today. Just go back and listen to all the response you've given and see if that is human. That's all I want to say to you. But like I said from the start, I thank you for being respectful, for listening, and for keep saying, I understand that, but I understand that, but that's why I actually brought this question. That's how this question came to my mind, because you keep understanding, but you make an excuse, you put a but in there. So thank you again for listening and being respectful. But I will advise you to go back and listen to all of your response to all of the questions that Thinker asked you today and try to see if that is actually okay. That's all I want to say to you. So, with that being said, I say thank you. That's all I wanted to say. You answered the question, and that's very fine. I appreciate that.
But yeah, you're welcome.
All right, Marcellus.
All right, I think it was good talking to you.
Now, let me down.
Have a good one, Critical. We are fucked. We are fucked as a society.
Okay, listen up. We have, what, 8 minutes left to help Thinker complete her gift goal of the cats? Let's go. Let's hurry up and knock this out.
Ivy, I'm like mm. What's up, Oso? I don't fucking want to believe. Like, that's so fucking dumb. All you have to do is believe. Like, you sound like you belong on a Disney Channel or some shit. Like, you don't even hear yourself. How diabolical you sound. You don't hear how diabolical you sound. click your heels together and just believe. That's all you have to do is believe. You might as well start talking like that. It's fucking stupid. And then y'all will say they twisted the scriptures. They twisted the scriptures when they did evil shit. No, motherfucker. They did exactly what you're doing right now. They were you. You are them.
Thanks for helping her complete her goal. I appreciate it.
Y'all have a God that you have no expectation of. Like y'all are peddling a God that can supply your every need above anything that you can ever imagine according to his riches and glory. But you don't really mean that shit. That's just a gimmick. You gotta lie to get people to sign on the dotted line. It's fucking crazy. And then y'all are willing to take other people's lives so that you can hang on to a hope of living forever when you haven't even, like, you so worried about your next life. Yeah, I know you are. You so worried about your next life, trying to extend that motherfucker when you ain't even figured make that shit make sense. You haven't even figured out what value you bring to this life and why this life should be important. You trying to make sure that your next life that you get to live that motherfucker forever. Doing what? Half of you don't do shit in this life. You half of you get up, you go to work, you pay your bills, you watch TV, you scroll social media, and that is the extent of your fucking life. And you trying to extend your next life forever because you think it's going to be either be greater, and you are willing to kill for it. That is some diabolical ass shit. Then y'all hypocrites because you'll get on here and do all these fucking think pieces about how this person did this wrong. This person was wrong for saying this to this person. This person called this person the N-word. This person said this about this person. Whole ass think pieces the whole time. You harboring in your heart the day that you get to knock a motherfucker off because they didn't click their heels together. Oh, so are you awake?
I am.
I was asking. Did
Oh,
I
I thought you said
when I
Selena.
spoke to him, did he speak back? There's no place
Heard
like
him in a
Jerusalem.
minute.
Diabolical. That's diabolical. He said, diabolical said, "There's no place like Jerusalem. There's no place like Jerusalem." Yeah, I think Oso is knocked out. Oso, yeah, Oso is knocked. I'm gonna leave him right there. He might be out there with the chickens though.
You know what? He could be
Huh?
feeding them babies. Could be feeding the babies.
Yeah. Akara Ogun? Akara?
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm okay, and you?
I'm a little disturbed. I take it you are African spirituality, not Christianity.
I don't. I'm a traditionalist. I practice my ancestor traditions.
Yeah, I think have we talked to you before?
I don't think so. I always listen, but I never. This is my first time coming up.
I'm sorry, I didn't see Kzu. Kzu. Okay, I don't think they're there. And how old are you?
For me,
Yes.
I'm old, but I don't put my private life out there.
I didn't
Privacy.
ask for your birthday though.
Yeah,
Um,
so I'm old enough. Don't worry. I'm an adult.
for TikTok purposes, how old are you, please? Or I'm gonna have to take you down. Okay.
I'm an adult. I'm above 30. So
All right.
What the hell?
Yeah. If you can't say your age, then you can't be on stage.
Right? Like, what's the? Ooh, I
That
like it.
simple. The shell.
That was nice.
Oh, I'm sorry, thinker. I didn't mean to come up I didn't mean to come up, but um, continue doing a good job at what you're doing, teaching people the real about the Bible. I
Thank
love
you
it.
so much. Thank you. I
You have
appreciate
a
you.
great day, baby.
Thank you. You too. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. Akara, if you can't tell us your age, then you don't need to be up here, friend. Like, if it's that much of a secret, you need to go to a different live. Okay. Like, I'm not. I respect your boundary, but my boundary is that you cannot be on my stage. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. We have 739 in here, another 85 on YouTube. So we got a good number of people watching the live stream right now. I appreciate y'all for the engagement. I appreciate y'all for the likes and the shares and the gifts. Keep it coming. We have 4 hours to go. 4 hours and 30 minutes to go before Christina's live. So let's keep the conversations rolling. Don't be scared. Chay, we're pretty cool people as long as people are respectful. We're pretty cool. We'll
Um,
we'll we'll uh what? We'll work you in. We'll make you feel comfortable. What you finna say, Lala?
no, I was saying it's been a pretty cool night despite certain people.
Yeah. It breaks my heart to hear people say that they are willing to do such harmful things.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah.
heartbreaking. And then like the thing that it's disguised as love, and you know that that's the thing that allows such horrible shit to continue in the world today, and how they
Right.
can't see that they're being used for that. Oh shit.
What?
All these super chats. Um Damn, y'all. Thank y'all. Uh JMR said Christianity made me talk like an idiot. Deconstruction gave me the tools and methodology to apply logic and reason when evaluating claims and evidence. Thank you, JMR, for the $5 super chat. Best in show, $5 super chat. God's perfect. God's perfect, and so its perfect creations of Adam and Eve could only make perfect choices, right? Right. That's true. Like, how did they? If they were perfect, how did they make imperfect decisions? JMR with the $5 super chat. Nothing a Jesus bumper sticker can't fix. Um, Emir became a nerd. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Emir. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Best in show says today Oh, totally amazing show. Thank you. I agree. Today is a good show. Thank you. Lady Eriki, thank you. $100 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate you. Um, Goodness gracious, y'all showing out today. I appreciate you. Anne, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Oh, Eric
Hello?
K. Eric K. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, I can hear you. Um, are
Um,
you a believer? Are
I'm,
you deconstructing?
I'm deconstructing.
Okay, can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
I'm 46.
Thank you so much. What are your thoughts about the topic?
I just came up to ask a question, if that's okay, about the Adam and Eve.
I don't take questions from the chat unless you are a member of the community. Um, like you see the people with the nerd badge next to their names.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are the only ones that can come up and ask questions. That takes us off topic.
Okay. No problem. So I'll come back.
Okay, you don't want to try to work your question into the topic. The topic is pretty broad. Like you don't want to try to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the topic. I really do. I'm a bit nervous. Sorry. Um, Jesus, what happened to humanity? I think so. I really, really do think so. Um, I grew up in a Jehovah Witness family, and because my mom and my dad wasn't married, my family practically disowned me. So I grew up off on the street, and yeah. So this, I don't know. I'm very, very sorry.
It's
I
okay. You
think
don't
I
have
want
to
to go
apologize.
there.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
I'm really, really nervous.
I
Yeah.
understand. There are several people in here who are ex JWs. One of our co-hosts is a ex JW. She's on a break right now. Um, so just know like you're in good company. Um, I'm sorry, that you had to grow up, on the street and that you were excommunicated for not believing. That's pretty fucked up. Um, there are several people who have in here who have been through that as well. So it's okay. It's just if you feel comfortable, you can continue.
Yeah, I think it's the worst thing. And you guys were talking about something before, like, you said if Adam and Eve, when they made the mistake, right? God should have just restarted, and that's what I think. Because, but what I want to know is the tree of knowledge. Knowledge is wisdom, right? So, why wouldn't God want us to have knowledge? Why would He punish us to want to gain knowledge? That's practically my question. I don't know if it's stupid. I just wanted to ask that question. Um,
Um, so uh, the knowledge was more moral than anything. It wasn't. So let me say it like this: the story is a metaphor or an allegory. Um, and so the tree is symbolic for moral knowledge of being able to uh, decide for yourself what is good and what is bad, right? And so you're asking a very good question. Why would this God not want mankind to have the ability to rationalize or reason, right? Or to think critically about their own actions, the actions of those around them, and even the actions of a deity? Why wouldn't he want the human to have that? And the story is left up to interpretation, right? There, there are several stories like this written in the ancient Near East, like in the biblical times, that where the God lies to humanity to keep them from acquiring knowledge, and each one is left up to an interpretation. Is it a good thing that the God lied? Like, was the God trying to protect the humans from this burden of deciding morality? Or was the God trying to keep the human from being able to do that so that they didn't question the God's actions? Right? Um, and there isn't like a right or wrong answer to it because the text just doesn't say, right? Like, it's left up to interpretation. But like when I look at it, I see um a deity that, like, if I take the rest of the story into consideration, right? And I'm talking about the Hebrew text. If I take the rest of the story into consideration, this God commanded things. Well, one version of the God did commanded things. He commanded the Israelites to go into other nations and slaughter people. And in order, before he did that, he required loyalty. And in order for him to get this loyalty, he tested Abraham and said, hey, go and sacrifice your son to me, to see if Abraham would do it, right? Once he realizes that Abraham is willing to sacrifice his child, he stops Abraham from doing it. And then he says, okay, now that I know that I got you completely, I feel comfortable, making this covenant with you. And so he makes the covenant with Abraham, builds his militia of people of Israelites, and commands them, to go into other lands and basically colonize it or conquer it. And because they've agreed to not decide morality on their own, and they've agreed to allow this God to do it, whatever the God says do, they do. They don't question whether what they're being asked to do is moral or ethical. Does that make sense? And
Yes, it do.
yeah,
Yes,
but
it
when a
really do.
yeah, but when you have humans there, and there are humans in this book who will speak up against the God, and usually they're in a place of position, a position of power. It's usually the ones who have decided that they are going to decide morality, um, and that they are close enough to the God that they can participate in deciding what's moral and what's not. That would be the ones who have eaten off the tree and not decided to revert back to the lack of knowledge. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But I'm
Like
just gonna
Moses
be.
spoke up against the God, Abraham questioned the God, Jeremiah questioned the God. But the followers, the Israelites, if they questioned, they got the ground opened up on them. Right. So they just would do what they were told to do.
Yeah, I don't understand that people expect us to just believe and don't ask questions. And even if when you ask question, you never get an answer. You always don't question God. Right now I'm isolated from my friend, my family. My sister stopped talking to me. I only have one brother that is talking to me right now, and it's because I told them I don't believe in God anymore. So yeah. Um. Anyway, thank you for having me on. Thank you guys. I'm here every day listening to you, and I'm going to become a part of this community. Thank
Awesome.
you very much for all what you are doing. It's really helping me to understand more and know that I'm not wrong with how I feel.
Well, we're glad to have you. Looking forward to talking with you some more, and thank you for so much for coming up.
Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you. You too.
Take me down.
I got you. It's funny how that is still funny to this day.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
crazy.
think it will
I
ever not be
love the
funny.
little personalities that come out of it too.
Yeah. What you say, Selena?
I said I don't think it will never not be funny.
Yeah.
Get a good chuckle every single time.
T-Bull. T-Bull. Okay. Annika, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I'm sure it's on accident. It's usually on accident, but I want to double check. Hey Dream, how are you?
Hey Thinker, hey everybody.
Hey.
Um, just to answer the prompt, I definitely agree. Lately I've been thinking about how men are the quote unquote leaders of the world, and a lot of people who share that belief are men and women who have been deceived by the patriarchy. But they say that believers will say that that comes from Adam and Eve and that whole story. But if Eve is the one who ate the fruit and got Adam to eat the fruit, are men like the natural leaders? And then like the curse that happened or whatever, that Eve and the rest of women would have to be under the dominion of Adam and men. But then Jesus Christ was supposed to lift that curse. If so, that's where my confusion comes from. As far as like humanity and men being the quote unquote leaders.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask. I don't know if it was Marcus or Mikey. I can't remember when they were saying that Jesus' sacrifice solved all that happened in the garden. I'm like, how? Like, if women are still having pain through childbirth, still having menstrual cycles, right? Men still subjugate women. Even like in the Pauline, in the pastoral letters, women are supposed to be silent, right? And men are the head. Like, if Jesus's death reconciled what took place in the garden, then all of that should have been resolved.
Right. So that's that is my question. That is what I still don't get. And even still, Eve still sounds like the leader to me.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep, I agree because it says that, and this is, I don't know if you remember me saying that. I think in the story, it's taken into account, the historical context of how it used to be mother goddess worship, and it's basically a symbolic way of recording that switchover from matriarchal societies to patriarchal societies.
right.
Yeah. And so when Eve is the one that can talk to the serpent, she has the ability to reason already, right? She's looking, it says, let's see, but this says die. So it says,
What
so when the woman saw that the tree was good, the saw
what
here, this is a like
what number
a
are you?
mental process, huh?
I was asking what if you could highlight which part you're reading from so I can like read it as you're reading it.
Oh yeah, verse 6 here. So when the
Okay.
woman saw that the tree was good, this saw of it's a mental thing, right? Not they're not talking about, oh, she looked at it and she's looking at it, she's analyzing it, and she says, oh, okay, this is something I can eat, right? And then it says that it was a delight to the eyes, that the tree was desired to make one wise, right? So she went through a whole process before she decided to eat of the tree. I think that's significant, right? To show that the woman had that ability, and because in antiquity, women were associated with wisdom, right? And so I think the author does a good job at like conveying that part of the history. And then it says she took of its fruit and ate, and she also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate. The and antiquity, so like in the Neolithic period, it talks about how men didn't know that they were a part of creating humanity. They thought that the women were just getting pregnant, like they were having sex, and like a couple of months later, the woman starts growing a human in her belly, and they had no idea that the sex that they had months prior had anything to do with it. And so they thought that the woman was creating humans on her own, and they thought that she was a god. And so the men were the ones that were taking care of the kids, and they were doing it in exchange for sex, which is funny. So like when I read this, knowing that piece of history, it just makes me think about like, oh, she just hands it to him and he eats, right? There's no mental process involved with him making the decision to follow her and eat that fruit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think it's a good representation of the historical context of like where before this patriarchal God came in, what the society was like, what the world was like. It was matriarchal first.
And also what I also think about, like genetically, like in babies or fetuses in utero, we all start out as female, and we mutate and et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like if that's the case, Adam couldn't have been created first. Like just like thinking of, like, I understand he's created from dust in the scripture, but just like genetically speaking, it doesn't make sense. It would have had to be a woman first. Like it's kind of making like the argument of what came first, the chicken or the egg, but in reality, it would have had to been a woman being created first.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh,
Women, not women, but females are the only species that can actually reproduce without a male species being involved. There's not any male species on this planet that can reproduce itself without a female species being involved. But there is female species. So I agree that
and
the
I know
female had to come
I don't know
first.
which. I'm not sure which animal it is, but I know that there's a certain animal that can actually change its genitalia if need be, in order to repopulate. And it's not seahorses, but it's a certain animal that's basically able to just change their genitalia and get with another male species if they need to, like, two male species can, one of them can change to female in order for them to repopulate if need be.
Yeah, but that's having to change to female. There isn't, you see what I'm saying? Like it still needs the female component. There is not a male only reproduction process on Earth anywhere, but there is a female only reproduction process in several species on Earth. So what I'm saying is I agree that with you that the female organism had to have come first, given that that is reality. You
E-
see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I not so like not only being here in this space and listening to you for like the last couple months. It's probably been like 6 months at this point, but like I've also been like deconstructing from my own inherent misogyny that I've been socially conditioned with. So it's like I've been learning that like so many different things about the way that I see the world and what women actually have to go through within the world. And I feel like this live in this space has like contribute to that tremendously, especially the way that you deal with men that come on this panel and you when you get into clocking the misogyny. I love that. And how strong you are with boundaries has helped me so much. So thank you for that.
You're welcome, and thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
All right, I'll
Somebody
go.
on the YouTube asked, "Does that imply supremacy?" When I was talking about the females, like when the society was matriarchal, supremacy was not the goal. In a matriarchal society, there were still men as leaders. There were women as leaders too. The women in societies where there were male leaders, the men looked to the women for wisdom, right? But supremacy wasn't the goal. Supremacy came from this patriarchal, this male domination strategy. That's where supremacy, the need to be seen as superior, came from patriarchy.
And YT colonizers.
Well, the supremacy ideology was created with the Israelite cult.
Actually, as soon as the words left my mouth, I realized the error in it. As soon as I said it, but I guess that's just because I'm also like extremely pro black and deconstructing from slavery mindsets. Like every part about being in this life has contributed to my life in so many different ways, as far as like slavery mentalities and patriarchal mentalities, misogyny, and just so many different things.
Well, that's good. I love hearing that. Do you know who Open Book is?
No.
Oh, okay, Open Book is a nerd. He's in our community. I swear, y'all sound just alike.
Oh my, like voice or just
Yes,
like
voice wise.
ideology. Oh
Voice
wow,
wise. Yeah. Yeah, y'all
that's
could be
funny.
voice twins.
I haven't seen. I pretty much click on your live like daily, but I don't stay for like the whole live. Sometimes hours, sometimes just shorter or longer, whatever. But I haven't heard. I haven't seen him on the panel before.
Oh, okay. I think he came up and chilled with us on the panel. He's a dragon, so he's been here for quite a while. But he came up and chilled on the panel last week, I think. But yeah, y'all sound just alike.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Did you have anything
All right.
else?
No, I'm gonna go back to the comments. Thank you so much for having me up.
You're so welcome. Thank you. Have a good day. Uncle Bev, are you in the box on purpose? If you're a nerd and you're gonna come on stage, do me a huge favor and be like on purpose, because I know TikTok will throw y'all in the guest box, or like y'all will be liking the live and it'll throw you in the guest box. So if you're a nerd and you're gonna come on stage, give me a heads up. And then also like the heads up will let me see your nerd status so I can identify when a dragon is trying to come up during a conversation. Because I don't want you to miss the opportunity of you trying to use your dragon status. Toki, he is knocked the fuck out.
Mhm.
I don't think Uncle Bev is there on purpose because they're not commenting. Gigi? Gigi, are you there?
I am, but I'm at work. I pressed request by mistake. I
Oh,
just
that's
listened.
okay. I'll take you down. Have a good day, okay?
But I was wanted to let you know I do appreciate the community. You guys are doing a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good day at work.
So I'll be in the comments.
All right. All right. Have a good day.
Yeah.
And y'all get these likes up to 350, please. 350K. Also, Thinker has a new gift goal of the candy bouquet.
Thank y'all. Y'all don't forget, tomorrow is our 24-hour live. Hopefully Oso ass get more sleep than he's getting on the stage right now. But we'll be live tomorrow from 10 a.m. Central until Friday morning, 10 a.m. Central, raising money for one of the co-hosts, Theology, helping her while she's off work, taking care of her son, who was in a motorcycle accident, who will be coming home today, by the way, and raising money, selling tickets to the fundraiser for Mutual Aims event to raise money for Congo. So y'all make sure y'all spread the word and help us like get both of these good causes, good outcomes for both of them. Last month we did a fundraiser for Dr. Hadia Nicole Green, who has developed nanoparticle technology that cures cancer in lab mice with one treatment in 15 days. And she's trying to get her technology to human trials. She was awarded the FDA fast track groundbreaking technology status. And so now she's trying to get to human trials. And so we did a fundraiser for her last month with our 24-hour live. So hopefully, y'all, we're doing something good with the time that we sit on TikTok. Essence, how are you?
Good morning. Well, a little sleepy. Just woke up.
Oh, okay. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
68.
Thank you. And I already know that you are a believer. I've seen you on other people's live. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, Jesus Christ is the best thing that ever happened to humanity because through him you can now live forever if you're a believer, and you
How
will
does that
live.
help humanity? How does you living forever help humanity?
Well, it gives you hope for something better and beyond this world the way it is, because this world is pretty messed up, run by man. In the eternity, it will be totally run by God. Okay, so that he will be the government. There won't be any other government. Governments, and it'll be a beautiful place. The planet will be beautiful with no storms like hurricanes and tornadoes and no oceans. There'll be enough room for everybody to have their own plot of land, and there will be no tears because everybody will be happy. There'll be no sadness. Why not strive to live in a place like that? And not only that, you'll live in a beautiful, wonderful body that never ages, never gets sick, no diseases. Why not? I'm looking forward to it. And I want all my brothers and sisters who are you and others to be there.
I don't want to be there with you. This is interesting to me because like you said a couple of things, and I want to address. There's one that I really want to hone in on, but really quickly, uh, why do you have to wait to have that? Like how the question is, how does your Jesus help humanity? And you're talking about like life after death,
Okay,
right?
well,
So
how does he
I'm
help?
sorry. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Um, like if your God can do all of that after you die, then that means he can do it now, right? And he's not doing anything, right? Regarding the sickness, the hurricanes, the evil, right? That you said that won't be on the new earth. He could literally do that now on this earth, right? And he just doesn't. So he's not helping humanity.
His greatest gift to us was Jesus Christ, because through him you can have eternal life. But as far as living today on earth, if you have Christ in you, Christ he brings you peace and rest. Peace of mind is valuable, and Jesus Christ is just pure love. So he's all those characteristics of love and patience and kindness and truth. And if you believe in him, and I find that most Christians have a joy about them that I don't see in other people.
Yeah, the joy to kill.
To I'm not sure I
I
can even say that word, but I don't think most Christians are do unaliving.
you don't think
First of
most
all,
Christians do underline, like literally the Crusades were Christians killing each other for not believing a specific way, right? The Christian persecutions of Christians, um, during the Inquisition and all that, those were believers of this Christ fighting other believers of this Christ. We literally just had like an hour-long conversation with a Christian who can't wait to fight in the end time war with your Jesus against non-believers, and literally said that people who don't choose to believe in your God deserve to be killed. Like the joy that y'all are waiting on, right, to get to this new earth, which, by the way, I don't know if you think that the Israelites are gods, or because you said that the new earth is going to be ruled by your God and not humans. Literally, the Israelites are the rulers on the new earth. Are they not human?
I never said the Israelites were
No, the
the
Bible
rulers.
does. The Bible does. So, like, are Israelites human, or are they gods? You said God is going to rule the new earth,
Yes, God is
but
not.
the Israelites are the rulers on the new earth. So, are they
And
gods?
they're God's children just like we are. It's just that God chose them to bring forth Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ had to come through
No,
a
I'm talking about
family.
the new earth and who's ruling on the new earth. The Israelites are the
No,
rulers on the new earth. So it's still being ruled by humans.
no, I really don't
Yes,
agree with that.
that's what your Bible says.
Where?
And in every end times prophecy.
Chapter and verse, because I don't real no, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, we can go one by one. We can start with Isaiah.
God loves all
Uh
his children, and
did I say anything about love? And then essence, I get really frustrated when people cut me off, right? I'm going to respect you. I'm going to allow you to speak, right? I, as the host, I reserve the right to interrupt when I need to, right? But I haven't interrupted you, and twice now you've interrupted me. And I get belligerent as hell when I get disrespected like that. And so I'm going to ask you again to not do that. Okay?
When you take a pause, I thought that maybe
I
you're
was there was no
allowing.
pause. I was still talking.
Okay.
There
See,
was
I
no
thought it
pause.
was a
You've
pause.
done it twice. Okay. I'm gonna ask you again to not do that. And I promise you, like when I finish, there will be a long enough pause for you to know that it's your turn to speak.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, we can go one by one. Let's start with Isaiah 63, I think it is. Oh goodness. Let's see. Isaiah 60. All right.
SS, are you possessed?
Are you okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just yawning. Just waking up.
Nah, you was giggling and shit.
Yeah, like are you getting ready to be petty? Like do you want this
Oh no,
interaction to go
I
south?
did read something that was funny in the comments. I giggled about that.
Okay, Isaiah 60 is a prophecy of the gathering of the Israelites onto the new earth. It says, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you. For darkness shall cover the earth, and thick darkness the peoples, but the Lord will arise upon you, and his glory will appear over you. Nations shall come to your light, and the kings to the brightness of your dawn. Lift up your eyes and look around. They all gather together. They come to you. Your sons shall come from far away, and your daughters shall be carried in their nurses' arms. Then you shall see and be radiant. Your heart shall thrill and rejoice, because the abundance of the sea shall be brought to you. The wealth of the nations shall come to you. A multitude of camels shall cover you, the young camels of Midian and Ephah, and all those from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and frankincense, and shall proclaim the praise of the Lord. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered to you. The rams of Nebaioth shall minister to you. They shall be acceptable on my altar, and I will glorify my glorious house. Who are these that fly like a cloud and like doves to their windows? For the coastlands shall wait for me, the ships of Tarshish first, to bring your children from far away, their silver and gold with them, for the name of the Lord your God and for the Holy One of Israel, because he has glorified you. Foreigners shall build up your walls, and their kings shall minister to you. For in my wrath I struck you down, but in my favor I've had mercy on you. Your gates shall always be open, day and night they shall not be shut. So the nations shall bring you their wealth, with their kings led in procession. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish. Those nations shall be utterly laid waste. The glory of Lebanon shall come to you, the cypress, the plane, and the pine, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I will glorify where my feet rest. The descendants of those who oppressed you shall come bending low to you, and all who despised you shall bow down at your feet. They shall call you the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel, whereas you have been forsaken and hated, with no one passing through. I will make you majestic forever, a joy from age to age. You shall suck the milk of nations. You shall suck the breast of kings. You shall know that I, the Lord, am your Savior and your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. Instead of bronze, I will bring gold. Instead of iron, I will bring silver. Instead of wood, bronze. Instead of stones, iron. I will appoint peace as your overseer and righteousness as your taskmaster. Violence shall no more be heard in your land. Devastation or destruction within your borders. You shall call your walls salvation and your gates praise. The sun shall no longer be your light by day, nor for brightness shall the moon give light to you by night, but the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your God will be your glory. Your sun shall no more go down, or your moon withdraw itself, for the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your days of mourning shall be ended. Your people shall be righteous, they shall possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands, so that I might be glorified. The least of them shall become a clan, and the smallest one a mighty nation. I am the Lord. In its time I will accomplish it quickly. So in this prophecy, Zion, which is Jerusalem or Israel, is elevated. The nations, which are the foreigners, the Gentiles, serve Israel on the new earth. That's just one. Do you want to talk about this one before we move to another one?
Yes.
Go ahead. I gotta use the bathroom. Bash, are you in here? Selena, can you until I get back? I gotta use the bathroom really bad. Or also,
I got you.
okay, I'll be right back.
Yep.
Can I
Go ahead,
speak?
Essence.
Hi. Good morning. Yeah, so that's God's holy mountain. That's God. I mean, almighty, all powerful God, creator of heaven and earth. And his chosen people, which are the children of Israel, are going to reside there with him. He's going to live on earth among the children. So when people come there, they're not bowing down to Israel, they're bowing down to God because God is there. His presence is there. And so it will not be Israel ruling the earth. It is God that will be ruling the earth. But there will be
Don't fuck
other
what the
nations
Bible says.
that have their own kings and queens. But
Essence.
will be the ultimate ruler.
It, forgive me if I'm wrong. I'm not. But she's read something entirely different than that. You're gonna be serving the Israelites.
No, God, the reason that they will be bowing down to the Israelites is because God is there. They will be actually bowing down to God.
Okay,
God's
God is not
presence
the
is there, and
Israelites.
God. Hmm?
God is not the Israelites.
The Israelites are his chosen people from which he brought Jesus Christ to
Right. And
us.
God said you're gonna be bowing to them.
Because they will be bowing at God's feet. They will be bowing to God. And
Now you're
so
gonna be bowing to people that are bowing to other things.
and God is his presence is there. His presence is omnipotent. Is okay.
Essence, that
So
that
if
doesn't
God
change the
is
fact that
there,
He said that you're gonna be bowing to them.
but it doesn't mean really literally to them, they'll be bound to God because God is there.
So the Bible
That's
lied.
God's people. That means that they will respect the people will respect
So
the
the Bible lied.
children of Israel because the children of Israel have a whole history of being disliked by the rest of the world, being oppressed by many, many nations. They were even enslaved by the Egyptians for 400 years, and then they were oppressed by
Um,
the
I mean, if
Midianites,
you
the
could find me a shred of
Canaanites, the
evidence for that, I'll
Philistines.
let that slide. But essence, that's not what we're talking about. Just because they have a book
But no,
that is full of weird ass prophecies about getting people, that doesn't mean anything. The book says that you, Gentile, are going to be bowing to them, not bowing to God through them. What the fuck are you talking about?
What did
God
she
is
say?
elevating
She
his
said that
people
we're not.
because
That she said that Essence is not going to actually be bowing to the Israelites. She's going to be bowing to God because God will be everywhere.
yeah,
I mean,
God, that's
even
where
if that
God's
even
going
if
to
that's the case, like
reside.
the point. I'm sorry. Hello. Even if that was the case, the point is you said that it was not. being ruled by humans, except it is. Like you can say that you're bowing to
No,
your God through the Israelites. That's fine, but the Israelites are ruling on the new earth.
may I speak?
Go ahead.
First of all, there will not be any humans in the eternity or even the millennial 1,000 year period. We will all be in spiritual bodies. Okay. And
So that's why I asked
New
earlier.
Testament,
Hold on, before you go into this, that's what I asked earlier. Are you saying the Israelites are like gods, like they're um, when they are the rulers, right? The elders, uh, or the kings, however they sometimes they're described as kings or elders. Are they gods at this point?
no,
What are
no.
they? When it says the
There's
foreigners
only
are
one
building your
God. The
walls,
secular,
hello? When it says the foreigners are building, the foreigners shall build up your walls, and their king shall minister to you, right? The foreigners are the goyim, the Gentiles, which you would be, right? Because you are not a Israelite. You are grafted in, Gentile, Christian, or Gentile Israelite. I don't know how y'all identify, but you would fall in this group here. Okay. It says the foreigners shall build up your walls. Who would these people be that's building the walls on the new earth?
on the new heaven and earth,
Not
which,
the new heaven, the new earth, the new
okay,
earth, New Jerusalem that's talked about in Revelation. Who are these people that are building the walls, that are bringing in the cedar trees? Who's doing that work?
everybody will be working together, helping each other with, as sisters and brothers, as a family. Okay, now God is going to
Okay,
elevate
hold on
it.
for a second. Hold on. Now, when you say that, right? Can you show me that where it says that? Because what I'm showing you, and like I said, I could go uh prophecy by prophecy. Like I don't want your opinion. I want you to be able to say, here's the scripture that says everybody's going to be doing it as a family. Can you
Well,
show
in the
me
book
that?
of Revelation,
What scripture?
the gates will always be open to the nations. The kings and queens of the ethnos, the ethnic people, there will always be an open gate for them to come in and to be a part of. They're always invited in.
Yeah, let's
God's
go back.
arms
We
are
talked.
open to
Hold
everybody.
on. Let's go back. So it talked about the gates here. Hold on.
It's gonna be
Your
family like Chicken George was.
let's see. I read it here.
There will not be any oppression in the eternity of
Hold
any
on.
people.
I hear you saying it, but again, I need to be able to see it in the text. Your gates will always be open day and night, right? Do you see that here in verse 11? Right? Um your gates will always be open day and night, they shall not shut, so that the reason the gates are open day and night and not shut is the nations so that nations which are Gentiles shall bring you their wealth. So they're like, this God is saying to the Israelites, you won't, your gates are going to always be open because the Gentiles are going to need to come in and out to bring you their wealth. Where do you see it saying that y'all are all like living together, uh like the lollipop kill?
Okay, that's in the book of Revelation, but I'm going to go to Isaiah. You're at Isaiah what?
This is Isaiah 60.
Okay. 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 Now I'm going to go to Isaiah 65. Okay.
Okay,
Starting
Isaiah
with verse
65. What?
starting with verse 17.
Actually, let's read because Isaiah 65 is on my list. Let's read all of Isaiah 65. Let's
Well,
read
I
all
prefer
of
to
it.
start with
Let's do it.
17.
No, huh?
I prefer to start with 17.
No. We're gonna read all of it so that we understand what we're reading. Okay. We're gonna read Isaiah 65 is on my list. We're gonna read all of it, and then you can explain verse 17. Okay. So it says, I was ready to be sought out by those who did not ask, to be found by those who did not seek me. I said, here I am, here I am, to a nation that did not call on my name. I held out my hands all day long to a rebellious people who walk in a way that is not good, following their own devices, a people who provoke me to my face continually, sacrificing in gardens and offering incense on bricks, who sit inside tombs and spend the night in secret places, who eat the flesh of pigs with broth of abominable things in their vessels, who say, keep to yourself, do not come near me, for I am too holy for you. These are a smoke in my nostrils, a fire that burns all day long. See, it is written before me. I will not keep silent, but I will repay. I will indeed repay into their laps their iniquities and their ancestors' iniquities together, says the Lord, because they offered incense on the mountains and reviled me on the hills. I will measure into their laps full payment for their actions. Thus says the Lord, as the wine is found in the cluster, and they say, do not destroy it, for there is a blessing in it. So I will do for my servants' sake and not destroy them all. I will bring forth descendants from Jacob and from Judah, inheritors of my mountains. My chosen shall inherit it, and my servants shall settle there. Sharon shall come before a pasture of flocks, and a valley of Achor, a place for herds to lie down, for my people who have sought me. But you who forsake the Lord, who forgot my holy mountain, who set a table for fortune and filled cups of mixed wine for destiny, I will destine you to the sword, and all of you shall bow down to the slaughter. Because when I called, you did not answer. When I spoke, you did not listen, but you did what was evil in my sight, and chose what I did not delight in. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, my servants shall eat, but you shall be hungry. My servants shall drink, but you shall be thirsty. My servants shall rejoice, but you shall be put to shame. My servants shall sing with gladness of heart, but you shall cry out in pain of heart, and shall wail in anguish of spirit. You shall leave your name to my chosen to use as a curse, and the Lord God will put you to death. But to his servants he will give a different name. Then whoever invokes a blessing in the land shall bless by the God of faithfulness, and whoever takes an oath in the land shall swear by the God of faithfulness, because the former troubles are forgotten and are hidden from my sight. For
Now
I am
remember,
about to create new heavens and a new earth. The former things shall not be remembered or come to mind. But be glad and rejoice forever in what I am creating. For I am about to create Jerusalem as a joy, and its people as a delight. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and delight in my people. No more shall the sound of weeping be heard in it, or the cry of distress. No more shall there be in it an infant who lives but a few days, or an old person who does not live out a lifetime. For one who dies at 100 years will be considered a youth, and one who falls short of 100 will be considered accursed. They shall build houses and inhabit them. They shall plant vineyards and eat their fruit. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another eat. For like the days of a tree shall the days of my people be, and my chosen shall long enjoy the work of their hands. They shall not labor in vain, or bear children for calamity, for they shall be offspring blessed by the Lord, and their descendants as well. Before they call, I will answer. While they are yet speaking, I will hear. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together. The lion shall eat straw like the ox, but the serpent, its food shall be dust. They shall not destroy or on my holy mountain, says the Lord. Where does it say that the Gentiles and the Israelites are living together as one big happy family? Where does it say that?
Well, I like to mention that right, okay, verse 22. Everybody's going in the millennium, and I guess also the eternity. Everybody will build their own houses. They will plant their own vineyards. Okay, the Israelites are just an example for really the whole world. So if the Israelites are doing it, everybody else is going to do it in the world. They shall not build and another inhabit. I mean, we're going to build our own places. Nobody's going to serve anybody else. Nobody's going to be oppressed by anybody else. And verse 23 says, they shall not labor in vain. It means they're going to do their own work. Their hands are going to be busy doing their own work. And it shall come to, let me see, verse 25, the wolf and the lamb shall feed together, because a wolf would normally eat a lamb, but because even the animals will be in spiritual bodies, all flesh will be in spiritual bodies, there will be no carnivores. And so even the wolf and the lamb will get along. So there won't be any oppression, one nation oppressing the other. There won't be any carnivores, no animals devouring other animals. Everybody's going to get along. The animals are going to get along. It's going to be a wonderful place. If you're not a believer in Christ, you're going to miss out on it. Okay, why would you want to miss out on something that's going to be so wonderful?
Sure, I'll tell you why. One,
And verse
because I'm
17.
sorry. Do you hear me talking?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. For one, the damn serpent that you all say started all this shit is right there with your ass on the new earth.
No.
Second, literally, you stopped reading or stopped listening at the wolf and the lamb. It literally says, but the serpent, its food shall be dust. The serpent is there with the same fucking curse. Although it says old things are passed away, unfortunately, not for the serpent. The serpent is there with the same curse of eating dust. So that same motherfucker is there. And then in Isaiah, chapter 14, but the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel and will settle them in their own land. And aliens, that's y'all, will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob. And the nations will take them and bring them to their place. And the house of Israel will possess the nations, that's y'all, as male and female slaves in the Lord's land. And they will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppressed them. That's y'all. Which is why in Revelation and in Isaiah 65, the foreigners are building the walls. Hold on, let me go to it. Wait, is it down here? Nope. Wait, is it 65? Did I go to? I'm sorry. 63. Nope. No, what did I start with? I started with Isaiah 60. I'm sorry.
May I speak?
Nope. Hold on. The foreigners in Isaiah 60 and on the new earth, foreigners are building their walls, right? The kings, the foreigners' kings, minister to the Israelites, right? Their gates, the Israelites' gates on the new earth, are always open so that the nations, which is y'all, are bringing your wealth to them, right? For the nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish. The ones that agree to serve the Israelites get to go to the new earth. The ones that don't get stabbed. That's why. Now you can speak.
Okay, so you spoke about the serpent being there. The fact that the serpent is there, this is the millennial period then. This is not eternity, which is different, okay? That's the next earth age, earth and heaven age.
Okay, can you
So
prove
the
that, please?
millennial period
Prove it, please. Show me
the
that.
millennial period is the time when after Jesus returned.
No. I'm not asking for more of your own personal. Can you show me that in the text?
Let's see. I guess I'll have to go to Revelation chapter 20, I guess. To show you the millennium? Is that what you're asking me?
To show me that Isaiah 65, this prophecy that you brought up as the new earth, is not the new earth, but a different millennial period.
Well, it's kind of all combined because the new word new means rejuvenated. So that's when God is going to restore the earth to the way he first created it. So that is the eternity. But the fact that the serpent is still there, then it's just before he is destroyed, because the serpent will be destroyed at the end of the 1,000-year period. God is going to.
I'm sorry. This is on the new earth, right? The new earth is after the old earth has been destroyed.
Right, that's the eternity.
The serpent is on the new earth in the same chapter, the same text you brought up. So what I'm trying to understand is, how are you now saying, no, half of this is the new earth in eternity and half of it is the new earth during the millennial tribulation period? How are you justifying that? That's what I'm asking you to do. Justify that biblically.
Because in the book of Revelation, it tells us that Satan will be destroyed.
That doesn't. Okay,
at the end of the 1,000-year period.
Okay, and except I'm asking about this serpent that y'all believe is Satan. The Genesis doesn't say the serpent is Satan in Genesis. So y'all believe that the serpent is Satan, right?
Well, that's documented in several places.
No, it's not.
I'll read it to you right now.
Revelation. Hold on, stop. I don't even want to get into the whole is the serpent Satan. Y'all believe it, right?
Well,
so stop fucking cutting me off.
Stop cursing at me.
Then don't fucking cut me off. I warned you 3 times, and I told you what would happen if you kept doing that shit. Don't fucking do it.
Okay. And then you agree to stop
you
cursing?
You said stop. I don't care if the serpent is Satan or not. Y'all believe the serpent in the garden is Satan. In Isaiah 65, that damn serpent is on the new earth. What I am asking for you to do is to show me biblically where there is a new earth before the old earth is destroyed, and then a different earth after an eternity. Other than that, you're just talking shit.
Okay. Verse 21 of the book of Revelation. Chapter 21, verse 1 of the book of Revelation. I saw a new heaven and a new earth. The word new there is rejuvenated. Means God's going to restore the earth to the way he first created it. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. So there will not be any oceans in the eternity.
Stop. Essence, stop. Where does it say that there are two new earths?
No, I didn't say there were two
That
new
is
earths.
what you said. That is what you said. You're saying, you originally said Isaiah 65 was the new earth and that they were living, singing Kumbaya on the new earth.
Right.
Now that I brought up the fact that the fucking serpent is there with you on the new earth, now you are saying that's a different earth.
No,
Show me that
I'm
biblically.
just saying that it goes into also the millennial period because
Show me that
destroyed at the
biblically.
end of the millennium.
Show it to me biblically that Isaiah 65 is two different time periods.
Okay. I guess that is confusing because I'm a little confused by it too, why the serpent is even mentioned there. Let me read my scholarly notes and see. As for the serpent, dust shall be his food, the old serpent.
Hold on, read silently and then come back and tell us why you figure that out. Like the crazy thing is that now you're saying she's saying that she's confused, but she was ready to give a fucking answer. Like that's the most dishonest shit ever. And then that's what y'all keep doing. Y'all keep making up shit for shit that stuff that y'all have never read, didn't even know existed. And y'all just out here lying to motherfuckers and then get mad when people push back on your lies.
Hebrew, may I speak? The way Hebrew
Yes.
is written, many times in Hebrew literature, they always give the end effect and then go back and give you the details of how you actually got to that point. So the new heaven and the new earth would be the eternity, but the lines that come after, right, the verses that come after is how we even got there. We have to go through the 1,000-year millennial period before we can get to the eternity, and that's
Nobody is talking about a millennial period. Nobody
that's
is.
classic Hebrew writing.
You nobody is talking about that. You brought up Isaiah 65 as proof that people were living together on the new earth in peace, no pain, no suffering, no oppression. The lion and the lamb are lying down with each other, eating together. You brought this up, right? Right. And now you want to say, oh, wait a minute. The last verse, that very last verse, because the serpent is also there. Oh, wait, maybe this isn't. And it literally says, I'm about to create new heavens and a new earth. For the former things shall not be remembered or come to mind. This is your eternity. And the serpent is there with the same curse. And now you want to make up some shit. No one's talking about the tribulation period. You're trying to work that in because you don't like that one line in this chapter.
The millennium is not the tribulation period. That's after the tribulation. The millennium is a time of teaching where there will be peace. There'll be no wars. It'll be a time of God's elect will be reigning as priests with Jesus on earth. And they will be teaching the rest of the nations and helping the children so that and Satan will be in a pit. He will be in prison for that 1,000-year period. And at the end of the 1,000-year period, Satan will be let loose again to gather followers again. But everyone that overcomes him will live forever, eternal life. So Satan
could care less about that. I could care less about that.
Well, unless
this is your new earth. This is your new earth. This ain't got shit to do with a millennial period. Isaiah 65 is your new earth. This is a prophecy of the new earth. And the serpent is there on the new earth chilling with y'all.
The serpent will not be on the new earth.
Your book
Classic
says
Hebrew
your
writing
book says
always
otherwise. Your book says otherwise.
classic Hebrew writing always gives the end result and then goes back and tells you the details of how you got there. So the end result is eternity. But how we
I
get
don't
there is
care.
through the
The new earth
millennium.
is here. I don't care. He's on the new earth.
No, he's going to be destroyed at the end of the
The
millennium.
serpent is on the new earth.
Just before Judgment Day, he's
The
going to be
serpent is
destroyed.
on the new earth. You can keep talking. You have yet to be able to prove that Isaiah 65 is not the new earth.
I'm trying to meet you where you are.
No, you're not. Because if you were, then you would be able to, you would be bringing up scripture saying Isaiah 65 is not the new earth. It's not a prophecy for the new earth.
It is.
It is the new earth. And the serpent is there.
Well, can I show you scripture where he'll be destroyed? Then I mean,
You deal with
at
your
the end of the
contradictions. Deal with
millennium,
your contradictions at another time. Like I know the book contradicts itself.
it doesn't.
It
It's just
does.
our understanding
It literally
of
does.
Hebrew writing.
It
Hebrew
does.
writing always gives the end
It
result
it, it
first, and
contradicts
then
itself because you all have made the serpent in Genesis Satan. I don't have anything to do with that. The serpent is on the new earth.
you read a lot to me. May I read something to you?
If as
Just
long
one
as it's
verse.
gonna prove what you're saying, as long as it's gonna prove what you're saying, yes, you can read it.
Revelation chapter 20. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. Verse 2, and this is why I came here.
That has absolutely nothing to do with this damn new earth and this serpent. You're
And
still talking about the contradiction. I don't care about that. The idea that the serpent in the garden is Satan is not biblical. That's a Christian doctrine, and I don't care about that. Because your belief system says that the serpent in the garden is Satan, is the devil. The devil is on the new earth with you. I can't help what later New Testament writings say. That's a contradiction you got to deal with somewhere else. The serpent in Isaiah's prophecy is on the new earth with the same damn curse.
he is not thinker. But
It literally says it.
okay, can I just read verse 2 of Revelation
It's
chapter
not
3?
going to change Isaiah
I
65.
understand, but
Yeah,
just let me read it so that we can at least try and be on the same page and
yeah,
try and
it's not going to change
well,
Isaiah 65.
okay, but just let me read that so you can
You
get
can
at
read
least an
whatever you want.
understanding of
It's
who the
not
serpent.
going to change
But it will help
Isaiah
you.
65.
It'll help you understand who the serpent is, though.
It's not
Okay.
going to change Isaiah 65.
No, it won't. But it'll help lead to
I don't give
understanding.
a damn who the serpent is, Essence. I done told you that.
But
I
you
don't
keep saying
care,
that we
Essence.
made
I
it
could
up.
care. Essence,
You
stop
keep saying
talking while I'm
that.
talking. Stop. I don't care that you believe the serpent is Satan. That's not the point.
So you don't
I
want to
don't
know the
give it.
truth.
I don't fucking care, Essence. It's not going to change the fact that in Isaiah's prophecy, the serpent who you believe is Satan is on the new earth.
He gets destroyed at the end of the millennium, so he can't be on the new earth. He will be there throughout the millennium. He will be in prison for 1,000 years and released at the end of the millennial period. And that's documented in God's word. So that's why you have to understand classic Hebrew writing, that it always gives you
You
the
don't
end result
understand
first.
Hebrew writing. You don't understand Hebrew writing. I don't even know why you saying that.
May I read verse 2 of Revelation chapter 20?
I already told you I don't give a
I
fuck.
know
You
you
can read
don't
it if you
care,
want.
but I
Stop
care.
fucking talking while I'm talking.
Stop screaming at me. That's not going to
No! I have told you I don't know how many fucking times. Don't do that. God damn. We have had good conversations tonight. I've asked you politely, I don't know how many times, to stop doing that. I don't care if you read Revelations 20 and 2. Read what you want. As I stated, it's not going to change Isaiah 65.
May I read it then?
That's the problem.
And this documented in a couple places that Satan is the serpent, okay? Verse 2. And he laid hold on the dragon. Okay, he's called the dragon.
What happened? Who muted her?
I don't know.
I
It's
did.
not I.
No.
Did she mute herself?
I did not mute myself.
Read the text.
And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. So he's called the dragon in the book of Revelation. He's called the serpent in Genesis. He's called the devil. He's called Satan. Those are all his names, and his document in other places his names. He's called Apollyon and Abaddon, which is in Greek and Hebrew, meaning the destroyer. He's also called this almost the same verse in I think chapter 12 of Revelation, where he's called the serpent. So he has many names.
You think
According to the
serpent
role
is
that
a
he plays.
name, Essence?
Yeah, according to the role that he's playing. In the garden he's playing, he is in the role of the serpent. He is also the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden.
You just be saying shit.
No.
Essence, when this Satan was on the earth as a serpent, was he allowed to go back to heaven? Like, did he go back and live in heaven after he caused the humans to disobey this God? Did he take his sin back in heaven and chill there?
I'm sorry, I was reading. Let me repeat your question.
You think that shit's funny?
No, I'm just asking you. I was
No,
reading. I'm
Essence,
sorry.
you have already frustrated the fuck out of me, okay? I'm just going to tell you. You have already frustrated me. Interrupting, right? Not paying attention, okay? And then asking me to fucking repeat myself. Like, that's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. It's childish. You are childish, Essence.
Let's try and de-escalate here.
De-escalate.
You are too fucking old for this to be your personality.
You invite Christians up, and then you get very, very frustrated.
I don't like you. I don't like you.
Well, you're not the first person. Most people don't like you.
I believe that. I
Relax.
believe that there are a lot of people that don't like you, Essence.
That don't
I've
like you
talked
too.
to, stop talking while I'm talking. I've talked to multiple believers tonight, and I've been able to have civil conversations, and we not agree. You, Essence, this is a waste of my time. You are frustrating the hell out of me. I don't like you.
Well, I love you,
I don't give a damn.
and God loves you.
God,
You
shut
know
up.
you only said that because you want to frustrate me. That's why I don't fucking like you. You are
Because it's
disrespect.
true.
Shut the fuck up. You are disrespectful as fuck. And I don't want you on my stage. Get down. Get down. She's too. Oof, I can't. She's too
Way
fucking
too
disrespectful.
old.
No, yeah, no. She got to be this age being very annoying to people.
And she's doing it on purpose. Like she's doing it on purpose. And this is her.
Absolutely.
This
Shut
is
up,
her
Essence.
fight for Jesus, and her way. Like this is ugh. Ted, how are you? Hello, Ted. Tori, Tori Wyatt. Gaston. Gaston, are you there?
Just listening. It's a mistake.
That's
Working.
okay.
Sorry about that. I'm just
That's
listening. Sorry. I'm
that,
really sorry. It's senpai.
that's okay.
Sorry.
Have a good one.
I'm
Okay.
always there listening. Sorry. I'm
Okay.
an atheist, that's why I don't work. So
Okay. Have a good day. Okay.
thank you. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye bye.
I guess no.
Robert White. Robert White, are you there?
Robert Wright,
He's in the bag.
that brother in his bed.
Black Thinker. I don't think they're connecting.
Nah, they got like a picture on their profile.
Okay. All right. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Haynes?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. First of all, I'm deconstructed still and but a nerd, I guess. And I want to tell you, I thank you so much for the information you give. And I don't often come up now because I just don't want to, just talk for no reason. But I do have a question in terms of, I guess you say, biblical mythos. Um, because I think you brought up something earlier in the night about the blemishes that in Leviticus, I believe it was, that have been recognized, and it was in that, in fact, that holding engagement with the young lady and the brother. I thought it was an amazing exchange. I'm so sorry. When I hear other Christians now, when I hear Christians speak, I feel so horrible that I hope I never represented that way, because it's just very shameful. But in any case, in the idea of the crucifixion, Christians will say he was a perfect sacrifice because his bones were not broken. And I always struggled with that concept because of the idea of the crucifixion and all of the things that happened on that day, theoretically. How is it possible? And I wanted to know if there's any record, and how, first of all, how do they know that his bones weren't broken? And I just wanted to get that because I would think that you had, what, a sprain or broken, something should have happened with all of that theoretical torture. So where do you stand in terms of that mythos and how people perceive it in reference to bones being broken?
I guess I'm a little confused on like what you're asking, because they don't have any record of the crucifixion anyway. Um, but like I'm not too sure on what you're asking.
Well, what I'm asking is, in Christendom, they'll say that when Jesus was placed on the cross, he was the perfect sacrifice.
No,
And
I get that, but what are you asking? Uh, like what are you asking of me? Because like
what,
I don't believe in Jesus, right?
right, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is, how, when someone says to me, well, his bones weren't broken, my response is, how could it possibly be, even in the myth, how could it possibly be that you're on the cross for that long time, the references to other crucifixions and death, how is it possible that not one bone was broken? So that's where I land, that I don't think the bones, it could have possibly been broken. And so even in referencing the stories of that, I mean, is there any record of other crucifixions where bones were broken during that ordeal?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
Well, oh,
um, I mean, they're just going by what the story says, right?
I'm
Um, yeah, they're just going by what the story says. But as I pointed out earlier, with was it Mikey or
right.
Marcellus?
That's the
Uh,
name of it.
um, the blemishes, like he did have blemishes, right? He was whipped,
Right.
right? He had the crown of thorns in his head,
Hmm.
um, and he was bruised for, like the text literally says, he was bruised and crushed
Indeed.
for their iniquity. So like the whole bones being broken, it literally isn't, something that I point, like pay attention to a lot, because his crucifixion didn't follow a Jewish crucifixion anyway.
Okay.
Like there's other things that like disqualifies that claim anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's
There was an argument that I did listen to one time where they said that when the way that they went in Rome, the way that they would put the nails in the hands, and they would actually put it in the wrist, right? And so it wouldn't literally be the hand; it went in the wrist, in between some type of bone, right, to keep that bone from being broken. And then they did the same thing with the heels, and there's like a really thin bone um in between that spot that could break with the nail, but the way that they hung them, they did it in a way that it didn't break that bone, because it helped them stick to the, the tree better or something. But like to me, it's irrelevant, because if he was whipped, if he had crowns, if he had thorns in his head, if he was pierced in the side, like he wasn't a unblemished sacrifice anyway.
okay. That's okay where I land, because I just went on in reference to him being the perfect sacrifice concept. He would. I focused on the concept of they said the bones were broken, but I thought also that the legs were uh so they couldn't get relief. I thought the legs were broken too, but sometimes I think people say, well, they didn't do that to him, and I don't know how people could know specifically what happened at his cruise. I mean, I understand it's not it's the book talking about itself, and so it's like that circular logic. I recognize that, but I just, even if you're going through that kind of mythos, there should be some consistency, and I wanted to ask you about that, because when you were reading about the blemishes and the stones, as it were, and things of that nature, I thought that was another thing that was this just very telling in reference to the inconsistencies. But I thank you for that, and I also just wanted to say I appreciate your patience and your because I find myself now, and this is kind of shameful of my part, when I find other there, I see Christian sites, and the people are despicable. They're really abominable people. They post pictures of people that we respect and suggest that they are associated with this, and I find myself saying, I wish you were there. But I know that kind of dialogue is, I don't, it's like, in other words, these are people that you wouldn't even think about dealing with. And I find myself getting in there fighting the fight, saying, how could you say this and the other, but I've always found myself saying, like in my head, in my petty head, thinker would crush you, that kind of thing, and but it's amazing that as a person that you have more patience than the Christians that claim to have the Holy Ghost, to give them those attributes of the Holy Spirit, which would be patience, would be amongst them. So I just find it just amazing, and also saddening when I hear Christians in other sites, other places, that are horrible. They are horrible. They're or the people that claim to be Christians, and they're just nasty and mean and bullies and mocking. They will laugh together when someone presents another argument, and it's just amazing. So, thank you for being who you are. And I don't, again, and I think one time you asked the group, like, why do some people don't come up as much as they do? I know for me that when I listen to you speak, I'm learning so much all the time. And I hear, and even more so, I hear representation of Christians that makes me ashamed of, that which I guess I was participating in, arguments that, I held wholeheartedly to. and it was all a part of a mythos. And but in any case, that's it. But when I'm here, I just want to just say thank you and your team for being who you are.
Thank you, Haynes. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you as well.
Have a good day.
Okay, you too. How do I? There we go.
Have a good one.
Uh, Queen of the Gardens, if you're still here, can you send your request again because it's not connecting? If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open for you. Um, I'm just gonna reiterate, like y'all, when you come on stage, our goal is to have a respectful, civil conversation. There are going to be people on stage who disagree with you, and we're not going to disagree with you just for the sake of disagreeing. We're not going to um like disrespect you and all that stuff. I believe in respecting people until you teach me that you don't deserve my respect. And so if I have to constantly keep asking you not to interrupt me or other people when they're talking, and you just keep doing it, then all my respect is just out the door. Respect is out the door. I guess it's ridiculous. We're all adults, and we should be able to discuss topics and not agree and do that even passionately, right? I'm not even asking you to come up here and whisper. If you say fuck, I don't give a fuck because I'm gonna say fuck, right? That's not disrespect to me. Disrespect is cutting people off and just like antagonizing, like that's childish. And then don't expect us to don't like y'all's reactions to us responding to that shit is tripping me out too. To the believers, like you see your fellow Christians up here doing this shit, and then y'all excuse their behavior and only for the opportunity to demonize the way we respond to disrespect. That's wild. And I don't even know why I expect anything different uh when people get up here and say they'll kill their own kids. But I'm just letting y'all know, um, I don't do disrespecting here at all. People keep calling me patient, but I'm not. I have no patience for disrespect or nonsense. I'm not patient. Like seriously. Kimmy, hi. How are you?
Hello. Um, I am well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, and then let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I am 40 and I don't know. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe in Christian. I'm not a Christian. I don't think I'm an atheist because I think energy never dies. I guess I have a question.
So I don't actually answer questions from the chat unless
Okay.
you are a community member. I don't know if you can try to work your question into the topic. The topic is pretty broad.
Yeah,
Um, okay, if you could try to do that, that would be good.
of course. So this is Jesus Christ, right? Um, but I've heard people saying, and like I just watch lives for like information, and I've heard people saying something about that not even being this person's name and like Yeshua. So I guess are they the same person in theory? Are they the same person?
Are you asking if the topic is about Jesus and is that Yeshua as well? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, like so
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
confused. There's so many names, and it's like what? So it's the same person that they're referring to?
yeah. Jesus is Yeshua.
Okay, now I gotta go to. Okay, thank you. That was my. I'm so silly. That was my question, and it's more questions now. But thank you. I don't get any of this.
Okay. All right. Have a good day. Thank you for coming up. Uh, Trusted of Gemini's.
Truest of Gemini. Happy
Oh, true.
Wednesday.
I can't see it. Happy Wednesday. How are you? I will fuck up a name, so I apologize.
That's
How are you?
fine. It's usually Amanda when I'm in your chat, but it's my season, so I just changed my
Oh,
name.
okay.
I
How
don't
are
have
you
any
doing?
questions. I just wanted to say that I initially told my family I never believed, but I initially voiced it this weekend in front of them.
Oh wow, how did they take it?
They was like, okay.
That's
My
good.
family, I really thought it was going to be a lot because they're really holy. I'm from the Bible Belt, so I thought it was going to be like a lot of pushback, but they was like, okay, you have your own opinion. And I just like, oh, okay, thank you.
Oh wow, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, and
That's
I've been
good.
nervous and I don't know why. I think, let me say this. I don't think I would have actually voiced it if my mom and grandma was still alive. But since they passed, I've been able to speak better now about stuff. So I think that's where the push came from. I think I
That
was
makes
just more
sense.
afraid to say it to my mom and my grandma than anybody.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and now that
Um,
they're deceased, I don't even care anymore. It's like I don't believe. I never believed. I only went to church because I had to. So that's all. I actually clocked off work just to say that, and I have to get back on the clock.
okay. Well, thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay. And
You as well.
congratulations on
Love
that
y'all.
release. Yeah.
It felt so good. Thank you. It really felt
Congrats,
so
Amanda.
good.
That's good.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
Y'all
welcome.
have a
Have a good
wonderful
day.
Thursday. I'm here in the chat, but I'm at work.
Okay. Have a good. It's
All right,
Wednesday, by the
laters.
way. Have a,
What I
have a
say?
good
You
Thursday.
passed the whole day while you talking. You can't wait to say Happy Wednesday. Now
Yeah,
it's
enjoy
Thursday.
y'all Wednesday. Laters.
All right. Jay.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah,
Hi. How are you?
doing good. How about you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or an atheist, please?
I'm 33, and I am a believer.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I wonder why you would say that Jesus Christ is the worst thing that happened to humanity.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out why would you say that.
Mhm. I think that Jesus promises a lot of things, right? To be a lot of things to its followers. And can you mute? There's a lot of noise in the background. If you can mute, and then when I'm done, I'll mute, and then you can come off mute. Is that cool? Thank you. Um, he promises a lot of things to his followers, and uh, there's a lot of inconsistency around what he is, who he is, even why he is. There's 45,000 different denominations, all based on this one character, this one God. And no one knows definitively what this God actually is saying. Because of that, humans have taken this God's text, what is believed to be this God's text, and done some horrible things in the world with it. Aside from the slavery, the genocide, the subjugation of women, even I would say the subjugation of children, um, the there is this fear mongering attached to it that prevents people from actually asking questions, from accepting facts. knowledge, um, and they're uh, they attach their uh, ethical decisions to the fear of hell or the fear of missing out on the reward of heaven. It makes them negotiate with reality and negotiate with truth to the point to where a lot of times, like I've had conversations with believers for almost 2 years now, and I've talked to probably about 1,000 believers in the 2 years that I'm gonna say the year and a half that I've been doing this live. And what I've noticed is that they're willing to, in order to validate their faith or their belief in this God, they're willing to lie to themselves and lie to other people in the matter of a second. And so, and I used to be a believer, and I was a missionary. I used to preach for this God. I was a holy roller, a spoken tongue. I did all that stuff. My dad was a pastor. Um, my mom is an evangelist, so I grew up in it. And from my experience in it, and from the conversations that I've had, as well as the research that I've done and continue to do, I just don't see any value. Let me not say any value. I see that it has caused more harm to humanity than good.
Gotcha. Well, I believe otherwise. I feel like Jesus teaches, forgiveness. He teaches love, compassion. He teaches all these things, and I don't see anywhere where he teaches any hate or anything that do with anything that could be harmful to society. I feel like he's good to society. You know, I see that a lot with the church. The church, gives people hope. If they're in a dark place, if people, are addicts or anything like that, it gives them hope, to be a better person.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like so there are motivational speakers, right, that give people hope. Jesus isn't needed for that. And when you say that there isn't anything in the text that Jesus teaches that could be used for hate, that's not true, right? Jesus uses slurs in the text when he's talking about Gentiles. He um, teaches through Paul that women should be silent in the church. That alone, right? The idea that men are over women and that women, um, I suffer women not to teach, has done a lot of harm to women. It's actually, increased domestic violence amongst, uh, you know, couples who do believe in this God. There's SA in the church, and that often gets overlooked because people are afraid to speak up against men and women of God, and they just pray, right, for the SAer and say God's going to get them in the end, and nothing's really done about the high number of uh, SA that happens in your God's churches. Um, there's a lot of um, rampant misinformation, you know, uh, being taught to the believers of this God. And the God isn't, if the God is real, the God isn't doing anything to stop that high level of misinformation. So, like, it kind of sounds like you're saying that because the God acts like a D-rug, right? It gives people that dopamine effect, then that means that he's good for humanity. But so do D houses, and that give that same effect, right? For people who are in a dark place and looking for a way to numb their pain or heal their pain. D-rugs do the same thing. So you might as well say that having a church on every corner um, is good. Then so is having a D house on every corner, a trap house on every corner is good, right? I ran a post a couple of months ago, and where I said the church is a trap house for believers.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't really see how you could say a dope house is comparable to the
Can't say
church.
that word. You see how I said D house? You
D
cannot
house.
say that word on TikTok.
What do you mean by D house?
You can't say DOPE on TikTok.
Oh,
That's
okay, okay.
why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you. I don't see how you compare a D house, to a church. I mean, I feel like it's completely opposite.
Yeah,
But what
we
I
could
mean,
go I could go like I have a list.
yeah,
Let me
but
find my note.
what I mean is like, okay,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Jesus.
compare it.
Yeah,
You
okay.
yeah,
So,
I
but
have a list.
Jesus, like, he showed the ultimate, sacrifice. So he's like kind of he kind of lead, like a leader. He sacrificed himself. So that give us, hope,
Hope for
because
what?
he say like, okay, forgive one another, right? We should be able to forgive one another,
I
and
don't
he
need your
showed that.
Jesus to forgive people. And then some people
But
don't
but he
deserve
he showed
forgiveness.
no, but he showed us ultimately like how to forgive, because some people, he said, okay,
How?
somebody hit your face, you turn the other cheek. Somebody tell you walk a
He
mile, you
told
walk
you to
two.
keep getting your ass whipped, and that's why women stay in abusive relationships. That's why people don't know how to stand up for themselves, right? That's why when I tell people in here not to cross my boundaries and I enforce those boundaries, most people are taken aback and they say, "Oh, she's rude." No, I'm not turning another cheek. I'm not finna let you keep crossing my boundary. I'm not finna keep letting you hit me. That's not like what? Just keep taking abuse? No.
Right, but we shouldn't be able. We shouldn't put ourselves in a position to keep taking abuse. But if it
You
happens one
just said
time,
that your Jesus said to, though.
yeah, I mean, if it happens at the moment, then you kind of like you defeat evil with good.
So if somebody, you gotta, is who is that? Is that a little girl that you're holding?
Yeah, my daughter.
Somebody just walks up and slaps your daughter in the face. You gonna give him the other cheek?
I mean, that's a baby. She can't defend
It
herself.
doesn't matter.
I wouldn't
Did
put
it
my
say?
baby in
Did
a
it say
position.
only? Did it say only adults?
No,
If
what I'm trying to
somebody
tell
walks
you.
up and slaps your daughter in the face, you gonna give him the other cheek?
No, I would have put my daughter in that position to be slapped in the
Did I
cheek.
say you put your
Yes,
daughter in that position?
That's different.
but you're trying to use like
I'm using humans.
you taking the words out of context.
What's out of context? Does it say only adults? Does it say only adults? Does it say only if someone hits adults turn the other cheek?
No, it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that. And you are talking about forgiveness, right?
Yeah,
You
I'm
want to
talking
be
about
able
forgiveness.
you want to
Yeah.
be able to you want to be able to reserve the right for you to fuck somebody up if they fuck with your child, right? And say that I'm taking things out of context. And that situation, nope, forgiveness isn't warranted. Whoop their ass.
Well,
But
I
are you
don't see
telling me
people
that
in court.
if I walked up to you and I just slapped the fuck out of you, you just gonna give me your other cheek? You just gonna say that's all right, sister. I love you. I forgive you. Is that what you're telling me that you would do?
But if I did do that, would you keep slapping me?
Would you do that?
If I did do it, I don't know if I would do that in a
You see
particular
what I'm
moment,
saying?
because
This
I
is
am a
why I
human being.
think Jesus
I
is
am a
the worst
human
thing that ever
being
happened
with
to
flesh.
humanity because you get up here and you preach this forgiveness thing and you quote these scriptures, but in reality, you don't live by them. You don't expect
It's hard.
yourself.
Okay.
There's no expectation for you to actually live by the things that you're saying.
I mean, there is expectation, because if you believe in something, you live by that.
So then, if I walked up to you and slapped your cheek, would you give me the other one?
At the moment, maybe I would, but if I did, would you
You are
keep
not
slapping me?
telling. Y'all are dishonest. You're lying.
I'm just saying. I'm no.
You're
I'm
lying.
not lying. I'm
In a
saying maybe I
minute, in
would.
a
Maybe
minute,
I'm wrong.
Oso's probably gonna say something that's gonna piss you off, and you'll be talking about, "Give me your address, motherfucker." Like y'all don't tell the truth.
No, but
Y'all, and this is what
okay.
I'm
But
talking
answer
about.
my
You're
question
not
though.
being honest.
Stop
You
talking like
aren't
that.
being
Answer my
honest.
question though. If you
No,
would
like
slap me, like even at the
like
cheek,
first
would
off,
you
why
keep
are you
slapping me?
talking while I'm talking? Why are you talking while I'm talking? Like what
Okay,
makes you
there you
think
go.
that I
All
can
right.
hear anything that you're saying if I'm talking, right? Why do you think that I can hear what you're saying? Jesus tells you to turn the other cheek, but he doesn't tell you to be active listeners. He doesn't tell you to be respectful when you're in a conversation and actually listen to the other person. Y'all preach this stuff, y'all regurgitate words, but there's no expectation for those words to actually do anything for you. This is exactly why I say motivational speakers give the dopamine effect to. Believer pastors are just motivational speakers to me. Christian influencers are just motivational speakers to me. Like y'all get like a good feeling when you hear somebody say something, and then you're like, yeah, I can conquer the world. And then 5 seconds later, you take another bath.
All right. Can I speak now?
Typical.
Like
Go ahead.
clockwork.
I feel the same. I feel the same way. Anyways, so if I
He
was to
didn't
give
turn
you
the
my
other
other
cheek that
cheek,
time, did he?
if I give you
Nope.
my other cheek, would you keep slapping me?
You didn't turn the other cheek that time. Like you don't have the power to turn the other cheek, Jay. You don't have the power to ignore a fucking statement. You don't have that power. So I don't even know why you're up here trying to even preach it.
Because what I'm talking about is if you keep fighting evil with evil, then nothing gets done better.
You don't have the power to turn the other cheek, so you're preaching some shit you yourself can't do.
Maybe I can't do it, but there's Jesus who showed us that he can, and this is why I feel like Jesus is good for humanity.
Except you believe in Jesus, Jay, right?
Yes, I believe in Jesus.
And you can't turn the other cheek.
No, but I'm trying.
And therefore, Jesus is worthless in this situation, Jay. Jesus been around for 2,500 years, and you still, Jay, don't know how to turn the other cheek. You, Jay, don't know how
I have
to
not been
ignore.
around
Look, there you
2,500
go
years.
again, Jay. Why are you talking while I'm talking? Jesus is powerless in this situation. Jesus is an idea, a bunch of words on paper. That's it. You all preach this Jesus, and you tell people you should do this. All the while, you yourself don't apply it to yourself. You yourself can't do the things that you are telling people that this Jesus should be able to help them do. You're no different than a salesman selling a fucking product that you know that you haven't even tried, or you have tried and it hasn't worked. And you just decided that you're just going to keep on selling it because your commission that you're going to get on it, you need or want that more. And you don't care about the people that you lying to. You don't care about what people are giving up in order to get this product that you told them would change their life, and you know damn well it won't.
I mean, if that's your opinion. I done seen it turn people around.
It's so crazy how a lot of times when we talk to believers, it's I've seen Jesus do it for other people, and but yet I don't hear you saying he did it for you. I've
Yeah,
seen what Jesus could do, but he ain't doing it for you.
yeah, he
Like
does do
that
it for me
that's
too.
one hell of a testimony. He can't even Jesus can't even give you the power, right, to course correct. You don't have the power. in this conversation to check yourself and ask yourself, am I being the best representation of love thy neighbor, turn the other cheek? You don't even have that power, Jay.
I'm just trying to tell you that I feel like what you preaching is wrong. You're talking about Jesus is bad for humanity, and I feel otherwise. That's all I was trying to say.
Duh. All you said was, I'm just saying that Jesus ain't bad for humanity, even though I can't prove it. That, like, you,
Well, what I'm saying is, if you read the book and you understand the book, he shows you a lot about love, forgiveness, about turning away from sin.
watch this, Jay. Jay,
Yeah, I'm here, I'm listening.
how often do you read the book, Jay?
I read the word every day.
Every day. So, in the book, when your God allowed a Levite priest to send his concubine out to be raped and abused all night to protect the butt of a Levite priest, and then watched that Levite priest cut the body up of this concubine and use her body as a rallying call for the Israelites, and your God didn't speak up and say shit to defend that woman, how is that loving your neighbor, Jay?
You're talking about the Old Testament, correct?
How is that loving your neighbor, Jay?
That's the Old Testament, not the New Testament. I thought you were talking about Jesus.
Love your neighbors in the Old Testament.
Hold on, Selena, you took my drop.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He is killing me. Sorry.
But you read the Bible every day, Jay. You
Yes, I
read the
try to read the
Bible
word
every
every
day. Except, as Selena has pointed out, love thy neighbor is originally in the Old Testament, Jay. Love thy neighbor is a Levitical law, Jay.
correct. Correct.
Oh, now it's correct. Y'all are so fucking dishonest. Y'all are
Yeah, but
dishonest
you're
That's
as
talking
actually
about
fuck.
really funny.
you're going off because we're talking about Jesus.
Where
Like
is
you
it,
can't.
Jay? Where is love thy neighbor in the Old Testament?
Should we be loving our neighbor or should we not?
Where is it, Jay, in the Old Testament? In what context is it said in the Old Testament?
It, it's all over the Old Testament. But I'm
It's
asking you,
all
like,
over the Old Testament. Where, Jay? Where? Just give me, what context is it talked about in the Old Testament?
Moses talks about it
In what context, Jay?
in the commandments.
In what context? In
When
what context? Do you know what context means?
I understand what you mean by that.
And what way, right? What purpose, right? Is Moses telling them to love their neighbor? For what reason? What context?
In the Ten Commandments, it said you should not kill, you should not steal, you should not, you know, lie.
This is rough.
This is all to protect us.
You think this is context?
You think love thy neighbor is, when you say it's all over the Ten Commandments, you think I'm talking about uh how people love their neighbor? That's what you think I'm talking about.
I mean, if you not stealing or not killing, that's how you love, because you're not using hate.
That's interesting. So when the Babylonians had in their laws, before there ever was a Moses, do not steal, do not kill, do not commit adultery, do not covet. When Egypt had these and their laws before there ever was a Moses, that would mean that your Jesus is not needed for humanity then, right? Because
Yeah,
that
but
that would mean that those that were not Israelites and those that do not know Jesus already knew how to love their neighbor, right?
I mean, I don't think so.
I'm sorry. It's love your neighbor, as you stated. The love your neighbor that you're talking about is the 10 Commandments. And those laws were in the Code of Hammurabi prior to them ever being in a Mosaic law. And so, if that is love your neighbor, then these nations knew how to love their neighbor without a Yahweh and without a Jesus, right?
How come I don't hear about the Code of Hammurabi? And,
Because you don't read.
Because you're undereducated.
okay, I'm undereducated,
Yeah, I can
but
like
yet
like that. Listen to the question you just asked. How come you don't hear about the Code of Hammurabi? Like, I don't know where the fuck you hang out. Like, literally, if you're not hanging out with people who actually read, who actually study, who actually research, that's why you're not hearing about it. Like, if you hanging out with people who only talk about fucking housewives, that's then that's what you gonna know about. I don't know why you don't hear about it.
okay. So if you follow the teaching of the Code of Hammurabi, how do you teach other people to follow the same thing?
Who said something about following the teachings of the Code of Hammurabi?
You bring it up.
Do you under do you understand, right? Do you understand words, Jay? Let me ask you that. Do you understand words?
Yes, I understand words.
Okay. And so when you say words to me, I listen, right? And I analyze and I uh rationalize, right? I process and then I respond. And I responded to the words you said to me regarding love thy neighbor, regarding the 10 Commandments, with historical context of those same commandments, those same moral laws already existing in history prior to them being in any Mosaic law. Okay. That does not equate to me saying, Jay, I follow the Code of Hammurabi, or Jay, you should follow the Code of Hammurabi, because I didn't say those words. What I said was those moral laws existed in society and other nations prior to them being in the Mosaic law. And if you, Jay, are saying that the reason Jesus is good for humanity is because of these moral laws, then that would mean that these other nations don't need Jesus, because those other nations knew how to love their neighbor already, since these same moral laws existed in their nations without Jesus.
I got you. But my whole thing was more about forgiveness, not about the moral laws. Because
You brought up love thy neighbor, Jay, and then you
correct,
brought up the moral laws.
correct. I did. But Jesus said there's only two laws that sum up the whole law,
Which is what, Jay?
which is love your God with all your heart, all your mind, your soul, and treat others the way you would like to be treated.
And so then that means what, Jay? What does that mean? What?
To treat people the way you like to be treated.
And that means what?
Love, not hate.
That's
And that
exactly
means
what.
what? Like, I'm confused as to why you went here. Like, what's your point in bringing up these two
Because
laws?
I understand. Okay, those two laws. If you treat others the way you like to be treated, that's teaching you
It
a
doesn't
good
say
thing.
treat others like you want to be treated. It does not say that. It says love your neighbor as you love yourself. This
Yourself,
is
yeah.
and you. This is why I asked if you actually read. You telling us, you said if you actually read the Bible, right? And I asked Jay, how often do you read the Bible? Because we're back. We're back at you, Jay, telling people to do shit you don't even do. Okay, this is the point. You don't read this book. You don't. And you sat here and you lied to us. And if you remember me saying, when you asked me why do I think that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, in my answer, I said exactly what you're doing. Christians will get up here and they will lie to themselves and they will lie to everybody else in order to validate their own faith. Because you don't read this book, and it's clear by the things that you're saying.
Well, what you're preaching is that being good to humanity.
I can tell you that it's good for me. I can tell you that other people have said that it has helped them. And I can also tell you that I'm not out here telling people to enslave other people. I'm not out here telling people to turn the other cheek when someone is sexually abusing somebody. I'm not out here telling people to subjugate women or people based on their gender. I'm not out here telling people to persecute people based on the fact that they love differently than them. So yeah, I would say that it has helped some people in humanity, but
All
I can tell you that it has helped me.
okay. So as long as it help you, then it's all good.
And if you listen, Jay, words mean words, because you completely ignored when I said, yeah, it has helped some people in humanity.
Are you trying to help me?
No, I don't know you. I'm
You don't
not
know
trying
me.
to
You don't
help you.
care about me,
No,
right?
no,
Oh,
no, I
Okay.
don't.
All right. Yeah, I mean, ain't nothing much to talk about. I
Okay.
appreciate it for your time. Thank you.
oh.
Okay.
He up here to be cared about. I'm sorry.
Mm-mm.
Oh
You don't love me.
man,
That was weird.
I
You don't
just
think we
want
could
you to
ever go
love
together?
me.
Yeah, that was weird as hell.
You don't want to be my
I don't know if
girlfriend
he
or something?
expected me to be like, "Don't go, no."
So you mean to tell me when
It's-
it's live over, you're not gonna think about me no more?
I
Hell
forgot his name
no.
for real. I don't even know his
Oh
And
my
then
goodness.
how do you even fix yourself to say, so you don't care about me? You don't care about you. You don't care about other people. Like, you got up here and fucking lied 3 times for Jesus. You
name.
care about Jesus. The fuck?
I was really hoping that come off mute and the rooster would be like, "Ah!" No. Oh, there you go. See? There you go. You denied it 3 times, or you denied the truth 3 times before the cock crowed.
Three 370.
Came up by mistake.
Okay, no worries. Have a good day. Okay.
Thank you.
Hmm. That's an interesting name.
Yep.
You keep trying to join, but it keeps timing out.
The movie Girly, everyone knows that rebukes only work audibly. You can't rebuke somebody via text.
It don't even work audibly. Um, I think a person have to. I think rebukes only work if you respect the person rebuking
I
you. You
think
know?
it just let me on.
Yeah, it did. Where are you trying to get your people to go into? Go in where? Okay, hello, are you there? Is there a delay? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, where are you trying to get people to go into? Your name says, "Let my people go in." Go in where?
It's just a name. It's supposed to say let my people go, but someone had
Oh,
that, so I just put in.
oh, okay, okay, okay.
Someone already had to let my people go.
Oh, okay, okay. How old are you, please?
54.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer in higher power. I am a studier of everything. So as far as the topic goes, I question that subject too. But I am a believer in a higher power. But my belief in my higher power is that he needs no secretary. So why would we pray to someone else and he's already told us that? So it will be different than what you're talking about, but I have a theory of what you're talking about.
I don't think it would be quite different because you're saying he already told us that, which means that you have some type of reference, right, for what he's already told you. Is that reference the Bible? Is it the Hebrew scriptures?
It's that in other script, it's other books
The
because it
apocryphal
says
text,
that
Enoch and Jubilee
yes,
and all.
The
Yeah, so it's
Christian,
the same God. It's the same God.
hmm
When you say he doesn't need a secretary, who is the secretary? Is it Jesus?
Jesus.
Okay.
Jesus
Are
is
you
the second.
a Hebrew Israelite?
I was raised a Baptist Christian, so I would say no Hebrew Israelite. I done challenge them to their teachings because they have a hate based form of religion that they don't think is hate based. So
But do you
no,
believe that you are of the original chosen? You might not be a part of the Hebrew Israelite, but do you believe that black people are the chosen,
I do. I
and the
believe.
black and the Israelites in this book are black?
See, we worry about color too much.
No, no, no. Are do you believe that the Israelite that this story is about the West Africans?
I believe just what you just said. It's a story.
About the
They
West
might.
Africans?
I don't know. It's not certified. Religion is
Is it
not
about
certified.
you and your ancestors?
As it's written, yes.
Okay. All right. Oh, so you want to do this? I'm gonna go warm up my Thai food.
Sure.
You
Um,
sure?
we can't. I don't necessarily know where we go from here, but
Oh,
because you
he
said you
believes in
agree.
God. No, he
Okay,
thinks
well,
about yeah. No, he thinks that we think Jesus is separate from Yahweh. We don't.
oh,
Yeah, yeah. I'm finna.
interesting.
Yeah, it's yeah. I'm gonna go
Okay,
warm up my Thai food. I'll be right back.
word. So, let my question for you.
Yes.
Jesus talks about the New Testament, reiterates a lot of the things from the Old Testament, um, which I've talked about this a little bit before, but I think that Jesus is a Trojan horse for the actual God of the Old Testament, and I think
That's what
that
I think.
yeah, I think that they're both bad characters though. They don't have like a net positive on the world.
I understand what you're saying. My take on it is that man wrote the book, man edited the book,
Uh-huh.
man put everything and taught us everything that's in that book besides one thing. And y'all touched on it earlier when y'all were talking about love thy neighbor. To me, the only thing God sent us in,
Look.
yes, you don't hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. What were you saying?
I'm saying the only topic that I think that we are supposed to have in our is love. Because if everyone loved each other, you would need nine other commandments. You wouldn't nobody steal, kill, destroy. If we take notes from the animals, they love each other. They walk around copacetic. They don't bother each other unless they're hungry, unless they're being retaliated on. We haven't even figured that concept out yet. And then if
Well,
I
that's not
go with,
necessarily true either, though. Chimpanzees attack groups of gorillas just off the fact that they can. Like animals really, they
is it
turn up for no
is it
reason at
because they
all.
can or is it because they fear threat? Do you
No,
know?
it's because they can.
So
Gorillas graze on the ground.
they're
Chimpanzees
coinciding,
mostly
but
stay
but
up
they're,
on in the treetops and the
so are there
canopies.
are there chimpan are there chimpanzee wars going on?
Actually, yes,
So so you're saying there are actually wars every day of chimpanzee and gorillas having every
absolutely,
day.
absolutely. And on top of that,
Is it a fight or a war? Is it a
there
fight
are
or a
animals
war?
in the there are animals in the animal kingdom that grape other animals. They grape dead bodies. They go out of their way to torture animals. Like they don't eat them. They just torture them until they're dead. Then they play with the body and then they move on. Like this happens a lot in nature, actually.
Okay, so there's that knowing something or is that not knowing something? See, we were taught this was correct. We was taught that was correct. We was taught this isn't correct. We was taught
Huh?
that isn't correct.
No,
Is
you
the
said this
animal
wasn't
taught the
natural,
same
and I'm
way?
showing you that it is.
Okay, it's a natural form of existence. But there are no animals that are 100% not loving. You can go around a tiger if he's
What?
not hungry. You can go around you can go around a tiger to kill every day. If he ain't hungry, he ain't gonna mess with
That's not true.
you. It's not.
Jump into a tiger pen at the zoo after they fed him and see what happens.
After they fed him,
After they fed him and see what happens.
his adrenaline's still up. He was just attacking his food. So you think he's still not gonna try and attack?
You
If
said
he's
if they
still
aren't hungry, they're
if
not
he's
gonna do
still
nothing. You
if
said if
he's
they're
still
not hungry,
bloodthirsty,
you
if
said if
he's
they're
still
not hungry, then they're
if
not
he's
gonna
still
do
blood,
anything.
how did you know that quenched his hunger?
How much okay.
He's a 200
How
pound
much
animal.
food did
How do you know that piece
how
of
much
meat?
food do you need
How
to
do
feed a tiger before they won't attack you?
I don't know. Do you know?
You're the one positing this.
I'm positing something on a theoretical aspect that you can look at and think of.
And I'm
Nothing that's
telling
out of
you that if
context.
you step foot into that tiger enclosure, whether they are fed or not, the
Then how do
motherfucker
these
is going
trainers
to
go in
attack
there?
you.
Then how do trainers go in there after that and they're not attacked?
Were you a trainer?
Explain that.
Also, trainers
Explain
do
that.
get
Now you want
attacked.
to ask me if I'm
You're not
I
hold
know a
on.
tiger
I'm
trainer.
gonna go ahead and
I
mute your
know a
mic.
tiger trainer that I
Trainers do die a lot actually, and because it's not 100% guaranteed, but also they typically have these animals from very young, and they use combination of sedating them. They use psychological warfare to kind of try to gain an upper hand on them. But at the end of the day, if a tiger wants to get you and it's just you and that tiger, that motherfucker's gonna get you, bro. What are you talking about? You have to come off mute. I didn't like having to try to overtalk you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you could watch 2 hours worth of anything on Animal Planet, and
Wrestling a tiger right now?
Let me go. Are you there?
Wasn't Roy from Siegfried and Roy attacked?
yeah,
Yes, got his head. Yep.
yeah. So to say that there's this natural existence Well, peace and harmony that humans are just late to the party on is fucking ridiculous, man. And even if that were the case, even if we said that all animals live in harmony outside of hunger times, your God is the reason why people don't have harmony. This Trojan horse of Jesus is getting you to the God that's a fuckhead, okay? The God that preaches supremacy. Either you are one of his chosen or you are a dog on this earth, right? This is the same God that values women less than men for the sole purpose of sexism, right? So even if you want to say that we should all live in harmony and peace, your God doesn't want that. Your God didn't charge the Israelites to go out there and befriend every nation and show them the goodness of God. No, not at all. He told the motherfuckers to go into Canaan and slaughter everything. That don't sound like peace and harmony to me. Does it sound like peace and harmony to you?
Did God say those things or did man write those things?
Oh, okay. So none of this shit matters. Cool.
Because we all so serious about everything that we read, but we ain't studying. You study every religion. I just heard y'all talking about the Book of the Dead.
You heard
So
us
if you
talking about the
study
code of
religion,
Hammurabi.
then you know every religion has already stated the things that what we follow today have already stated. Y'all already stated that. So if we gonna keep going on, that was made for one reason, to love everything, to love everything. If you love, the only thing was born in your heart was love.
Is
That's
this
the
my
only thing we
connection or
came on
his?
this planet with. Can I finish?
I'm
Only
trying to
Sounds like
thing he
understand
was
you.
his.
put.
Your connection is bad.
I'm gonna have to call back then because I'm in a truck. I'm gonna have to get back on in a second. I'm in my truck. I'm gonna stop in about 10 minutes.
Okay,
He
it's
glitching for
more
y'all?
so your connection than anything. But what were you saying, Claire?
He is he glitching for y'all?
It's like the audio is cutting in and out. Like the background noise is consistent, but his voice
Yeah,
is
I'm
cutting
in
in.
my truck. I'm in my truck. I'm gonna lay off about 10 minutes. I'll be stopping by then.
Okay, just come back when you can. He sound like he might be a like somebody into Kemet, ancient Kemet.
Yeah, something like that. Because I don't
Yeah, he
remember.
kind of reminded
Did
me a
you bring
little
up the
bit
book of
of David.
Yeah, yeah. Did we
I don't
talk
remember
to
talking about the book of the
370?
dead. Um,
Oh, I
it came
didn't
up,
mean
but I
to.
don't think we
Sorry.
talked to him.
Okay. Under
Uh,
construction?
sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just gonna get down.
Okay. All right. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
370 was an accident. 370, you're back in the box on accident.
Hope he found the nest. You got some eggs on you.
Okay, not connecting. Like this is the movie girl. You are the reason why we have these lives. Like coming in here and commenting and telling people to repent and you don't fucking know nobody's life. Like look at the shit that you're typing. Like you're the reason that we host these lives and then y'all will be the ones that say, "We don't push our beliefs on nobody. Beliefs is personal. It's about relationship, not religion." But y'all will get your fucking fingers in the comments and type shit like that. No, you fucking don't. You literally are only doing that shit because you think that's what Jesus wants you to do. You think that that's gonna secure your spot in heaven. You don't give a damn about nobody but yourself. And if you were to come on stage, you will justify the fucking genocide of an entire people because you think your God said it was okay. You will justify your God calling a woman a dog because she is had proving her faith. You don't give a damn about nobody but yourself. Stop fucking lying. You're lying to yourself and you're lying to us. It's where, first off, like if y'all, this higher intelligence that y'all are talking to, like y'all need to double check that shit. Y'all need to double check that shit. And I'll show it if you bring your ass on stage. Other than that, I'm not doing this in the fucking comments. The only reason why I'm talking to you now is because you came in the comments telling motherfuckers to repent and stop laying in their sin. Bring your ass on stage and I'll show you shit. Like I don't have a problem teaching believers that fucking Bible, introducing you to the Jesus you think you know. Come on stage. This is the crazy thing. You all big chested. You come into the chat telling people they need to repent. Come on stage. Oh, are you scared? Are you scared to come on stage? You're not scared to type in and call people sinners in the chat. Are you scared to come on stage?
Fear
You know
not,
what's
my
crazy
child.
too? They'll go to church. They'll let a pastor call their ass out. They'll let a pastor say, "Sister Movie Girl, come on down to the altar because God told me that you need to repent." That shit. You ain't scared of that shit, right? You ain't scared of being called out at church. You scared to come on stage, right? You
Fear
scared
not,
of this,
for
huh?
I am with you. Come on up and shame these atheist movie girls. I've inhabited this atheist body to tell you that I am with you.
Nobody wants to join y'all in y'all's fucking end time bloodbath. Do that shit on your own.
Nice. Bloodbath.
Nobody wants to join. We don't want to join you. Go do that shit on your own.
I'm laughing because the pastor gonna call her sister movie girl.
Oh, she left. They come in here dropping fucking random repent bombs and then fucking walking the fuck off. That's crazy. Robert Smith. Robert Smith.
Yes,
Hi, how are you?
great.
That's good. Um, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? And can I get your age, please?
I'm 81 years old,
Oh wow.
and I'm just a listener because all this is new to me, and I like what you're doing and how you're doing it and everything. And you show me that you are a firm person who gets things right. You know, you got to show you. You know what I mean? So, and I've been listening and I'm learning.
I love that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you know somebody by the name of Living Heart?
So I think I messed around and pushed the wrong button or something, whatever it was, but it's for sure one thing. I've been following you, I've been listening to you, and I understand exactly where you coming from because when you say that you talking and they want to talk over you, whole 9 yards, and they don't listen to you, and they keep saying that they believe in this and believe in that, and they don't do none of that.
Exactly. Yeah. We're tired of being lied to and confused and manipulated.
That's right. And believe me, ma'am, this is the first time I ever talked to anybody in my life on the phone about different things of what's going on here. You know what I mean? And I like I said, I've been listening to you because you make sense. You know what I mean? So, that really gets me. And your whole panel, I just listened to what's going on. And I say, boy, they got it going on. You know what I mean? And so I thank you for pulling me up today. I didn't know you was talking to me because there's so many other the Smiths out there like that. So I just happened to just start talking. You know what I mean? And you just happened to be on my line. You know what I mean? So anyway, you keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. I hope you have a good day.
You too.
All right.
All right.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Robert.
What's the
Have a good
cuteness?
one.
Yeah.
Yes,
I love
teach
it.
them youngins.
But he did kind of sound like Living Heart a little
He
bit.
did.
If it ain't him, they
I sort of
related
think
and you
that.
don't know it.
I was like, oh my gosh. It sounds
Okay,
just like
also.
Living Heart. So Living Heart's voice is a little bit higher, more high pitched, but yeah. 370. Are you in the box on purpose this time? You're back in there again. Unless TikTok must want you to come up or something. I don't know.
Let the spirit move you,
The
370. Come
movie
on up
girl,
here.
the movie girl that came back.
Are you gonna come
Shell,
up, movie girl?
no, she ain't gonna come up.
Why don't you ask the Holy Spirit? Ask the Holy Spirit, movie girl.
She's been given the verses, but she.
Oh man, y'all
I
don't.
wish they hadn't. Yeah, I wish they
I wish
hadn't
that's what I'm
given
saying.
them
Don't
to
give
her.
it a yo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't do the work for her. They got the Holy
yes.
Spirit. Remember, they gonna come up here. They gonna come up here after not knowing some shit and try to explain it away and say that the
She
Holy
said,
Spirit.
"Where's
That's
the
what the Holy
verses? Go
Spirit is
ahead and
for.
tell me. Tell her. Don't tell her shit. Don't tell that whole shit because she up here. All she believes is what her parents believe and what their parents believe. She doesn't know anything about her God or her Bible. She just knows that He's gonna forgive her for all the shitty shit she does to people. That's the only reason why people believe in this God. That because they
Don't
want
type in the
forgiveness for all
chats.
of the shitty things that they do to people. That's it. They live crazy, shitty lives and they do crazy, shitty stuff to people. And then they want forgiveness after because they can't get it from the people they wronged, because they won't get it from the people they wronged. They have to talk to themselves and pretend that a God is going to give them forgiveness.
She is delusional.
I mean, just come on up. Come
She's
on up.
not. Thank you for admitting you guys lied. Oh, I hate people like her. Ugh.
Also, your boy back.
All right, all right. Oh, wait.
Let's see how many times we're going.
Okay, so when you
Let's see how
left,
many.
I asked you the question, do you think that
Yes.
all the wars and commissioning of raping people, all the separation by who is chosen and who is not, do you think that that sounds like peace and love?
I don't think none of it was ordered by God. I think it was all ordered by man. Because we sit here and read a book
So
that's
what did
never
the
gonna
God do?
certify. You gonna let me finish? Yes, we said she said no
What did the
interrupting,
God
no
do?
this.
She did not say that to
No,
me.
How
that was
many
for
how
you.
many questions? She did say that when y'all first started the live.
She
She
didn't say
said
that
no
to
That was
me.
interrupt.
She
you.
didn't say that. She didn't say that to me.
She said
You and
when
me
you
are
come
not.
in, can you
You
please?
and me
She
are not
said
the
when you
same, brother.
come in, she said me and you are the same.
We are not the same, brother.
You
For
The
instance,
rule,
you
let
can't
my
do that.
people, is not for you. It's for you to not interrupt the host. Right now, also is the host that you're speaking to, so don't talk over him.
And
And
I'm
you've
gonna
been
let you
doing it
speak.
the
I want to
entire
let you talk.
time.
But I want to talk about what we're talking about. We're talking about the God. You don't think that the Bible is real at all. So what does the God do? The God just let this shit happen? Let people talk for him? Is that what you're saying? This would be your time to talk.
Hold on, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
The Bible is not a certified certification. Didn't man certify the Bible. Ain't nothing that we seen, heard in the years of our existence said or shown us that it's the stories are real. We can base life off of it, but you can base life off of everything that we're told. All I said earlier was that I don't believe that God gave us a secretary. I'm not saying Jesus wasn't sent here or whatever the belief is to spread his word, but he also said that no one looks at or even listens to, do not choose me as your God. He told us he wasn't a God. He's a man. He was born a man, whether gifted or not, because there are gifts in this world that people get and that are
So look,
misunderstood.
the reason why I'm cutting you off is because you're not talking about what I just asked you about. I could care less. You and I both think Jesus was fake. Cool. We agree. Now we're talking about the God. Because I think Jesus is just a Trojan horse to get people to accept the God. And I think that the God is the problem, right? So here's the deal. You're saying that the Bible is fake. I'm asking you, why did the God allow his fake words to be permeated throughout the generations?
I didn't say it was fake. I said it wasn't certified.
If it's not certified, what is it?
Man makes certifications. Man says something is a biography. Man says something is fiction. Man stamped it. I said God didn't stamp it. I say we have no way of knowing what is stamped and what's not stamped because we live under man's law. We live under what we're told. We are all followers. There is not one leader among us. We all follow someone else's dream. Ain't no one else
So
got
how do
out
you
here.
find the God? How do you find the God if the Bible isn't certified?
The God is in you. You know what you're supposed to be doing. You know
You
how
don't
you're
believe in the God
supposed
of
to
the
be
Bible.
acting. What? Yes, I believe in God.
You don't believe in
I,
the God of the Bible.
how you say that? Because I don't go by the teachings that the Bible tells me to go through. God
Because the
says to
God of the
love.
Bible tells you who the
The
God of the
one
Bible
thing
is.
God put in me when I was born was love. That's the only thing that was in my existence when I came from my mother's womb. Love. When the doctor took me out, he handed me to somebody and I immediately loved her. No one taught me love. No one made me understand love.
How the
That's the
fuck do you
only.
know that?
How do I know that?
Yeah.
How do you
How do
not
you know
stand
what
right
you
here?
how do you know what you were when you were a newborn baby?
Because that's what you guys call it after I got older and could understand what it was. That's how I know.
I ain't call you that. What are you talking about? I did not call you that.
Are you not part of the existence that we run around here in? The existence we run around in says that is what love is. And that's why
Love is going to the first person the doctor hands you to?
I didn't say it like that. You twisting
That
stuff.
is how you said it. Are you okay?
I said they gave you to your mother and you immediately knew her. You knew that woman. You know that woman. You love that woman inside and out.
So you're telling me a newborn baby could pick his mother out or his or her
You
mother out of a
actually
lineup?
don't. You actually don't
Yes, I'm telling you
immediately know.
I'm telling you a
You
newborn
actually
mother can
don't.
pick his mother out once he come out the
You
womb.
you
Yes, I am.
actually don't immediately know that. That is why when a woman has a baby, they do skin to skin contact so that the baby can know that that is even for surrogates. They do skin to skin contact on the person the baby is going to. And that way that baby can know that the mother's heartbeat, the thing it human babies do not know who their mother is immediately. They're not like seals or they don't know.
So you're
They
saying you
have to
don't know who
have
your
that.
mother is when you
No,
come out.
I know now. I know, actually, I didn't. And let me tell you why. Because I was a foster child. I went to my foster parents when I was 4 months old. I had
Okay.
no contact at all with my mother, with my birth mother.
But I guarantee
But the
you,
love that I feel for my mother is the love that people feel for a mother.
okay,
But I don't know, I don't feel anything for my birth mother. Nothing at all. Because I don't know her. She's a stranger. I mean, I know who she is, but I don't know her.
if you know yourself, you know your mother. Cause people made mistakes and had to do stuff. That don't mean to put nothing on nobody.
No,
Because we don't
sir,
know what
listen to
people
what
have
I'm
done.
saying. I
I
don't
understand you say you
feel
didn't
Then
know her,
don't
anything.
try
so
to
you don't
don't
feel nothing for
force
her.
what you believe on
What
her.
what I
Like you
what I'm
can't.
telling you is,
You're
I'm not saying what.
dismissing her experience. She's
No,
telling
I'm
you that
not.
she does not know her mother,
You are.
and you're trying to force her and tell her yes she does. Don't do that.
I didn't see,
sir, I'm telling you that I do not know my
and I
birth mother. I
understand
mean,
that.
I've met her, but I don't feel anything for her because
I
she's
understand
not
that.
my mother. I mean,
I
she's my
understand
birth
that.
mother, but she's not my mother.
And all I'm saying is, I was fin to elaborate on what I was going to say before I wasn't trying to stop you per se. I was going to say an experience where I met a 17-year-old girl that I had never met a day in my life, but I knew that was my daughter, and it was my daughter. So
So
you can't say
because you
what you
were a
do.
shitty dad,
Can I
people have
finish?
to go by
How
your
am I a
ideas
shitty
of
dad?
it?
I did 17 years in jail for a motherfucking wrong decision.
Well, you
Uh,
That's
knew that
what.
yeah,
was
That's
that's
your
what.
called being a
daughter.
shitty
You knew that
parent.
was your
That ain't
daughter.
Yeah,
called
that's
being a
called being
shitty
a
dad.
shitty
I didn't
parent.
know I had that daughter. You trying to tell me something about me now? Her mother didn't tell me I had a daughter. So how am I a shitty
I'm
dad for
sorry. I'm
not
sorry.
knowing?
I'm
So
sorry. Were you
how
a
am
good
I a
dad for the?
shitty dad
Were you a
for
good
not
dad for the first
knowing?
17 years of that child's
I
life?
love all my kids. I
Were you
didn't
a
know it
good
was mine.
dad
Her
for the first
mother did
17
not
years?
tell me
Hold on.
until I met
Were
her.
you a
Did you not
good
hear me
dad?
say when I met the girl?
So when you met the girl, she was 17. That means that you were a shitty parent to her for 17 years. I don't understand how you don't get that. She didn't know who the fuck you were. Y'all didn't have any contact. That's called being a shitty parent, dumb fuck. What?
And she was a stranger to you. And you were a stranger to her.
Now Lortz's life has to go by what you think the experience is because you were a shitty father. That makes no sense.
No, exactly. His forgive your parent rant was about him. There is nothing to forgive. She didn't, my birth mother didn't do anything to me. There is nothing to forgive. Actually, she did what 97% of parents probably should do, get a child to some fucking body else because they are clearly wanting.
I think we look at uh love with modern eyes because remember when we were talking about the child sacrifice in ancient Israel and how um back then in those days they would take newborn babies and put them in the arms of that statue and they would crank the statue up and they would say these are not babies, these are not human babies, these are cattle, and that they were telling themselves that they were feeding the statue of the god cattle, and that's how they were sacrificing the babies, remember?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
Eh, yeah, and moms in those days they did it naturally, get attached to their babies because the in those times the firstborn was typically taken and sacrificed to a god, and in order to do that, like you can't have a connection with it to look at it and say, oh, it's not considered a human until it's 31 days old. It's not considered alive or viable until it's 31 days old, so that they could classify it as cattle and sacrifice it. When that practice got um, abolished, and then we then start like having laws about like, because even after that practice got abolished, parents could kill their kids. Like if they had a girl and they didn't want any more girls, they could drown the girl, and it was legal. If
Mm-hmm.
the son um Like if they had too many kids and they couldn't feed it, they could kill the kid, whether it was a boy or a girl. Like infanticide laws were the norm, right? There were no protection for kids and parents harming kids back then. They could starve them to death if they wanted to. This natural what nurture nature what is it called, nature versus nature, what is it?
Nature versus nurture.
Nurture,
Yeah,
nurture.
yeah, I don't think it's natural. I think it's western. I think it's western.
No, it is Western. It is Western. And what a lot of people don't realize is that even in Western societies, right? When you talked about a baby not being a baby until they were 30, even in Western societies, um, people didn't name their babies until they were baptized. Like the baby didn't have a name. The baby would go like a week without having a name until the baby was baptized. Some societies still do that until their baby has been given the rights of, well, what I call life. They don't even have a name. I mean, so this whole, the baby is the this and the that. Like you said, this is modern because, like, nobody, the same babies that you claim to care about, they trying to make them go to work when they 13. These same kids that everybody claims to care about, they're trying to make y'all kids go to work when they're 13, 12 or 13 years old.
You there?
I'm I'm just
Let my
I'm
people
just
go.
saying.
Let my people go. Are you there?
Still here. I'm just amazed that I'm a bad father and I never met. I wasn't introduced to. Her. But when
No,
we
the
met,
thing
is all
is,
I was
no,
saying.
but this is the thing. The problem is that the problem is that when I told you about my experience, right?
Yes. No, I
You were
wasn't.
like,
I want to stop you. I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to tell you nothing. I'm going to elaborate. I didn't have a chance to tell you of my connection and the connection thing. I was saying how I was going to ask after I said what I said. How do we not know we meet that person? You won't have a connection and you won't know her. That's what I was getting to, but I wasn't allowed to get to it.
no, well, no,
That's why I
no, but
came
I've
with my
told you that
story
though.
of my
I've told you,
17-year-old that I did not know. You said you wouldn't know her from Adam and Eve, but
no,
who's to say a
not if I hadn't
connection
met
would
her.
spark
No,
when you
let me
meet
tell you
her?
something. The last time I saw my
I had
birth
in
mother,
mind, and a spark happened.
well, the
I'm
last time
listening.
I saw my birth mother, I don't know, I think I was in middle school. No, I was in high school. I was in the ninth grade. I am 51 years old. I still wouldn't recognize her. I still wouldn't recognize my mom. I've seen her before. I wouldn't know her from Adam. If she walked down the street, I would pass her up. I still don't know who she is. I don't remember how she looks.
I can understand all that. I can feel all that. But we have something in us that will make us feel something.
No, we don't. No, we don't. You listen, you only get emotional ties to people when you are emotionally attached to them. How do you think
You were.
adoption and foster care work? You only get emotional ties to people that you are emotionally attached to. There was a TikTok talking about, I don't know if y'all remember that girl um who got kidnapped by this lady, and she didn't find out that she was kidnapped until she was 18,
Mm-hmm.
and the lady went to jail.
Yeah.
And the girl went and tried to plead down, to go to the court and say and have mercy on my mama, right? And everybody in the comments was like, that's sad. Her birth mama, she does not know her birth mother. She was taken from the hospital when she was 2 days old, and she's been with this woman, this woman for 18 years. She does not know her birth mother. Her birth mother is a stranger. Of course, she's going to advocate for the only person that has been her mother. She has no clue what who her birth mother is. And they tried to take her from them and then just drop her with these strangers. That I mean, basically, that's what happened. Actually, that's what happened in your Bible too, because those people had their own gods.
I'm gonna have to get back off because I got to get back in my truck and there's too much noise when I get. But I'm still listening. If I make
I'm
another
just saying,
stop,
those people had their own gods. They were dropped with this strange god. Like well, I'm the Messiah. No, you're not.
Lawrence,
Not
did
according
you
to
hear
us,
what he
you're not.
said?
Yeah.
Lawrence was like, uh, let my go. I mean, let my people go. Come back when you can.
here right now.
Huh?
I'm still here. What you just said.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead,
No, I
Now,
Lawrence.
was saying I didn't hear.
no,
I didn't hear what the last statement.
what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. I am saying that this is the exact
You
same
said
thing that happened. This is the exact same thing
okay,
that happened in the Bible.
the connection
those
was
people,
broken.
those people had their own gods. Then here come this motherfucker talking about I'm the Messiah. No, you're not. You're not our Messiah.
No, movie girl, you have been muted until you come on stage. Like you were in the comments doing all of that when you can be doing that shit on stage. Go ahead, Lawrence.
You are not our Messiah. This is the exact same thing. Here come this man that's been, I don't know where you've been. And all of a sudden, you want us to run up to you like, Daddy. You're not our daddy, sir. That's exactly the same thing that's happening in the Bible. And then, like a daddy, like a man, when we don't do what you want us to do, what you do, violence, anger, just like a daddy. Just like a daddy. And now you got 2.3 billion people afraid of an afterlife that nobody has proven, that nobody has gone to and come back and say, yeah, y'all, they got baseball games and everything up there.
Except for that Mary Kate person.
Ooh,
Mary Kay Baxter, the one that had the said that hell was like a body and there was Jesus took her to the arm and the leg of hell and to the belly of
oh
hell.
yeah.
Yeah, her. She said there were amusement parks in heaven and all that stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like there's no we got 2.3 billion people. You got 1.8 billion of those people run around kissing a man's ring because they scared of something that hasn't been proven, that nobody can prove at all. Like nobody can prove the afterlife. Nobody. We don't have archaeological evidence of Exodus. None of this.
As
But here,
Banker's AI calls
Lord, he don't
them,
believe the Bible.
glorified yes bots.
yes, they are exactly. They are.
He's even worse because he doesn't even yes bot the Bible. Like he just has this esoteric idea of a God and is ascribing it to the God of the Bible, but he don't even like read the fucking book to say whether or not it's real. Like he's just I don't know. He's retreated into his own religion, and I don't
Read the
understand
Bible.
how.
I do all that. I read the Bible. Life is the constant use of the Bible. You cannot go anywhere without use of the Bible.
Yes, you can.
This whole civilization is based on the Bible.
No, it isn't. Yes, you actually can
The
do a whole
laws
lot
you
of stuff.
abide by, the laws you abide by are Bible.
Actually, the
Is that
laws
why I
you
can't
Which
wear
The
abide
wigs
by.
laws?
laws,
forever?
the laws that civilization give us are Bible.
No,
Which
the laws
laws?
Oh,
you, that's
Which
not correct.
laws? Which
All the
laws?
laws and
Which
statutes,
one?
all the prayer for the
Which
prayer for
one?
judgments, the prayer for I
The
just
what?
name one
Hey,
judgment.
you just saying stuff now. Please stop. What laws specifically are biblical?
Thou should not kill. What is
That's
that?
not
oh.
Murder?
biblical. That existed again. That existed
It's not biblical.
in
It's
society before
it,
this Bible.
it came out of and it came from a religion. It came of a
No, it
religious
didn't.
text.
Mm.
No, it did not.
Mot is not a religious text. The
It
Mot is
didn't
not a
come
religious
from
text.
Mott. It didn't come from Mott. It was in Babylon.
It's not in there.
And
It's not
it
in
was
there.
in
Listen,
Babylon. It was in the oldest, and the code of Namu. It was in one of the oldest legal codes. It did not come from a religion.
Yeah, that shit was sending me into sensory overload. I had to mute.
they are based off of religion.
No, they're
It's
not.
not.
We call it religion. It was called teachings before that.
No, it's
We gave
not.
it a name. We
You
give
just saying
everything a
stuff.
name.
You just no, it's not. You're just
I'm just
saying
saying
stuff.
stuff. No,
Yes.
I studied myself.
No,
No.
the depths of your ignorance knows no bounds.
Listen, you can't call me an ignorant. You called me a bad dad. You don't know nothing about me.
No, I didn't call you a bad. I didn't know. I didn't call you a bad dad. I called you a shitty father. I
You
called you a
did.
shitty father.
You
There's
did.
difference.
Ain't the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. A bad
That,
dad is somebody. A bad dad makes a mistake. A shitty
so
father
what
doesn't
is
show up for the
so
first
what
17 years of
shitty
your life.
father? I'm gonna show up and I'm incarcerated,
Did you show up to
huh?
make the child? Did you
And
show up to
and
make
I
the
don't
child?
and I didn't know.
Did you
I
show up to
didn't know
make
I
the child?
made the child. She didn't tell me.
Oh,
She didn't tell me I made the
did you
child.
show up? But did you show up to make the child?
But when I found out 17 years later, I'm
Yes,
still
yes
there.
or
She's
no?
in college
Just
in Texas.
walk through the line with me. Walk through the line with me. Did you show up to make the
I
child?
found out 17
Did you show up to
years.
make the
I didn't
child?
know
Yes or
I
no?
made a child.
Did you
I
show
didn't
up
know
to
I
make
made
the
it, and the
child? Yes
mother
or
did
no?
not tell me. I
Okay, so
showed up
that's a
for
yes.
sex.
Next question. Were you
I
incarcerated for
showed up for
17
sex.
years because of your actions?
Yes,
Okay. So you made the child and then you were separated because of your
I
actions?
wasn't
Hey, can I ask
told
a
there was a
question?
child.
Hey, can I ask a question? So, did you lose touch with her mom when you got incarcerated?
Yes,
You lost touch. So y'all were
yes,
teenagers. Y'all were teenagers you were 17
yeah.
when you got locked up,
I
or
was 19.
19, and you lost touch. And how did you end up coming in contact with this 17-year-old daughter of yours?
We rekindled
Wait,
17 years later. I
how did you
seen her. I
rekindle with
seen
her?
her mother. I'm trying to tell you, I seen her mother
Wait, what do you mean
when I
rekindle?
went
You
back
didn't
to.
know. Wait, I'm confused. Hold on. When you use the word
I'm talking about
wait,
rekindle with her
wait.
mother. And
Okay,
that I
so
met her, I
wait.
saw her
Hey,
again.
hey, hey, hey.
Okay.
Yeah.
God damn.
I'm trying to follow your story. Okay. When you say rekindle, and I say, how did you rekindle with her? And then you start talking about your daughter, that confuses things because you didn't rekindle with your daughter. You didn't know your
I was
daughter.
talking to mother when I said 17 years. I saw her again. Said I wasn't talking about the daughter.
Okay.
You
And
thought I
so
was
my
talking about the
question,
daughter.
God damn.
You dumb fuck.
After you lost touch with the mother, after you went to prison, how did you rekindle with the mother? How did you get back in touch with her?
We saw each other.
Like I'm asking how? Like, were
We
you out at
ran
the
into
store
each
one
other.
day, or
We ran into each other.
did y'all live in the same neighborhood?
When then? When the initial when are you talking about? Did we stand in there saying you're asking questions that are open ended?
Over ended. Okay. Listen. You go to jail for 17 years after
Yes,
a one
ma'am.
night stand with this 19-year-old girl. right? 17 years go by. You get out of jail, and boom, you run back into this same person. I'm asking, like, do y'all live in the same neighborhood? Do y'all know the same people? Are y'all's families close? Like, how did you end up rekindling with this same person 17 years later?
Because the city I stay in, whether it being big or not, is not big enough for you not to run into the same person twice.
All right, so you stay in a small town where everybody knows your
I
name.
stay in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Where everybody knows your name.
Ain't that small?
Yes,
Everybody knows everybody. Okay, so
yes,
you have family there.
yes.
Do your family know this 19-year-old girl? Did they know her?
They didn't know her then.
They
No,
did. So nobody in your family knew of this girl.
no.
But you can't run into the same person twice. I mean, it's hard to not run into the same person twice in Charlotte. But nobody knew this girl.
If we're in the same area, we're black. Charlotte used to be a black and white city. Black stayed to blacks, white stays to whites. Now it's diversified.
No, I'm
I'm
asking. I'm
54.
asking
I've
back
been in
then. I'm asking back
back.
then. Back then, it was hard not to run into the same person twice. Back then, right?
I'm saying that now.
Back
Back then
then,
too.
back
But
then.
we're not. You're talking about when my
Hey, hey,
17
hey,
year
hey,
old.
hey, 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 hey. Please, you're interrupting my train of thought. Okay, I'm trying to follow your story. Okay, back then, when you were 19 and she was 19, the town was small enough to where you would run into the same person twice. Is that correct?
That's not what I said.
Said
Okay.
she was 19 too.
You asked me why. You asked me why I didn't meet. Why? How did I meet her 17
Hey,
years later? See,
hey,
now you don't
and
went
you
back to
said, hey,
16 years ago to find out what finesse got. Can I? Can I? Can I? I'm trying to
I
answer your question.
asked, did
God
y'all
damn.
live in the same neighborhood back then? You said, I live in a small town where it's hard to not run into the same person twice. So I'm going to go back to back then. Okay. Did you live in the same neighborhood with this 19-year-old back then?
I stayed in the same place with this young lady, the same city, when the daughter was created. When I made
Neighborhood,
the statement, you can run
neighborhood,
into the person.
neighborhood.
It's city. I
I didn't
said
ask if you
city.
lived
I
in the same.
never stayed in the same
Listen, if
neighborhood
you
with her.
listen, if
And
you
I told you
fucked her, of
no.
course you were in
I
the same
told you
city.
no.
Can you stop? Okay, can you stop? All right. You getting defensive, and I think that you're lying about something when you get defensive like that.
Defensive about nothing.
Then why are you doing it?
Why am I doing what?
Getting
You asked me
defensive.
a question. Let me say one. I'm not getting defensive. You
You
asked me
are.
a question that elaborated to us after the baby was born.
No,
When I
I'm
made
not.
a statement
I'm not
that.
asking about.
Can
No,
I
I'm
finish? Can
nope.
I
I'm
please
not
finish?
asking you
Can I
about after the
please
baby is
finish?
born yet. I am not asking you about after the baby is born yet. What I am asking you is, okay, you and her, right, got together, right? You had this one night stand, and I'm asking, did y'all live in the same neighborhood? Not the same city,
I
same
told you
neighborhood. Okay, so y'all didn't live in the same neighborhood back then. Okay. And so you go to jail, you get out, and then uh when you get out, so she looks the same 17 years later,
yes, she does.
and you just all of a sudden knew that it was her and that the daughter was yours.
No, that's not how it happened.
I'm
I
sorry. You
met the
said
mother.
you
I
said that
saw
as
the
soon as you
mother.
saw her without talking to her, you knew that the daughter was yours. You said that.
Yeah, but
You
you just
remember
made it
saying
seem
that to
like soon as I
Lawrence?
seen the mother again, I seen the daughter. That ain't how it went. You
No,
want to know the
when you
story how you
saw the
tell it.
daughter, you automatically knew the daughter was yours.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you're in Charlotte, you have family in Charlotte, and this woman with this child that looks like you never ran into anybody in your family,
No, she did not.
and then all of a sudden you get out and she runs into you.
If my family knew her or knew how she looked, they might have could have ran into her. They did not know her. They did not know how she looked. Me and this girl were having a relationship under the table of my relationship.
Uh-huh.
So
But what
no
I'm
one would
saying
have
is,
known
I'm saying
her
this kid,
because she was
there's this,
insignificant in my life.
what I'm saying is, which is odd, right? It's very odd. Okay, so this kid looks like you. She's running around Charlotte looking like you, where your family also lives, right? And nobody that you know knew that you were messing with this girl and say, "Oh, that looks like let my people go."
No,
She
no
looks
one
like let
told me
my
that.
people go. And then you get out of jail and all of a sudden you reconnect with this same girl that you was messing with before you got locked up. 17 years later, who looks the same 17 years later.
Yeah, with the thanks to Facebook, because it wasn't
Huh?
for Facebook, I probably wouldn't have found her. With the thanks for Facebook, because without Facebook, I probably wouldn't have found her.
Oh, wait,
She
you
found
wouldn't have
me.
found, you was
When I
looking for
put
her?
my information into Facebook, a whole lot of people found me.
Wait, hold on. She looked for you? I thought you said
I
you
didn't
ran into
say
her at
she
a store.
looked. I didn't say
Wait,
I
you
ran
said
into
you
her
ran
in the
into her at
store.
a
I
store.
say we
Now she
ran into
found you
each
on
other. I didn't
Facebook?
say we ran into each other in the store. Facebook is how we ran into each other.
No,
I
that ain't
say we
what you
ran back
said.
into each other. You want the
It's not
correct
what you
story? I'm
said.
trying to give
That's
it to
not
you.
what you said.
I said we ran into each other. I didn't say it was a store. I said we ran into
You
each other.
said in the
That's exactly
store.
my exact words.
No,
If you
your
could
exact words
rewind
were
this
that y'all
tape,
ran
I
into each other
guarantee it
at the
would not
store.
say store. I would not say
Buddy,
store.
you don't want to do that.
Y'all want to put people down and make people so wrong.
I don't want
Cause
to put people down. I
I'm
just want
sitting
you
here
to know that
defending.
you're lying.
We supposed to be sitting here talking about if Jesus was or Jesus wasn't. Now it's my father characterhood on the
Bro, you
line because
barely believe
a
in the
woman
book. Why
didn't
the fuck
tell
would I
me
talk to you
because
about it?
you told me I was a bad
Bro,
father.
you barely believe in the
And if
book.
I
Why
listen
would
to
we
you, I
talk to you about
probably
it?
will become a bad father, but I'm not.
I didn't
I'm the
say you
best
were a
father I
bad
could
father.
be
Why you
with the
keep putting
time I
words in
was
my mouth? You
allotted.
keep wanting me to you
You
keep
put
wanting to
words in
minimize what I said.
mine.
No.
I ain't
I didn't call
minimizing
you a
nothing. I
bad
am a
father.
bad
I
person for
called you
missing
a
17 years of my
shitty
kid life.
father. I
I
called you hold
know
on.
I'm a
I'm not gonna
bad
yell this to
father for
you. I'm
missing
not gonna yell
7.
this to you. I said you were a shitty father. There is a difference. A bad father is a father that does things that are bad from time to time. But a shitty father is one that does not show up at all. And then sits here and lies about this to try to make
And
it
if I
sound
could have
correct.
shown up, I would have been there.
You
I
could have
have
shown
8
up by
kids.
not getting arrested for doing stupid shit. That's how you could have shown up.
You don't know what I've been through life, and I don't know what you've been through life. So you
That's
can't say
fine.
what I
I was
should and
never, yeah,
shouldn't
you're right.
do
You're right.
to
And
take
I've
care
never
of
been
my
locked up for
family.
17
And I
years. I don't
did
know what that
my
feels like,
time
but I
and
do know what it feels
accept
like not
my
to get
wrong.
popped for
Listen, I
17
accept
years.
my wrong for what I did. And you ain't gonna tell me who I am, a shitty father or not, because I went to prison trying to feed my family because I did what had to
Trying to
do.
feed
I
your
don't know
family.
what you raised into,
So
but I wasn't
this was
raised
a
where you
side
was
thing.
raised. What?
So this was a side thing.
I
You said
said
you
she
went to
was a
jail trying to
side
feed
piece.
your family. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you were shitty.
I was what?
Yeah, you were a shitty father.
I'm shitty for feeding my father.
Is that
Feeding
your
my
first
family.
kid? That's not your first kid, right?
That's not. No, I have 8 kids.
Right,
She's my
right,
last kid.
right. Yeah, no. This is not the only child that you're shitty to.
Nah. The rest of my kids were well taken care of. Left with money.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they were
but
well
I
taken
didn't
care of
know
while you were
that
locked
one.
up for
I
17
did
years.
not know that. Do you comprehend the word? I wasn't introduced. Her mother didn't tell me. You haven't
I'm
So you
comprehended
telling
had,
that
you.
wait a
yet. Her
minute,
mother thought the child was someone
I'm
else's.
telling
The
you
you.
had
mother thought
This
the
is
seven
not
child
the
was
kids?
someone
only.
else's.
You had 7 kids before you went to jail? How old were
Cheated on
you?
the mama. Cheated on the
He
mama.
was
He
nine.
cheated on
He
the
was
mama now.
19.
I had 8 kids before I went to jail.
He
Yeah,
cheated
You
you
on
were
the
were a
7
shitty
mama
came
father.
19?
out while I was
of
in
the
prison.
seven.
Yeah, you were a shitty father.
Well,
I was right when I said that.
Ooh,
I'm a
crappy
shitty
human
father.
all around.
I'm a shitty
Are
father.
all those kids by two women or more?
All the, I told you I went to prison for 17 years. I was
Yeah,
in
were
drug
all
prison.
those
So what do
children
you
by two women or more than two women?
more than two?
Okay, were they all aware of each other?
No.
Uh, I don't know how else to tell you this, but you're a shitty
I'm over
father.
here trying to. I'm
How
over
is
here
that
trying
being
to
a shitty
find what he
father?
said.
It could be a
Who
shitty
he got?
individual.
Who had
It can
8
be a
kids at
shitty
19?
individual. But you,
He do.
You're sure
He
that being responsible for children, that's
I
you
shitty
had
talking
father.
about
eight
he had
at
eight,
the age
eight,
of
I mean, eight
21.
kids.
You guys keep putting up with what someone said. If I told you I have 7 kids or 8 kids, it's meaning and in the now. That's my last child. Y'all said 19. I didn't tell you I had her at 19.
You
My
said that you
last
went to
child was
jail
made
at
at the age
19,
of
and
20.
you literally said you went to
I
jail.
didn't tell
Like,
you I went to
listen,
jail at 19.
you
I went to
did
jail
say
at
you went,
27.
boy,
You
stop.
a
You
fucking
said
I went
lie. You
to
after
said
you
jail
had
19.
at
sex with her,
27.
you said you were 19. You said, you are being recorded. I'm literally looking for one of your lies now. But you literally said that you was 19. And after you had sex with her, you went to jail.
That's what you told us.
And now you lying again.
The only number that's come out my mouth is 17. Rewind the live. I hope you got it recorded. The only number came out my
You
mouth
said
was
19.
17
No, no, no,
years.
no. You said
No,
19 because the chat went
no,
off and said,
no.
was
I
she
said
19
17.
or were you
I
19?
said 17. You guys said we were 19 and 19. I'm 4 years older than her. I never said none of those numbers.
See, that's why I asked earlier if he said
Wait a
that
You
she
minute.
said
started
she
to
was
So
speak
when
19
did
because
you
loud.
I
You
go
just
to
knew
lying will go a
jail?
lot better.
I just knew that she wasn't 19 when
I'm
he was
4 years
19.
old, 4 years older than her. My last child was at the age of 27. I went to prison at the age of 27, 17 years. So y'all need to
You ain't
stop
say
putting
none of that.
numbers in
You ain't
people's
say none
mouths
of that.
and
You said
words.
Oh
19. You
my
ain't say none
I
of
God.
that.
know
You
I
said
didn't.
19.
I let y'all do the
You said
talking. Y'all
19.
keep putting words in
You
people's
said
mouth. I know
19.
I ain't say none of that.
You said
I didn't say
19.
19. The only
You
word that
said
came out my
19.
mouth was 17. Only
Wrong.
number
You
y'all
said
heard was
19.
17, 17,
Wrong. You
17,
said
17.
19.
Never said 19.
Wrong. You said
Never said
19.
it.
Yes, you did.
Kill all my kids if I said 19. I said 17. And then someone
Uh,
said 19 and
I'm gonna
y'all
tell you. I'm
rolled
gonna
with
tell you.
that.
I'm
It
gonna tell you
wasn't me.
another reason. I'm gonna tell you another reason why you're a shitty father. Because as you are actively lying, you are putting your children's life on it. You're a fucking disgrace. I wish my dad would fix his mouth to say some stupid shit like that. I'll end it myself. Putting your kid's life on that, on a fucking lie. You're a
I
fucking
have
piece of
no
shit.
reason to lie to y'all. No need to lie to
You are
y'all. I don't
disgusting.
know neither one of y'all on here. Y'all are taking people words out of context because you're flip flopping from one person to the next. Then someone throws a word out there, then y'all latch on it and go with it too. You guys need to stop that and listen to what the
Nobody,
person's
ain't nobody
saying
taking.
fully.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you
I
right now. Ain't
never
nobody
said
taking advice
19.
from you,
I
bro. Ain't
said
nobody
the
taking advice from
whole
you. You are
conversation,
a
the
fucking
whole
liar.
hour
You are
we've
a
been on
shitty
here,
human.
I've been
You are a
stating
shitty dad.
17. I can
I
be
don't know why
shitty
you keep
however
running
you
your
want me to
fucking
be.
mouth. You are
That's
you showing that right now. You are a shitty human. You are a shitty father. You are a shitty
that's your
human being.
perception.
You said 19. We went with what
Perception
you
is the
said.
biggest
You
deception.
also said,
I
you
love you too,
also
brother.
said,
I
you
always
also said that Charlotte is a small town. It is not and has not been for a long time.
Exactly. Charlotte, you might
You
mean
are a fucking
Matthews.
liar.
Um,
So, did you lose
let my
touch with
people
her
go.
mom when you got incarcerated?
yes,
You lost touch. So y'all were
yes,
teenagers. Y'all were teenagers when you were 17
yes.
when you got locked up.
I was 19. No, I was not. I was 27.
Uh-oh.
19. Hold on. Be quiet. Be
Bro,
quiet.
you
Be
Uh-oh.
quiet. Be quiet. So y'all were
Yes,
teenagers. Y'all were teenagers when you were 17
yes.
when you got locked up.
I was 19.
19, and you lost touch. And she, how, I'll be right back. Go ahead. Also,
Let my
I
lying
ain't
I mean, I don't
any
know
of
what
go.
that
else there is
stuff.
to
Y'all
say.
need to
You're a
stop
shitty
saying stuff
person that
and doing
lies.
stuff.
You're a shitty human being that lies, bro.
We need to stop doing what? We playing your lies. What? He says somebody. How many personalities you got in there, sir? Come out of him, Legion.
Not near one of them tell the truth. That's the crazy part.
Mm-mm.
Not one. So she was 15. You were 19 with 8
I
kids
said I was
going to
27
jail.
when I
Bro,
had
you
that
just
child.
heard it.
You literally right there on
You
recording.
just heard it.
You said you were 19.
I
I
thought my
said
daddy
I
lied
was
bad. Bro,
27. I never said anything about 19. Y'all did.
Nigga, we
You
just played it
Don't
back,
one,
you
did.
one of you
liar.
ladies
Your
said
voice
one of
We
you
never
just
ladies
played
said
it
that I
back, you
was
liar.
19. I
Oh,
never
you
said
lie for
any
fun, ain't
number.
it? You lie
I
for fun,
never
ain't it?
said a number.
You lie
That's
cause
the
it
one
cause it
thing
feel
y'all
good,
need to
don't it?
realize. I said 17 is the only number that's come out my mouth.
She asked you, were you a teenager when you got locked up? Were you 17? You said no, 19.
I didn't say 19.
She just
Yes, you
played it back, you
did.
idiot.
are you well?
I didn't say, I said 17. I didn't
Are
never
No,
you
you
well?
say
didn't.
when I
This is
got locked
bastard
up. I
activity.
got locked up at the age of 27. Yes. I never,
You
no
are a
one ever
bastard.
asked me when I.
Shut up. We listening to the tape. Let my people go.
I was 19. Yes. I said when she was 27.
I was 19.
Yes. Yes. I was 19. I was 19. I was 19.
Hmm,
nope.
hmm,
I
You
love
said
this song.
hmm,
19.
hmm. I was 19. Hmm, hmm. Fucking liar.
Play the rest of it.
Why, when nothing else is in
After the part where you
you're
said I
not
was 19,
contesting anything
after the
else.
part where you said I was 19, what are you talking about?
I didn't say I was 19 when I was.
Bitch, you
You
just
guys
said, you
ask
know
so
what?
many questions that when y'all keep asking questions, y'all need to slow down and ask the
She was
question
the
and let a
only person
motherfucker finish
talking to you,
talking.
my guy. She
I
was the
said
only person
17.
talking to you.
Who was the only
And she
person? The whole
reiterated
panel?
what you said.
I was 27 when I got locked up. Now, if you
Are you
want to know
drunk?
when I met the young lady, I was 19. Now,
So
as
she was
far as
15.
she was 16,
You
I
said
was
four
getting
years, right?
ready to
You
turn
said 4
20.
years.
I,
Okay,
I
cool.
was getting ready to turn 20. Our
Oh, okay. So either
relationship
way, she was a minor.
spanned the 7 years until my daughter's marriage, but she was never my main girlfriend.
Yeah, you a shitty
If you
dude.
let a motherfucker talk and say the
Wait,
whole
Nah, we
now
let you talk.
some
if I said 19,
statutory. That
if
Yeah,
I
I,
it
it
said
definitely
sound like
is.
some
That's
19,
why you trying to
if
move
statutory
it.
I said,
shit. This don't
I
sound
Think
didn't
he
right.
finish
trying to
that story.
cover some
That's
shit
why you trying
up.
to move
Yeah,
it. That's
something
why you
don't
trying to
sound
move it.
right.
19,
Yeah.
19 and 16, 19, 16 is that story?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah,
Because she's finna turn
It
17
actually
and I'm finna
is.
turn 20.
yeah. That's still
Would
That's
you
statutory.
do
that's
you
four,
want your
that's
16-year
years.
old dating a 20-year-old?
Oh, don't ask him that.
A 19-year-old.
You would let your 16-year-old date a 19-year-old?
Of
Yes,
course
my
he would. Of
16-year-old and a 19-year-old. As long as
course he
he acts
would.
accordingly, he acts respectfully, and he knows that he is still a
Oh,
child, yes.
like
Wow.
like how you was acting
Because
Wow.
at the
accordingly
age
and
of
respectfully
19, I
with your
was still a
child mother.
child.
Like how you was acting
Wow.
accordingly and respectfully with your child mother, sneaking her behind your girlfriend back like
I
that.
didn't sneak behind nothing. I went through her mother's front door every time I went and seen her.
I
I didn't
said
sneak through
behind your
nothing.
girlfriend's back because you said she was
I
never
went
your
behind my
main.
girlfriend's back. Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want him to treat her that respectfully or no? You want her to go after the dog shit, man, like you or no?
This generation, this days, does that anyway.
It's this generation, Mister. I had 8 kids and then went to jail for 17 years, but I don't consider myself a fucking shitty ass father.
I don't, because I took care of my kids,
I
even
bet you
in
don't. I
jail.
bet you don't. I bet you don't.
Even in jail,
I
I
bet
took
all
care of
them
my
years locked
kids.
down, all you did was
All my
rationalize this
kids
shit.
know me.
All you had to do was
All
say,
my
"Well, I
kids,
was doing it
not
for a
one
good
of them
reason.
have
I
made my
really just wanted to
decision
put food on their
because I
table.
made
It
sure
wasn't
that they
because of
would
the
not
fact that I
make the
just wanted to
same
do it. I
mistakes
could have
I
pulled out.
made.
Some G.
See,
I
what
could
you
have put a
trying to do
condom
is
on.
you
I could have
trying to
just not
bury
had
me, and
sex.
I've
But
already
instead, I had a
buried
bunch of
myself.
kids and I
And
didn't
no,
have
I
any
made.
prospects to take care of them. So instead of being responsible for the things that I do, I'm gonna sit here and try to get it the fucking fast way. And you got popped for that shit because you don't know what the fuck you're doing, right? So now you sitting here crying because I called you on being a shitty father before I even knew the full story because you sound like a shitty person. You are upset, and I get that. But you only can be
I
upset
ain't
with
upset.
yourself. This is the reality that you created. You created this reality, not me. I
See,
just
that's
calling you
what
on it.
y'all on this platform to try and make someone upset. I'm not upset.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
get
that's what
mad.
it
Who
is.
trying to
Yeah,
I'm
that's
the
what it
type of
is.
person that, yeah, you smack me on the other cheek, I'm gonna let you smack the other. I'm that type
If
of
I
person.
start off by smacking you on the other
That's
cheek,
why
what
you in
other cheek you
jail.
got for me to smack?
Listen, I believe in love is the key.
See, you just say
That's the
shit
only
because you
thing
dumb
I
as fuck.
believe
You
in.
just say shit.
That's all I teach. Go to my page and look.
I ain't
Go to
going to
my
shit.
TikTok and
I ain't
look.
going to shit. You are a
Go to my
fucking
TikTok and
liar.
look. Go to
You are a
my
fucking
TikTok and
liar.
look
Why
at
would
who
I
I
listen to
am.
you? You are
Or
a
go to
fucking
my
liar.
website. My
Even
name is
when we play the
Rodriguez Grill. Go to
recording of you
Facebook and see
fucking
who I
lying,
am.
you'll sit here and pretend like it wasn't the case. You are a fucking liar. Why would I listen to you?
Listen, you can't. I ain't lying damn time. You are
Yes,
no
you did,
nobody I need
motherfucker.
to lie
You
to.
just said I am 19. I was 19. I was 19. I was 19 when I got locked up. I was 19 when I got locked up. That's what you said. Not no fucking 27.
You done called me shitty father and everything. I ain't said nothing derogatory to
And I
you.
stand by that 1,000%. You won't move me off that square.
I ain't said nothing derogatory.
I don't
You're
give
the
a fuck.
shitty
You
person.
did something derogatory.
I'm trying to get to.
Cause he lied. That's why. The lying is unnecessary, and it's only necessary when you have some shit to hide. He's lying. That's why. I'm done though. Are you done, Ozo?
Absolutely. Get this fucking piece of shit out of here. You know, in a respectful way. Respectfully to you, but not to him. You know.
Quan, are you there?
Are we getting a Quan commercial? Oh, never mind.
She didn't connect.
Dang it.
My damn head hurt. I don't know what it just came out of no fucking where.
Cause that man
Y'all
filled it
done
with
lying.
lies. Yeah. See to it. That man filled it with lies. That's why your head hurt. Ooh, that bastard sat here and said, I ain't say that while listening to him say that.
That pisses me off. Like, and then like lying for what? Like if you had kids,
For
8
nothing.
kids by 19, that okay, the shit is done. Like what you lying for? Like one thing
Right.
I don't do, I don't shame people for having kids, but
Well,
like the
I'm the last
lying is
person.
that's a motherfucker. Like
I
what?
suspect that he had a couple of charges, and among one of them was something to do with the mama.
Had to be. You gonna say
Yeah, because
Charlotte was
that
a
way he was
small
trying to
town?
cover shit up. But North Carolina, age of consent is 16 in North Carolina. So if he says he could have been 27 and she was 16, it could have been that because he said that she's his last child, right? She's his
Hmm.
youngest, huh?
I said she the
Yeah,
baby. The baby is the
And
grandmama.
the mama was 16 when she got pregnant,
he meant 27.
Yeah. Yeah.
huh?
He meant 27.
And how old was the mom? Like, I don't know. Like
He
it.
said
Well, we
16. He
weren't
said
going to
the
get to
mama
the
was
truth.
almost 17.
Yeah, we weren't going to.
So
Yeah,
they were together for 7 years as an under table side chick.
uh-huh.
Exactly.
But I
That's what
thought
he
that
said.
he said it was like a one night stand, or
He
did I
did
hear
He
him
originally
said that at
wrong?
say,
one point too.
yeah. But then like he said he went straight. Like, was she still living with her mama at 26, 27? Like, I don't know, but like it's the lying that gets me. Like, just be
You
honest.
can get out the
Keep it
box.
with
I
your
don't
mouth.
know why you back. You don't want to talk to you no more.
Honestly, if he'd have just been honest, the people would be trying to figure out what the fuck it is he lying about, like lying for.
Yeah, your story don't change that many times, and it's real.
Right.
Shut the fuck up, you little shit. Like, you can let people lie to you. Like, go and live your life and be oblivious and let motherfuckers lie to you all day.
His real name is little shit. Oh, I thought you had.
Yeah, no, that's his username. That's his username.
Oh my god.
It just so happened to be pronounced little shit.
Okay.
No, yeah, his
I was
username is
confused.
little shit. That's his username. Like, he said, y'all, do you like hate on people all day? Tell motherfuckers to stop fucking lying. I told you, I hate when motherfuckers lie to me like that. Shit. Tell the fucking truth. I don't if you have 8 kids by the time you're 19, what the fuck we gonna do about that shit now? You did it. Like, stop, what the fuck you lying about it for?
Yeah, sorry, I
Phoenix,
have an
hi, how
aversion
are
to
you?
shitty people.
Hi, I'm doing all right. I'm just yeah, I'm an atheist myself. And I was just like, oh boy, with this guy. I know
Okay,
you're probably
how old
looking
are
for
you?
opposition. Oh, 31.
Okay. And did you come up to talk about the prompt?
Yeah. Honestly, if there's anything I could add to it.
What are your thoughts? Like, I don't allow atheists to just like chill out on stage and question believers if that's what you came in to do.
Oh, no, no, no,
Yeah,
no, no.
my show isn't like that.
Yeah, no, no. And I'll just keep it pretty brief. Native Americans, and I say that because my family is Native American and such, they've been affected by it a lot themselves. So, yeah,
Yeah,
definitely Jesus Christ is one of the worst things that happen.
yeah, I agree. They did use Jesus as well to harm Native Americans here in this land as well. I agree.
Manifest Destiny, and then when they made those schools, they told them you're not allowed to speak your native tongue because that is not God and whatnot. And you're also not allowed to worship your spirits because they're not God.
Right. Yeah, I agree. So a lot of damage done in the name of this deity.
Yes.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Um, no, not at this point. I just wanted to add into the prompt at best. And just
All right.
like, yeah, just wanted to show my support for you was all. That's all.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much,
though. Thank you.
Phoenix. I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
You as well.
All right. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. We got 45 minutes left until Christina goes live. And what? How many hours until the 24-hour live? Actually, 24 hours.
24 hours?
24 hours until the 24-hour live. Oh, so you gonna get some sleep?
Mm-hmm.
That means you're not gonna go hop on Christina's live and be on Christina's live all day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
No, no,
Last
no.
time,
Hey,
last
It would be
time your ass fell
hypocritical.
asleep on stage.
You're
Last
right.
time
No,
you
it,
fell
it
asleep
would
on
be
stage and
hypocritical.
you abandoned me for 7 hours. Oh, so
You're right. You're right. Yeah. It would be hypocritical of me to say I won't do it and then lie and do it. So I'm not going to do it.
okay. You go prepare this time.
I am preparing as we speak.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm
We
even gonna
gonna
skip the
see.
4 a.m.
Huh?
I said I'm even gonna skip my 4 a.m.
You are?
Oh, that's
Why?
where you messed up. That's where you
Oh,
Because
you
messed
that
up.
think
is
that's
where I'll
what
be
makes
fucking
him want
up.
to go to sleep?
Yeah, I'll
Because
be
he
up
did the
6
4
hours
a.m.
before the
live.
24.
Yeah, he did the 4 to 6. I mean,
Well,
4
because
to 10.
I told him the last 4 hours of the live he could chill. Like if he goes to sleep the last 4 hours of the live, that's cool. But it'd be the middle of the night that'd be hard. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
and try to keep people engaged. By myself, that should be hard.
Yeah,
But
Zena.
if you do your first 24 hours on the front end, right? If you want to still do your live, like it's up to you. But if you did your first on the front end, then that's cool. As long as you're like up in the middle of the night. And then when the sun come up, I can handle the rest and then you can go to sleep.
you good. I mean, honestly, I already did a live earlier this week. I try to do it at least twice a week, just to be in good standing with TikTok. But I've already done one this week, so I don't necessarily have to do this one if I do the Saturday morning. So I'll be all right.
Okay. Chosen in the comments like about to have a fucking fit because he can't understand how somebody would like they be like Jesus sacrificed. Jesus did the ultimate sacrifice, but they can't sacrifice sleep to raise money for Congo. You
Mm.
can't sacrifice sleep to raise money for a loved one.
Couldn't pray with Jesus
Zena
for a
said in
couple
my
hours.
chopped liver. We love you,
That's why
Zena.
I can't even be like, am I chopped? I
Wow,
can
Zena,
What
we
share
you
love
our
mean?
you.
together. We
Huh?
was reading.
Trying
What
to
also
replace
was
cake.
knocked out and calling them hogs.
Because this was Oso's idea, Zena.
I
That's
know,
why
but
I'm getting on his
Lala
ass.
said, and I had to
The,
concede. I'm like, you know what? He's got to take responsibility. You're right.
I do, I
yes.
do, and so
The
does
reason why
Kate.
we started
Let's
doing
not forget
24
Kate
hour lives is because of Oso's ass.
and
Yeah, it's
Kate
his fault. Always. Yeah.
and Kate. Let's not forget Kate.
Oh, and Kate.
Well, Kate has been talking to me. I know where Kate's at. I know where
I'm
Kate
just
at.
saying. I'm just
Ooh,
saying.
ooh,
Kate already told me where she's at.
ooh,
You show up and you fell asleep.
ooh.
And it was your idea.
Look, just because I was 17 years late, don't mean I was.
Uh, yeah. I'm
Hey,
just
thank you. I
saying.
wanted to. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, you helped me see a different side of Micah last night. And I just wanted to say thank you for that. Giving her the space and opportunity to really express herself in that way was so amazing to see. So that's all. I don't want to get too crazy, but I almost cried. That was really beautiful to see, honestly. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for giving her that platform. 'Cause sometimes it's hard to empathize with people, but the way that she was fully able to express herself with the topic at hand was just perfection. And I loved it. The space that you gave her. It was great.
Oh, thank you. You don't have to. No, thank you necessary. That's what this space is for. I have family members who are on the spectrum, and like who are disabled and like visibly disabled, and I think it's important for their voices to be heard as well. And we don't hear it a lot. Like people take it for granted that they are there, right? And I forgot who it was that was saying that they wanted to create a consulting company, right? A service where they go into the churches and they tell the churches how to make the church services more autistic friendly, because the loud noises, right? They don't think about that. They don't think about where they place the TV monitors, the wheelchair ramps, how long the services are for people like me who
Yes.
I can't sit still. You know what I'm saying? I used to pray to God, but like, please don't let my daddy preach for a long time. So I tell him that because my attention span, like I couldn't do it, and I was always getting in trouble and shit. So they got to think about stuff like that, right?
Like beating your kid if they're too fidgety in church. I'm gonna take you to the bathroom. You don't sit your ass down. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Stuff like that. So yeah, no, I know you mean no thank you, but I mean like it's just I'm guilty. I'll say I'm guilty of not fully hearing people out sometimes. And Micah's one of those people. I love Micah so much, but I've been guilty of not fully hearing her out. And it was really good to one, I got some conviction. I had to do some internal critiquing. But two, it was just I really loved it. So yeah, I that was like chicken noodle soup for the soul, but atheist style. I don't know. Uh, but that's all.
Yeah, she wasn't letting them Christians slide either. I loved it.
Oh,
She ain't on
Exactly.
nothing
Somebody
next.
said Micah is vying for Thicker's position. I'm like, let her have it, let her go, because she was doing
that is
her
not
thing.
what the Bible says. I said, get it, Micah.
No. And her brother, I was like, oh, where'd he come from?
When he asked, when she
He said,
asked
yeah,
about God being real, he's like, yeah. I was like,
yeah.
damn. He was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it
powerful.
was a good conversation. Tonight was like this, there were some valuable conversations in there, even with the ones that had like very thick dissonance. I think they were valuable for those that were listening and watching. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah. And so like I love those conversations when we're able to really be able to put it all on display, right? Like that's the thing. People have to be able to see it and be like, am I literally listening to what I'm listening to? Am I seeing what I'm seeing? And then it helps them think through when they can actually see it in action.
I agree with you. And that's what I mean by like facilitating that space, right? That was a real raw conversation. It was really, she was very blunt. Like, I don't have the same, ability to have the goals that you can accomplish, like if you wanted to. I don't even have the choice to be able to
Nigga,
consider it.
I fucking cried. My
That,
ass was over here boo the fuck who and when she said that.
Yeah.
that got me, man. That got me
Putting it in
Yeah.
front
so
of you.
much.
Yeah. Putting it in front of you helps you, just like you said.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. And the way she was very calm but also very strong in
Hmm.
why she felt the way she felt, and she was able to apply it so well that you can't just ignore what she said. You can't ignore the fact that you can drive to the corner store to get you your favorite juice, whereas she can't just have the ability to go do that. That's a privilege within itself. And yeah, like I got convicted a bit last night in hearing that. I was like, oh, putting it in our face like that is, I think, what we need sometimes.
Yeah. And like we can get so wrapped up in ourselves and how we see life and want to experience life for ourselves and not, think about the person sitting right next to us and what they're going through, right? Their desires and their hopes and their dreams and their disappointments. And because we are so busy, we're so busy trying to survive, right? We're so hurt from this fucking world that Christians keep telling us it's our fault for, eating a piece of fruit. We're so consumed with all of that. A lot of times we don't take a moment to just look at the person next to us, right? And just sit and think and say, I wonder, what their dreams are. I wonder what their hopes are. I wonder, what they need, you know? And that's why when believers say, um, that, you talk to Jesus, a call to Jesus, a blah, blah, blah. And I always point out, I have humans for that, right? It's really hard to not be the type of human to put a shaking my head emoji in the comments when you're really talking about showing up for other humans, right? It's hard to not be that type of person, who preach love your neighbor as you love yourself. And when you're actually talking about what does that look like to love somebody, right, the way that you would want to be loved, or to love somebody the way that they need to be loved, the way that they're telling you that they need to be loved, it's hard to actually show up and be that versus just spewing a bunch of words at them, right, and telling them that they got to go and be that for themselves or seek it from a deity. That's some hard ass. It ain't easy.
I agree. And that, you, what you said just now, and it is very easy to just wallow in your own shit. Like, and I don't think Micah's the kind of person who wants you to be like, oh, I'm sorry, Micah. You know what I'm saying? That's not what Micah wants, right? But I think Micah wants the empathy, right? She wants the answers. And, I have the same type of questions, but to hear those questions delivered from her point of view, right? And other people who may have disabilities just like that, right? And, Micah can express herself, you know, better than half the people, Christians that come up here. Like, and I love that. I love seeing that side of Micah. I really enjoyed that, man. But like you said, it's a slap in the face, and it's my own hand slapping my own face, to check myself when it comes to stuff like that. 100%.
Yeah. There's so many amazing minds that we haven't, as a society, haven't even allowed ourselves to tap into because of the shallowness of our expectations, right? The scripture that Micah brought up, Leviticus, where this God is like, if your outside is blemished, right, then you can't bring me my food on the inside. That, as a society, we focus on the clothes people wear, the makeup they have, right? How their hair, what color is their hair? Is it like the status quo, right? In this specific society is white, blonde, blue-eyed, right? Skinny, right? Tall, right? So it has a structure. Then there are hierarchies under that. So we focus so much on what the outside shell looks like that some of the most brilliant minds are in packages that do not fit that status quo. And so we don't see value in that because we don't search in those places. And I think the whole conversation around neurodivergent people coming out and being like, hey, I'm neurodivergent, I'm here, this is who the fuck I am. And people are like, oh my God, I didn't know, autistic people were so smart. I didn't know neurodivergent people was so creative. And it's because we just, as a society, we either hid it, we're ashamed of it, never looked there, and we discount people and say, oh, this person's in a wheelchair, so they don't have, they can't do what you know anything valuable in society. They can't bring Yahweh his food. You know what I'm saying? And we miss out. We miss out because of that, because we're a very shallow society.
Yeah, that's the word that I'm looking for. Shallow.
Yeah,
And
and
go ahead.
no, you got it.
No, I was just saying like that. I think that's the key word. That's a really hard word to say that I'm like, because you feel so, I won't say oppressed, but you feel like you always get hit upside the head from every corner. But even in that moment, you can still display some characteristics of being shallow in certain aspects and certain privileges that you have. Yeah, that's an unsettling term to have to swallow down.
Yeah, because when she said, I'll never, I want to get married, but nobody's gonna love me. That hit hard,
Mm,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people who take that for granted, that we can do that. You know what I'm saying? Or
hmm
that we have done it. And here she's sharing with us that she doesn't feel worthy of it because society has said, because you were born with cerebral palsy, you don't deserve to get married. Nobody's going to love you. Nobody's going to want to marry you or walk you down the aisle. And she's accepted that for herself. And that hit hard for me because she has a beautiful personality. She's smart as fuck, funny, you know? And she
Yeah.
doesn't deserve to feel that way.
when she said that, I stopped everything that I was doing because as a self-professed person who's like, I don't want to get married, I don't want to have any more children, I don't want to do da 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 da. I'm happy being single, dingle. You know what I'm saying? But there are some people who do fucking desire that. There's
Yes.
some people who really they want that. They want to be a mother. They want to have that family. They and there's nothing wrong with that, but knowing that if I really wanted to, I could do it. Right? Like I could if I wanted to. But knowing that that's her desire, but society makes it harder for her to accomplish those things. And they treat her as if she should not want those things.
Yep.
That's fucked up. And maybe I'm a part of that problem.
And that's okay to, come to that realization. It's a good thing, right? It even you coming on the stage and saying, "Man, that was a fucking wake up call," because I didn't know that I still had that shit I needed to scrub the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? And that's what deconstruction is all about. And that's why I say when people come in here, it's not just about getting rid of the God. It's about getting rid of everything that's God represented.
Yeah, and I've been doing, on my backup, like some lives about that. And it's a little harsher, right? It's not really fluffy, the conversations, but when I'm having them, it's internal. That's an internal critique I'm having at the same time, having those conversations. And I like what you said that at the beginning of your live last night. This is to deconstruct beyond the Christianity, right? And I love that.
Yeah, and it ain't easy work. It ain't easy at all. I think it's getting ready to rain in this motherfucker, and that's probably where my headache is coming from.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah, it's about
Right.
to rain over here. I was gonna say, shout out to my man Javarius, because he was running a live yesterday asking why God doesn't heal, mentally ill people. I mean, it was based on something, personal to him. I'm not going to share the story behind it or nothing, but we were having that conversation, and in that conversation, we bring up the whole how God is very much an ableist, and He doesn't want specific people to be in His presence. But it's like, well, man, if you have such a disdain, why not just fix the problem so they can be in your congregation? You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. And that's what Micah was asking. Why don't he just fix it? Right? So that they can work. I think Nelly asked that question actually last night. Why don't he fix it so that they can do what it is that he wants them to do? Especially if they go around saying that he's a healer and he's a miracle worker. Why is he choosing not to do that? If yeah.
As if it's their fault.
Right.
Remember y'all saw on Javarius live, and I don't know if y'all, I Oso's right. It was so sick, the shit that they were saying. They were like a baby, a 2-year old, right, Celine? I think he said like 2 to 3-year-old can be
Yeah.
possessed by a demon.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what?
Just sick
Who
people.
said that?
was it
Some.
John?
I think it was Trading
It was.
John.
Yeah.
Trading
It
with
was
John.
trading John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like a 2 or 3-year-old can be like, because I was talking about, my history with mental illness and how some of it's genetic. So how are you going to cast out a chemical imbalance, right? You can't cast out a chemical imbalance. But he was like, well, if you're 2 or 3 years old, you can be possessed by a spirit. Because we started talking about, nurturing a child and raising a child versus what's
Mm-hmm.
innately in them, right?
Yep.
And it was just bullshit. It was just like, how are you fixing your fucking mouth to say such a thing?
I had to
Like, and
scroll out
then,
real quick because he was
like,
pissing me off.
and they didn't want to call it an illness. Like another person came up, they refused to say mental illness. They said because they feel like it demeans like the spiritual aspect of it or something. I'm like, what the hell are we doing? What are you talking about? Babies can be possessed by evil spirits, and that's why they're mentally ill. What even is that?
That's insane. That's their way of justifying shit. That's why I said that. Yeah, their process of justifying this God is something that needs to be studied. Like the mental process that they go through to justify the belief system, that is something that needs to be studied. It's almost like when they're on stage, I can literally tell when that switch is about to happen, like when it's about to take place, and it's like I literally imagine in my head, the crank, like the
Mm-hmm.
uh
What you talking about?
yes, like somebody is cranking it and those thing go, like the thing on the key, the thing lock in place, it go click, like, you know what I'm talking about. I literally imagine that because I'm like, Yahweh done click the crank, like it's getting ready to happen, then the switch happens. Like that needs to be studied.
They don't care. Like, it does need to be studied. They don't care. Like, y'all, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They don't care. It's disgusting. I don't know. I was like,
Yeah, gears. That's what it is. The gears turning. Like you can tell when that thing, the gears are turned and unlocked, and as soon as that happens, it's like a click.
Javarius was talking about his brother and how he had to deal with that aspect, and his family was upset with him, but his family's Christian, and I'm like, that how are you upset with somebody who's trying to help instead of ignore? You want to ignore and pray about it. That's not going to help anybody.
Literally all night, we've been called like sinners, Satan worshipers, because we're talking about child sacrifice not being justifiable, like saying things like even just like during Micah's conversation, the believers in the comments who were agreeing with the first guy, Mikey, that the reason she's like that is because of sin, right? And then because we were like, that's a horrible thing to say, we were seeing that's a demonic ones,
Mhm.
you know?
There was one guy that even said, "Well, what do you expect? God has what did he say? Taste or something like that."
Oh wow,
Yeah.
what?
And I blocked him.
God has taste? Like, what did he mean by that? Like,
Yeah, I don't
He's
want to really
basically
say
trying
it.
to say, like, the God is shallow. The God is shallow. The
oh,
God, the God in the Old Testament is about money, power, fame, and wealth. It trips me out when the Christians be like talking about the Masons and the Illuminati and the rituals for fame and wealth and how celebrities have to do that. And I'm like, literally, the first celebrity who did that shit was Abraham. You know
Sure
what I'm
did.
saying?
Sure did.
Mhm.
Child sacrifice and all.
All you gotta do is my mutilation ritual, and you can join the group.
Right.
Well, look, you got the mutilation. He started there. Like they made they deal there, right? The self mutilation. Then he had to cut up a bull and pour the blood all on the altar, right? And put one side of the bloody bull on one side and the other side of the bloody bull on another side. And then a fire pot, a pot full of fire walked through that represented Yahweh, right? So that was the first sign of the covenant. Then to seal that, he had to mutilate himself and his son and all the men in his house. Then to test his loyalty before the God actually started to fulfill the promise, he had to agree to sacrifice his son. And that was a test to see if he had Abraham's ear.
Hmm.
right? Yeah. So that literally what they be trying to say they doing Hollywood in exchange for um
Fame and
fame.
fortune.
Yeah. If they want to say that, Abraham was the first one that did that shit. And then what did David have to do? David was a fucking shepherd who rose up to become the fucking king. What did he have to do? What was his opportunity to become the king? Do y'all know what his was?
And with Jonathan, wasn't it?
Unalive and Goliath, wasn't it?
Uh what
What
did
would he do?
Saul ask him to do? Oh,
Yeah,
so you
Saul
joke
asked him.
about it all the time.
Oh, the foreskins thing.
The foreskins.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
I thought
You
that
go out, you go
was.
get the for. What did he offered him his daughter if he was to go out and get all those foreskins. That's what brought him into the fold.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Like
how he
they
got to
be,
join the circle, and then he could move up.
yes.
Got you, got you. Yeah, you're right. Because he really wasn't even really trying to have him in that motherfucker. He gave him 100 to be like, you won't get that. Yeah, yeah.
Chosen, you don't read your book, friend. That's literally how he got his daughter. You don't read your book.
Trust me, chosen. No one's going to you for advice on what the Bible says.
Hold on, I'm finna pull it up.
was gonna say I never said 19.
Also, Mills reads the Bible as a crazy.
Wait, what?
What did he say?
God, don't invoke
she,
that
she,
Also,
conversation.
she
Mills.
said we need a Also Mills reads the Bible audio ASAP.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Imagine him and John teaming up together. Jesus
Oh my god.
It honestly might be the best thing for Christianity because they might actually read the book.
Christ. I don't know.
I do.
I think it's at 18. Hold on.
Somebody in the comments said no, it was 27.
What's success now? Yeah, it's
No, it
18.
was 27.
Yeah, hold on.
I mean, 17 years.
Let's see. Now, Saul's daughter Michal loved David. Saul was told, and the thing pleased him. Saul thought, let me give her to him that she may be a snare for him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him. Therefore Saul said to David a second time, you shall now be my son-in-law. Saul commanded his servants, speak to David in private and say, see, the king is delighted with you, and all his servants love you. Now then, become the king's son-in-law. So Saul's servant reported these words to David in private, and David said, does it seem to you a little thing to become the king's son-in-law, seeing that I am a poor man and of no repute? The servants of Saul told him, this is what David said. Then Saul said, thus shall you say to David, the king desires no marriage present except 100 foreskins of the Philistines, that he may be avenged on the king's enemies. Now Saul planned to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines. When his servants told David these words, David was well pleased to be the king's son-in-law. Before the time had expired, David rose and went along with his men and killed 100 of the Philistines. And David brought their foreskins, which were given in full number to the king, that he might become the king's son-in-law. Saul gave him his daughter Michal as a wife. But when Saul realized that the Lord was with David and that Saul's daughter Michal loved him, Saul was still more afraid of David. So Saul was David's enemy from the time forward. Then the commanders of the Philistines came out to battle, and as often as they came out, David had more success than all the servants of Saul, so that his fame became very great. Now, here's the thing: Michal was then given to somebody else.
Oh?
She was then given to somebody else as a wife. Hold on.
Oh my God, what did Cat Williams say? He joined up. He got a wife.
You said what?
Ugly face, light skinned wife.
That's what Cat. I wasn't gonna say all that, but yeah, Cat
I'm
Williams said you
sorry.
gotta get. Yeah, Cat Williams said you gotta get a wife before you get jumped in.
Yeah, they give you a wife before you get in.
Cat Williams said that?
Hmm.
Yes.
A light
He said you
skinned
get an
ugly
ugly
wife.
face. You get an ugly face,
And
light skinned wife. And he said if you look at all of the ones, he said there's 7 of them right now. If you look at them.
That's what Chosen. Saul wanted to kill David. David saw it as an opportunity. Your God saw it as an opportunity. Your God had already chose David. David at this point was just a shepherd boy. And then it says, hold on, let me see. Let's see. In verse, let me see, First Samuel 25. Um, um, yeah. David also married Ahinoam of Jezreel. Both of them became his wives. Saul had given his daughter Michal, David's wife, to Palti, son of Laish, who was from Galium. So after David um, marries Michal, after Saul has to give Michal to David because David went and got the foreskins. Saul didn't think that David was going to be able to get the foreskins, but your God knew. This was your God's plan. He gets Michal. He gets elevated from being a poor kid to the son of a king. Right? Who am I? And who are my kinsfolk? My father's family is in Israel. That I should be son-in-law to the king. Right? He was nobody. This is what elevated him. David saw this as an opportunity. Saul wanted to kill David.
I don't think I have anything to back this up, but I do feel as though David kind of knew that, and he was just trying to, you know what I'm saying, trying to flex the fact that he's, oh, okay, just 100, you got
Hmm.
that. Scare the fuck out of you, old man.
What's up, Joe?
What's up? So I can't let you. I mean, it's a lot of things you can say about David. You know what I'm saying, but I can't let you. You know what I'm saying, misrepresent him right here. You know what I'm saying?
What did I
Because
misrepresent?
Let.
you said this was how he was brought into the fold. You know what I'm saying? By him going on this mission to cut off foreskins, like you just read, that was Saul trying to set him up, and
How did he become son of a king? Chosen.
he was
How did
already
he
he was
chosen? How did he become son of a king?
he didn't even get to marry Michael at that point.
Fucking God.
Did he marry Michael?
Oh my God. Hold on.
That was a
Hold on.
scam.
Hold on. Hold on. David also married Abinaham, general of Jezreel. Both of them became his wives. Saul had given his daughter Michal, David's wife, to Palti, son of Laish, who was from Galem. He ended up going to get his wife back. David got his wife back.
Yeah, that was after the fact, though. That's long after what you talking about with the foreskin
He got his
situation.
wife back after David gave her to somebody else. David went and got her back.
That was long after, though.
got her back.
That's because he loved her and he wanted her, but that ain't have nothing to do with the deal that Saul had made with him.
Oh my fucking God. Chosen, let me ask you a question. How did David become king?
Because he was anointed king.
Why?
That's who God wanted to be king. Saul was given to them as a punishment for even asking for a king. So the scripture says that God did put it on Saul to be wicked, and that he was, and he wanted David to be his successor. So they went to Jesse. Samuel went to Jesse, and they went through all his sons, and they was trying to look over David. But David was the last son, and that's who God wanted to be king. That's how he became king. And he slew Goliath, and he was chopping down the Philistines. Saul was jealous, so he was trying to unalive David behind it. Saul ain't never want him to be a part of that. Saul was trying to unalive that man. He had David playing the harp.
Hold on. Because like I fucking hate when y'all do this. Y'all don't read. David rose and went along with his men and killed 100 of the Philistines. And David brought the foreskins, which were given in full number to the king, that he might become the king's son-in-law. Saul gave him his daughter Michal as a wife. Y'all just talk. You don't read, and then you accuse me of shit.
Okay, so all right. So how does that go with, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't what made him king. That ain't got nothing to
I
do with
asked,
what.
how did he become the son of a king? He wasn't even in line to become king. He was a shepherd.
He wasn't in line to become king.
No.
He
He
was
was a
anointed.
shepherd. He was a poor shepherd.
He was anointed by Samuel. God wanted David to be king.
Y'all don't have,
While
like, I
while
swear
Saul was
y'all's
still
critical
king.
thinking is just not there. Y'all, like,
That's not scripture.
literally.
I'm making
What?
it up. I'm making it up.
Making what up?
The fact that David was anointed to be king.
Did I say David wasn't anointed to be king?
So where we in disagreement? What we in disagreement about then? You trying to say it was because he wasn't in succession to be king. He was a shepherd. I know that.
How did he become? Fucking A. Oh my God.
You asked me how did he
Why do I
become
have to
king?
tear the words apart and show you the stitchings? It should be easy,
You
chosen.
you asked how did he become king?
Why? Chosen,
You
chosen. In order for David to become king, regardless if your God had chosen him or not, in order for the shit to happen, he had to marry a king's daughter. David saw the opportunity. He knew that Saul was trying to kill him. He saw the opportunity to become a king's son-in-law.
that doesn't make
Okay?
him king though. Saul had a son,
Oh
so
my
his son
fucking
his
God.
son
chosen
his son
you
would have inherited the
you
throne.
got to go. I
Oh
can't,
my,
because
oh my God.
you aren't making sense. You not I don't know why this isn't connecting. You do this every time you come on this stage, like you aren't making
We
sense.
we just not seeing it the same
Chosen,
way.
am I saying that when David married Milcah that he became king? Is that what you hear in your head?
No, no, no,
Okay,
no,
am I
no.
saying that your God didn't choose David? Is that what you're hearing in your head?
Well, what you're implying is that
Am I saying, chosen, not what I'm implying?
no.
Am I saying that your God did not choose David. Is that what you're hearing in your head?
No, no.
Okay.
But what
So
I am,
when I say
what I am
chosen,
hearing,
chosen, when I say the process for David to become king was that he had to kill 400 Philistines and collect 400 foreskins so that he could marry Saul's daughter. Although Saul had planned on killing David, David saw it as an opportunity to become the king's son in law.
I agree with that.
But you didn't agree with that before. And I had to like literally break this shit down for you to even just like I don't even know I don't even know what I'm doing right now because this was unnecessary. You just disagreed with some shit for no reason, like you did yesterday.
No, no. Can I explain what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say to you, thinker, is David come into the scene or brought into the fold, as you put it, because he slew Goliath. That's how he became a valiant
Who the fuck
warrior.
said because he slew Goliath? Wait, well, who said that? Did you say that, Selena?
I'm saying that.
Hold on. Did you say Zena? Did you say that? Did you say that?
No, I didn't say
I'm
that.
saying that.
I also did you say that?
Oh no, I ain't saying that.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
I'm saying that. Did you hear me say that?
No, you said, here's what I'm saying, thinker. You said, that's how you started that sentence, chosen.
No, you were talking about how David was brought into the fold because of him unaliving or cutting off the foreskins or whatever.
That's what your book says, chosen.
So when you say the fold, what do you mean by that?
He was brought into the kingship. He was brought into the family so that he could rise and become king. He was
Became
a
royalty.
poor shepherd before that. He wasn't in line to become, he wasn't royalty.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll let you. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right, thinker. I don't disagree with you anymore on that.
Chosen, when are you gonna just go ahead and deconstruct? Because
What I
you,
needed,
the shit that
what
you be saying
what I
sometimes.
needed. I mean, that's not a deconstruction argument,
It's
though. We
not a
just
deconstruction argument, but sometimes I feel like you come up to these panels and like honestly, I don't mind having you in my life sometimes, but like you come up to argue about that wasn't even the topic for real, for real. Like you come up just to chat, I think, and I think you come
no.
up in a
She said
deceitful
something
way.
that I
I think he
misunderstood.
just finds shit to disagree with
Yeah,
No,
just for the fucking sake of it. Because
yeah.
this is the third time he's come up here and disagree with some shit that he don't actually disagree with.
no.
Mm-hmm.
I just misinterpreted what you were saying. That's all. I just,
You do that a lot, chosen.
Only
because
for
you
the
was
sake
trying.
of
Because from what
arguing.
I thought you were saying is that was the reason that he became king. So that's what I thought you were saying, and we, of course, we both know that ain't true. And Zena, you drop me from your panel. I don't even get to talk. You be like, up, I ain't dealing
That's
with this.
because
You
you
kick me off the
frustrate.
panel.
We're not gonna talk about my panel on Thinkers Live, but that's because
You
you
brought it up.
frustrate me sometimes, and I don't want to yell
You
at you.
brought it up.
I would rather honestly drop somebody than like yell for 20 minutes at some. Like I just don't feel like it. I do like what Thinker and Christina and Rhea do. I'm like, all right, bye, because I don't want to. When I feel like I want to engage, I will. Sometimes I think you can be useful in engagement, but sometimes you do nig shit like this that Thinker is talking about. So I'll end it there because
Okay.
we're not going to get away from the
I was just
topic. But yeah,
I was just making sure we was clear. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a ride for my boy David. Like he did some heinous shit, but you know what I'm saying. You
That
know.
Chosen.
motherfucker didn't even exist, chosen. Like, and you up
Right.
here writing for a fucking character in the book like it's your uncle from the cookout. Like, please stop.
Right.
Thinker,
Like,
please.
stop.
Chosen. You from St. Louis?
Oh
Yes,
shit.
yes. Born and raised from the north
Yep.
side, you know.
I can tell.
Yeah. You from hold on, you from St. Louis?
No, but I have a lot of friends from St. Louis, and all
Oh,
y'all,
okay.
a lot of male friends from St. Louis, and y'all sound alike.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
You know. We're a rare breed. They don't make them like us no more.
And I hope they
They
You
don't
didn't
fuck
sound
with you. I don't know
ashy.
ignore.
who you
Go
voting
fix
for.
that. You sound ashy. Go fix that.
Man, I'm not interested in how I sound to you, man.
That's cool. You sound ashy. Go fix that.
Oh man.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna stay ashy just cause you got a problem with
I
it.
love that for you. I love that for you.
Hey man,
Stay
listen,
ashy.
bro. Listen. Hey man, look.
Stay ashy.
Who was I talking to?
Oh, my fault. Maybe you understand me for a
Series.
friend like this.
You been to St. Louis,
You can't hear
uh,
the St. Louis in
Serena?
my mouth. I don't sound like I'm from St. Louis, people.
Nah, but I'm making a trip because I'm filming
Look,
You
in
I've
late
been to St. Louis.
2025.
We used to go.
you don't want to come right
When I was
now. Like the
younger.
north side, we just got hit by tornadoes and shit. You know what I'm
Damn, did
saying?
you not hear me talking,
I think
chosen?
I was talking.
No, I didn't actually. But go ahead.
Never mind. I just don't even feel like it.
You said you been to St. Louis.
Somebody in the chat, y'all got some Vaseline?
I'm an urban legend here in my city. You know what
Y'all
I'm
got some
saying?
Vaseline
But
in the chat? I
do
need some
y'all homework.
Vaseline.
Do y'all homework on
I got a Mariana's Trench going on with all the
even
cracks in
y'all
my
come to
skin
St.
because of
Louis.
how dry it is. Y'all got some Vaseline?
This
No,
dude here.
I need medical prescription grade Vaseline. You can't get it over
What
the counter.
happened with y'all two? What's up?
He gives
I,
himself
I
a
need to
cereal.
understand. What's up with y'all? What happened
I'm
with
so
y'all?
So
Me
much.
personally, Chosen's a fucking liar. I don't like him.
I don't know what the dude problem is. You know what I'm saying? But
I just told you. That's how I know you're a liar. I just
this
said
is
what the problem is.
typical of
You're a
men
fucking
when I
liar,
get
and I don't
on
like you.
panels. Though I don't know this dude, you know, but it's typical. You know what I'm saying? It's typical behavior. Just like
Yeah,
his boy
100%.
Javari has blocked me for saying Tuskegee experiment on his post in a comment. Tuskegee experiments, you're blocked. The fuck. But that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? That's one
I don't want to talk
infamous on
about
these
somebody else's
TikTok
life. Like,
streets.
hey, chosen, don't do that. Don't do that to my life,
Just
please.
shut the fuck
Don't
up
bring
too,
that
because
to
that's
my
my
life.
boy.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Um, yeah, what goes on in somebody else's life and how they run their life, like that's that. I can't do nothing about that shit in here.
No, I was just giving you an example of, you know what I'm saying, what goes on. But, you know, I ain't fucked up
No,
about it. He cool. I ain't got no problem with nobody.
I just want to know why you and Oso don't get along.
I don't know.
I didn't know that. I didn't know the history behind that.
I don't not get along with Oso. He'll be the one coming at me wrong. You know what I'm saying? He posts his little funny pictures and shit. They be funny sometimes, but other than that, I think he should just stick to that.
The rest of the time they make you cry.
No, he ain't never say nothing like that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not that type
It's
of
just
guy.
nothing. There's nothing going on behind the eyes with this one, and he just says shit to say it. And I don't know. Y'all might be able to see something that I'm missing. Maybe that's the case, but I'm probably right.
Hey, listen here, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't, you know what I'm saying, the disrespect and the things that dudes say, you know what I'm saying? I got a different level of tolerance when it comes to women. I don't do the disrespect thing with grown men, you know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
okay.
Because
Well, then fuck you.
hey, real bro. You know what I'm saying?
Did it change anything? Did anything happen? No, right?
I'm not saying nothing gonna happen. That's the thing. That's why I don't do none of that on the
Oh, well, I'm
internet.
just saying you
I
keep
don't
saying that
engage
shit
in
like
it.
I don't be in every space that you be in because you
That's
be
cool.
going to the spaces that I visit, that I frequent, that
That's
I
cool.
am cool in, right?
It ain't
So
got
you can
nothing to
say
do
that
with
shit, but
you,
it ain't got
bro.
nothing to do. It ain't gonna stop me from what I say and do.
That's perfectly fine, bro.
I don't
I
need you to tell me that. I didn't request your permission to make it perfectly fine. It is what it is.
How everybody else doing? You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying. Why is y'all trying to?
You
You
done
know,
talked to everybody
who
else.
even
No,
who is
I ain't nobody trying to do
You've
nothing.
already
Like both of
spoken to
Oso
everybody
is my
else.
boy. Oso is a co-host in here, but you're cool people to me. Like you haven't you get on my fucking nerves sometimes with the questions that you ask, but you haven't been disrespectful towards me or anybody uh on the in the space yet that I've seen. Right? I just wanted to know what the history was between y'all because I didn't know.
Well, that's why I try to paint the picture. That's normally how it go if I go up on a panel. You know what I'm saying? The women are friendly and the men be blocking me and ready to get me the hell up out of there. Some of the women be like that too, but you know.
Yeah, I also am not a fan of the fact that his salvation hinges on black people dying. That's fucking
You
stupid.
say what?
His
Oh,
what?
His
it's
salvation
like
hinges on
every.
black people dying.
What do you
Nah, see,
mean?
that's
I
just you
know
trying to
now.
sensationalize an
You don't remember
argument.
his his little story that he told about how God gave him visions of all these dead black people and that's how he know God
No,
is
I
I
real?
ain't never
remember
heard
now.
that.
You did. He talked to
He
you
ain't
about
never
that.
said that in here.
I don't remember
Yes, you
anything.
remember we went through that whole dream that he had about dead
Mm-mm.
black people and how he was going to be the one that was on the street and then he got arrested for beating up that old man
Michael
and like,
Brown.
come on. What are
Oh
you
I'm
talking
trying.
no! Oh yeah, when he said that he
The
predicted
Michael
Michael
Brown
Brown.
thing, yeah.
Okay, because
Oh,
I
that
had
I
a.
don't think he's saying that his salvation is dependent
Yeah,
on
see,
black
you
people
see, you
dying.
trying to sensationalize an argument. You know what I'm saying?
everything ties back to a dead black person with him. I promise you.
That happened right around the corner for where I was living, bro. It was unique. It was a unique experience for me, and I dreamt it beforehand. That's all I was saying. You trying to make it seem like, oh man, I glorifying black people being unalive. Like you doing too much with that, bro.
Did I
What you
say
trying to
that?
do? What you
Did I
trying
say
to
that?
do is
Did I
what
say
you
that or is
trying
that
to.
what you chose to hear?
That's what you're saying.
That's what you chose to hear.
That's literally what you're saying, and what you're saying. Your problem with me is.
That's what you chose to hear.
All right, moving along.
Is Christina live? Christina's live. Christina's live.
She live.
All right. I will see y'all tomorrow for the 24-hour live, 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Central. We're raising money for our beautiful co-host Fee, and selling tickets to the event, the fundraiser for Congo, raising money for Congo, and the event is in November, I believe. I think she said, or August. Don't hold on. Ria, is the event in November or August? Are you still in here?
Current one?
The one that's in Maryland.
It's in July, I believe.
I thought they pushed it back.
June or July. I know it was May, but she announced it on the live yesterday.
Oh, it's in July. Okay, so tickets are on sale for that. We'll be promoting that periodically tomorrow through the 24-hour live. We'll be running the same topic tomorrow. So I hope to see y'all. Please make it a interactive live so that we can help us stay awake. And I hope y'all have a beautiful rest of the day. And if you don't know who Christina Carroll is, her username is She's Worth It for real, for real. Over those of you over there on YouTube, if you come to TikTok, you can get more deconstruction content. Love y'all so much. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Bye,
Peace
y'all.
out.
Love
Bye,
Bye,
Much love,
bye.
y'all.
y'all.
Sending love.
Later, I love you.
Love you too.